Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Etude of Love. Late at night, a torrential downpour raged. York New City, Sewer Street. Raindrops like strings of pearls converged into streams, flowing along the veins of the city streets. The streetlights flickered uncertainly, yet one antique shop remained brightly lit. Above the shop hung a common electronic display, its red text scrolling slowly. Buying Antiques and Handcrafted Art, June 22, 1997. Inside the shop, display cases lined the walls. Bathed in amber light, rows of antique artwork stood on display, their true worth obscured. At the back of the shop, a solid wood table stood against the wall, a desk lamp perched at its corner. Under the focused beam of light, a roughly 50-centimeter tall red wooden doll statue stood silently. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached into the light, enveloping the unremarkable wooden doll. The hands belonged to a young man dressed in casual clothes, with neatly cut black hair and handsome features. Crack. With a slight exertion of his fingers, fissures appeared on the doll's surface, and faint white light, distinct from the lamp's glow, seeped through the cracks. Then, the wooden shell shattered and fell away, revealing a jade figurine enveloped in the soft glow of aura. The translucent surface of the jade figurine bore shallow green patterns resembling fish scales, shimmering brilliantly under the light, clearly a priceless treasure. Breaking the wooden shell to reveal the treasure within. This scene was witnessed by a burly man wearing a dog head mask near the shop's entrance. Yet the man seemed familiar with the boy's abilities, showing no surprise. Crossing his arms, he fixed his gaze on the boy, his voice steady and firm. "Moro, why did you refuse the gift Marina prepared for you?" "Gift?" The boy called Moro suddenly looked up, meeting the dog-headed man's eyes with a helpless smile. "Dog bro, you call it a gift to ask me to kill 21 complete strangers. Of course it's a gift. Kill them, and you'll immediately rise to level 21. After that, barring any surprises, you should gain another Nen ability tailored to your needs. Even if the outcome differs, you'll at least increase your aura amount." The dog-headed man's voice remained steady and resolute. After a pause, he continued. "Moro, Marina needs feedback on her Nen ability's effects as soon as possible. Don't disappoint her. Besides killing a few random people to grow stronger, there's no downside for you. Just killing a few random people. That's the way of the Mafia. Or perhaps, in this world, disregarding lives and trampling on individual existence wasn't anything unusual. This was something Moro had learned firsthand when he crossed over a year ago. He stared silently at Dogman. As a transmigrator, he was intimately familiar with the plot and characters of Hunter x Hunter. Dogman before him, as well as Marina, who had saved him a year ago, were both characters from the Mafia family introduced in the Kaken Empire Succession War arc. Setting aside Marina's identity as an illegitimate child of the Kaken royal family and her future role as the boss of the Hyolai family mafia, what left the deepest impression on Moro was always the Nen ability she displayed in the original story. It was a Nen ability that allowed others to grow stronger by killing. Kill to grow stronger sounds easy enough. Moro suppressed the thought rising in his mind, a faint, inscrutable smile playing at his lips, though his eyes remained eerily calm, devoid of any ripples. "Dog bro, Nen abilities are never so shallow. With the system of vows and limitations in place, though I don't know how Marina unearthed this ability, one thing is certain." At this point, Moro suddenly averted his gaze, lowering his eyes to the jade figurine on the table as he remarked coolly, "And that's the risk, immense and unknown." Hearing Moro's words, Dogman fell silent this time. Silence could sometimes be taken as tacit agreement. But he hadn't forgotten his stance. Breaking free from the silence soon after, he cut straight to the point. "So your answer is refusal?" "Not at all. This worthless life of mine was given by Marina." Moro's eyelids drooped slightly as he let out a self-deprecating chuckle, though his mind flashed with the image of Marina's pitch-black, bottomless eyes. After a pause, he looked up at Dogman again and said softly, "Give me a day." "Fine. I'll let Marina know." Dogman nodded at Moro, then turned and left without another word. Just as he was about to push open the door and step out of the antique shop, he suddenly halted, as if remembering something. "Oh, Marina said she hasn't decided on a name for the Nen ability yet. She wants you to come up with one." Moro froze for a moment, involuntary fragments from the original work surfacing in his mind. Etude of Love. That was the name of Marina's Nen ability in the original. As for why such a destructive Nen ability bore such a name, Moro had no idea. With that in mind, Moro didn't hesitate or deliberate. He answered directly based on the original information, call it Etude of Love if Morina doesn't dislike it. Huh. Dogman was taken aback. He hadn't expected Moro to suggest a name with such a style, but he didn't dwell on it. Waving a hand at Moro, he pushed open the door and strode into the rainy night. Moro watched him leave with an unreadable expression. Creak. The door shut behind him. Several minutes later, Moro finally withdrew his gaze, turning instead to the translucent jade figurine standing amidst a pile of wooden shell fragments on the table. Guess I'll have to run. There were things he refused to do, with no room for negotiation. And so, Moro decided to leave Morina's circle then and there. It wasn't that he was averse to the idea of killing in itself, it was just that among the 21 people Morina had sent over, there were infants and children. That crossed a line. Moreover, he understood Morina's true, hidden intentions better than anyone. The destruction of Kaken, the destruction of humanity, the destruction of the world, the destruction of everything. That was what Morina sought. So Moro had always known he would leave eventually. He just hadn't expected the day to come so soon. Over the past half-year, the antique shop he ran had brought Morina considerable profits. Had nothing changed, he would have preferred to repay Morina's life-saving debt this way. But this should be enough. Moro thought silently to himself before raising his right hand and gazing at the back of it. There was a tattoo pattern resembling tree rings, composed of 6 hollow rings of different colors. The colors of the rings, from the innermost to the outermost, smallest to largest, were white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. At the very center of the tree rings was a tiny black infinity symbol. Moro didn't know the origin or purpose of the tree rings tattoo. Only a few days after his transmigration did he notice the outline of the rings gradually appearing on the back of his hand, growing from faint to distinct before finally settling into place. The confirmed information so far was that others couldn't see the tree rings tattoo on his hand, and the area of his hand covered by the tattoo seemed to possess the vow effect of being indestructible. Additionally, he could fill the hollow sections of the tree rings by absorbing aura from antiques. This was the fundamental reason he chose to run an antique shop in York New. Over the past several months, he had absorbed faint traces of aura from numerous antiques and handmade artworks. Now, the innermost white ring was almost completely filled. For the time being, Moro set aside thoughts of leaving Morina and focused on the jade figurine wrapped in faint aura. Absorbing the aura from the jade figurine should be enough to fill the white ring completely. Even if it didn't, the employees he had sent out would bring back some antiques that might carry traces of aura tonight. In the silent antique shop, Moro placed his hand over the jade figurine. There was no visible movement, but the faint aura on the figurine rapidly merged into the back of his hand at a speed discernible to the naked eye. The small gap in the white ring was filled, making it relatively complete. It seemed he wouldn't have to wait for his incompetent employees to return. As Moro thought this, his gaze remained fixed on the white ring on his hand. After months of effort, he felt a flicker of anticipation. In his view, the tree ring's tattoo was likely the so-called golden finger often mentioned in transmigration stories. If it could provide assistance now, he would have even more confidence in breaking free from the Hailai family. Moro waited patiently for a change, but as time passed minute by minute, the fully charged white ring, like an energy bar, showed no unusual phenomena. The worst-case scenario has come true. Seeing the motionless tattoo, Moro shook his head slightly. At this point, there were likely only 3 possibilities. 1. All the rings needed to be filled before the still unknown ability could be revealed. 2. The filled rings required some specific condition to unlock the ability. 3. The tree ring's tattoo wasn't the golden finger he had hoped for. Moro was somewhat disappointed but not overly concerned. Even if he had gained the golden finger's ability now, it would have been nothing more than a pleasant surprise for him. His true confidence lay in the emission ability he had painstakingly honed since his transmigration. Night deepened, and the rain showed no signs of letting up. A dog-headed man moved through the heavy downpour, arriving beside a black car parked on the roadside. The window of the black car's rear seat rolled down, revealing an elegant and refined woman. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her eyes like phoenix feathers. Yet, her beautiful face bore 2 parallel, gruesome scars. The scars ran from her hairline, through her left eyelid, all the way down to her cheek, almost spanning half her face, a truly shocking sight. Morina. The dog-headed man bent down to look at the woman inside the car. Morina lifted her gaze. Dogman, what did he say? Moro asked for one more day. Dogman replied truthfully. Morina lowered her gaze, as if sensing something. Dogman waited for Morina's response, letting the heavy rain pour over his body. After a while, Morina habitually reached up to touch the scar on her cheek. Forget it. She murmured softly. Dogman was slightly taken aback. Morina lowered her hand, her gaze extending past Dogman toward the antique shop. Dogman, do you know there's something about little Moro that I really dislike? What? Dogman followed up naturally. Morina's eyes grew profound, her tone gradually turning cold. A bottom line. Dogman didn't know how to respond. Morina said coldly, my people can't have such things. Dogman understood Morina's meaning. For a moment, he considered persuasion but held back, instead asking. Morina, the Phantom Troop seems to be investigating someone. Several gangs have been caught in the crossfire and slaughtered. Shouldn't we at least inform Moro? No need. Marina withdrew her gaze. This is his own choice. Understood. Dogman sighed inwardly, then mentioned the name of the Nen ability Moro had helped create. Etude of Love. Hearing the name, a ripple of emotion flickered in Marina's eyes. It was still incomplete after all. Even if she could feel little Moro's loyalty in their deep kisses, it meant nothing if their purposes were fundamentally different. Let's go. Marina lowered her head slightly. Though she couldn't receive feedback, she had still discovered the flaw in the ability. Dogman glanced at Marina, detecting a trace of melancholy in her tone. 2. The Phantom Troop. The clock struck midnight as the rain grew heavier. Inside the antique shop, Moro carefully stored away the jade figurine. This figurine was his biggest bargain in recent times. With just a little maneuvering, it could fetch a decent price. This was more or less how the shop made its profits. However, most of the shop's earnings were handed over to Marina, while Moro himself was more interested in the lingering aura on antiques or handmade artworks. After placing the box containing the jade figurine into the cabinet, Moro shut the door and glanced at the tightly closed main entrance before checking the clock on the wall. It was already past midnight. Sykson should be back by now. Thinking that his hard-working employee would return soon, Moro set about boiling a pot of water. Sykson was the only employee in his shop, diligent, obedient, and never rebellious, making him exceptionally easy to exploit. Earlier that morning, Moro had sent Sykson to meet with a client. Barring any mishaps, he should be returning soon with a few pieces of handmade artwork. At the moment, the first tree ring was already fully charged. Though there was no visible reaction, Moro still intended to continue absorbing aura to see if he could activate the second tree ring. After all, even if the antiques or artworks lost the aura clinging to them, their resale value wouldn't be affected. Moro poured hot water into tea leaves and filled Sykson's thermos before settling onto the sofa. Once Sykson returned, he'd first check if the newly acquired items carried any aura. Then, it would be time to flee overnight. The only question was, what choice would Sykson make? Would he firmly declare his loyalty, or take the money and part ways? Given his personality, it was likely the former. A faint smirk tugged at Moro's lips as he gazed at the door, battered by the sound of rain. Time passed silently. Half an hour later, amidst the howling wind and rain, another sound emerged. Hearing the noise, Moro knew Sykson had returned. He rose to his feet, a faint smile on his face. Creak. The door swung open. A tall, broad-faced man strode casually into the shop. It was Sykson. His black suit was soaked from the rain, and he carried 2 cases in his hands. "Boss, we hit the jackpot." Sykson closed the door behind him, his rugged face breaking into an excited grin. Moro's eyes flickered imperceptibly toward Sykson's right foot as it stepped into the shop, and for a split second, his smile faltered. But he quickly regained his composure, gesturing toward the counter beneath the display cabinet where he had placed the thermos of tea. "Good work. I made you some tea." "Heh, boss, you're always so thoughtful. No wonder the sisters next door are head over heels for you." Sykson set down the cases containing the goods and walked over with a broad smile. Moro's brow arched slightly, but he paid no mind to Sykson's teasing. Casually, he asked, "What took you so long?" "The rain was too heavy, got stuck in traffic on the way back." Sykson picked up the thermos, unscrewed the lid, and took a gulp of tea. "Yeah, the rain is pretty heavy." Moro's gaze remained calm as he studied Sykson's profile, his hand slipping to the small of his back to retrieve a handgun. Though both he and Sykson were Nen users, they always carried firearms. There were many situations where a gun came in handy. Like right now. Moro suddenly raised the gun and fired at the space beside Sykson. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in quick succession. The first was deliberately aimed wide, while the next 2 were directed at Sykson's lower back. Sykson's pupils contracted as he leaped aside, narrowly dodging the bullets meant for his spine. "Boss." After dodging the bullets, he looked at Moro with confusion and bewilderment. What greeted him, however, was Moro closing the distance with a charging elbow strike. The confusion on Sykson's face faded rapidly as he raised his arm to block at the last moment. Thud. A heavy, muffled sound echoed as elbow met forearm. The clashing forces, amplified by aura, sent visible shockwaves rippling through the air. Sykson had lost the initiative. Though he managed to block the elbow strike at the final moment, the impact still sent him reeling backward. He retreated until his back nearly touched the floor-to-ceiling window. While his body didn't make contact, his aura, still in an offensive state, did. Crash. Under the invasive force of the aura, the entire window shattered, allowing the wind and rain outside to surge in. Standing with his back to the storm, Sykson stared expressionlessly at Moro and asked, "How did you figure it out?" "At first, I just had a question mark in my mind." Moro aimed his gun at Sykson, frowning. "But now I'm certain." "Heh." Sykson grinned with a hint of foolishness, realizing why Moro had intentionally fired a warning shot earlier. Moro's frown deepened. "Drop that pathetic imitation. What a failure. I thought my disguise was flawless." Sykson slowly wiped the smile off his face and asked curiously, "So, what exactly gave me away so quickly?" "You stepped in with your right foot earlier." Moro's gaze was icy. He wasn't joking. Because Sykson was a firm believer in divination, always neurotically checking his fortune the day before. And today, past midnight, Sykson's divination result was clear. Whether entering or exiting, he must lead with his left foot, or else face a week of misfortune. As for why Morrow knew this so well, it was because Sykson would tirelessly share every detail of his divinations, trying to drag him into that world. Unaware of this, Sykson assumed Morrow was just brushing him off and replied flatly, "Oh, is that so?" Bang, bang, bang. Morrow suddenly emptied the magazine, the rapid gunfire sending bullets flying towards Sykson. A flicker of irritation rose in Sykson's chest. Swaying his body, he dodged the incoming bullets while creating distance. According to the intel he'd gathered, this antique shop owner was an enhancer. So after the second attack, his strategy was to create space. On one hand, he wouldn't give Morrow another chance to close in. On the other, he was waiting for his partner to show up. More importantly, his transformation ability required a bit of time and space to deactivate. Additionally, without canceling it, he couldn't utilize 100% of his aura output. Sykson retreated into the street, expecting Morrow to pursue. Instead, he saw Morrow remain inside the shop even after emptying his gun, as if the earlier aggression had just been an act. Cautious and conservative by nature, Sykson smirked. In that case, he could safely deactivate his transformation now. As the thought crossed his mind, Sykson stood in the pouring rain, raised his left hand, and began rhythmically twirling his index finger while humming a tune. Inside the antique shop, Morrow threw away the pistol and then witnessed the actions of the fake Sykson. At first, he felt puzzled, but soon realized the other party must be canceling some imitation or transformation ability. Under his gaze, the fake Sykson's aura surged and swirled. In just a second or two, the fake Sykson's appearance and body underwent a dramatic transformation. In his place stood a bare-chested, bald man wearing only boxers. The man was slightly smaller in build than Sykson, with numerous hollows of varying sizes covering his body. Staring at the man who had cancelled his ability, Morrow's pupils constricted in shock. A member of the Phantom Troop, Bonolinov. 3. Crisis Revelation. 3. Crisis Revelation. Why is Bonolinov of the Phantom Troop here? And why has he transformed into Sykson's appearance? This is clearly a targeted operation. Watching Bonolinov revert from his disguise, Morrow's pupils trembled. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Morrow's mind. He realized Bonolinov had come specifically for him. From there, his thoughts turned to Sykson's situation and the possibility of other Phantom Troop members lurking nearby. The worst-case scenario: the entire Phantom Troop was mobilized, and he just happened to be their prey. But what was their motive? Morrow had never crossed paths with the troop before. Was this a whim? Or had they taken an interest in his antique shop? Unlikely. Forget the shop's value, it wasn't even noteworthy in York News City. Given the Phantom Troop's audacity to raid entire auction houses, why would they bother with his small-time store? A spur-of-the-moment decision? Even less plausible. If it were truly impulsive, they wouldn't have gone through the trouble of targeting Sykson first, let alone resorting to a disguise, a far more calculated approach. This was clearly premeditated, ensuring the operation's success. And among the troop, who would insist on such meticulous planning? Krolo Lucifer. The worst possible scenario. This meant that aside from Bonolinov, at least Krolo and his ever-present shadow, Pakunoda, were involved. This was bad. But now, more than ever, he needed to stay calm. Why was the Phantom Troop after him? There was no time to dwell on that. Right now, survival was the priority. Morrow suddenly stepped back, snatching an ashtray from the visitor counter by the door. Amid the storm, Bonolinov observed Morrow's action but remained indifferent. Even after his disguise was exposed, he showed no urgency to attack. He had failed to execute the leader's plan flawlessly, but the outcome wouldn't change. Bonolinov's eyelids flickered. A dull thud echoed from inside the antique shop, followed by complete darkness as the lights went out. Only then did Bonolinov realize Morrow had used the ashtray to smash the circuit breaker, swiftly cutting the power. But what good would that do? Bonolinov remained motionless, standing firm in the downpour. Inside the pitch-black shop, Morrow glanced toward the back door, where an overwhelming, unrestrained killing intent surged, completely unconcealed. Trapped. Morrow exhaled deeply. From Bonolinov's methods, he had deduced that Krolo and Pakunoda were likely nearby. But it seemed there were more than just three. Abandoning any thought of confronting the threat at the back door, Morrow steadied himself and stepped outside. In that brief moment, three figures had appeared on the street. At the forefront stood a man with short black hair, a purple cross tattooed on his forehead, and deep, inscrutable black eyes. His calm demeanor carried an undercurrent of detachment. To his left was a tall, curvaceous blonde woman with striking, coldly beautiful features, though her hooked nose slightly marred her elegance. To his right was a youthful, baby-faced man with golden hair and emerald-green eyes, his face alight with amusement. Krolo, Pakunoda, Shulnark. Some distinctive facial features allowed Morrow to instantly recognize the identity of the newcomer, and his heart sank. Krolo stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on Morrow as if looking at an inanimate object devoid of any meaning. Beside him, Shulnark stood with one hand on his hip, smiling faintly. Quite alert and decisive. It seems he knows about us. Let's restrain him first, Pakunoda interjected, arms crossed beneath her ample chest. Krollo silently raised his right hand, channeling aura into his palm. Watching Krollo's aura manipulation, Moro's expression remained steady, his tone devoid of any emotion. The Phantom Troop, what an honor. But as far as I know, we've never had any direct or indirect dealings, have we? Krollo's eyes remained as still as stagnant water, offering no response. The other troop members likewise remained silent. No answer, then. Moro took a deep breath, desperately searching for an escape. At that moment, Krollo activated his Nen ability. Skill Hunter. Amid the swirling aura, a book bearing a crimson handprint conjured in his right hand. Rustle. The pages flipped on their own under the pouring rain. When they stopped, Krollo's left hand conjured a monocle linked by golden chains. Seeing the conjured monocle, Moro's eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion, something between relief and anger. That monocle was Sykeson's conjuration ability. The fact that Krollo had stolen it meant Sykson was still alive. But given the Phantom Troop's methods, even if alive, his fate was likely far from pleasant. Krollo held the monocle but did not put it on. No rush, he said calmly, stopping Bonilynov, who had been about to strike. Originally, Krollo had intended to unsettle Moro by manifesting the monocle, creating an opening to capture him alive. Yet, strangely, Moro's reaction lacked even a trace of surprise or confusion. When an enemy suddenly wielded a comrade's ability, even the most composed person would at least show some human bewilderment. But what Krollo saw in Moro was not shock, disbelief, or confusion, but rather, relief. What could he possibly be relieved about? The only explanation Krollo could think of was that Moro had instantly deduced the ability's owner was still alive upon seeing the monocle. But to reach that conclusion, Moro would have to know about his specialization ability, Skill Hunter. Now that was interesting. Moro, as you said, we've never had any direct or indirect contact, Krollo stated with certainty, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Yet your reaction tells me one thing, you understand my Nen ability. This was not a question, nor a guess. It was a definitive conclusion. Hearing Krollo's words, Shulnark, Pakunoda, and Bonilynov all showed surprise. Moro remained silent, inwardly startled. Just a fleeting change in expression upon seeing Sykeson's ability, and Krollo had pieced it together, declaring it with absolute confidence. This was Krollo Lucifer. Moro suppressed the turmoil in his heart while resisting the urge to look at Pakunoda. If there was still a chance to escape, it would be information. Moro was almost certain that Pakunoda had used her memory-searching ability on Sykson to extract information about himself. And this information contained a crucial misconception. That was, in Sykeson's understanding, I'm an enhancer. But in reality, I'm an emitter type. The opportunity lay precisely in this discrepancy. 6 months. 6 months. That was how long Moro had mastered Nen. In terms of technique, aura output, and even potential aura, Moro was far inferior to the seasoned veterans before him. Worse still, he lacked combat experience with Nen. He had never been particularly ambitious. If he had to name a goal, it was simply to live well, eat well, and sleep well. So he never went out of his way to stir trouble, quietly honing his Nen abilities while earning money to repay Morina. As for combat, he had sparred a few times with Sykson as an enhancer. But those were nothing more than casual exchanges. Now, in this life-or-death situation, would he regret not dedicating more time to improving his strength? Moro felt no regret, or rather, he had no spare thoughts to dwell on such things. All he knew was, he had to rely on his own Nen abilities now to find a sliver of hope in the seemingly hopeless situation. But before activating his ability, he needed to create an opening. In the brief silence, Moro's mind raced. Krollo had stopped Bonilynov out of curiosity, but Moro didn't believe Krollo would patiently wait for his answer. After all, with Pakunoda's memory-reading ability, they could easily extract all his secrets after capturing him alive. And even if he outright revealed the name of Krollo's Nen ability, along with its vows and limitations, it likely wouldn't break Krollo's focus. So how could he make the most of this fleeting chance to speak? What words could strike deep into the hearts of those before him? Faced with mortal peril, Moro's brain burned with frantic intensity. Then, a name surfaced naturally. Sarasa. The owner of this name was the catalyst for the Phantom Troop's formation, and a lingering wound in the hearts of Krollo and the others. Sarasa. Without hesitation, Moro shouted the name long buried in the depths of Krollo, Pakunoda, and Shulnark's hearts. The street, the wind and rain. A name that should never have been spoken at this moment surged forth like a boiling tide, violently shaking the minds of Krollo, Pakunoda, and Shulnark. Why did this boy know Sarasa's name? Just as their confusion arose, Moro struck. Deceptive shooting star. Moro raised both hands, forming egg-sized emerald green Nen bullets in his palms. In an instant, the bullets shot forward, aimed straight at the momentarily distracted Pakunoda and Shulnark. A direct strike at their openings. The emerald bullets reached them in a flash. However, Bonilynov, who had no reaction to Sarasa's name, shoved Shulnark aside at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the incoming projectile. Almost simultaneously, Krollo, whose mental fortitude was extraordinary, steadied himself just in time and yanked Pakunoda out of harm's way. Both Nen bullets missed their marks. At the same time, Moro sprinted toward the sidewalk. The person guarding the back exit. Judging by the overwhelming killing intent, it had to be one of the Phantom Troop's assault specialists. So until that person showed themselves, Moro had no intention of heading that way. His only escape routes were the sidewalks on either side. He glanced back swiftly at Krollo's group. Deceptive Shooting Star had missed. Ultimately, it was because his Hatsu wasn't mastered enough to release his ability faster. Yet he couldn't deny that in this brief minute of contact, Moro had truly recognized Krollo's exceptional qualities. These named characters from the original work were mostly not to be trifled with. Moro withdrew his gaze. Though the Deceptive Shooting Star had missed, he showed no trace of disappointment. His Deceptive Shooting Star had a second phase. Sorry. On the empty street, Shulnark snapped back to attention, frowning slightly. Bonolinov gave Shulnark a strange look before turning his gaze to Moro, who was sprinting through the rain, and chased after him. Krollo's eyes were icy as he effortlessly overtook Bonolinov, his figure cutting through the layers of rain as he pursued Moro. Shulnark and Pakunoda steadied themselves. Questions remained, but as long as they captured Moro alive, all doubts would be answered. They followed closely behind. Ahead. Moro glanced back again at Krollo and the others closing in. About time. Calculating the timing in his mind, Moro raised his right hand, preparing for the shooting star's return. His Deceptive Shooting Star was an emission manipulation composite ability with an attack range of only 100 meters. When the shooting star reached its maximum distance, it would freeze in midair and remain stationary for 1 to 5 seconds. Moro could set the exact duration of this pause before releasing the shooting star. Once the set time elapsed, the shooting star's power, speed, and size would double, then reverse course along a target-seeking trajectory back to Moro. This second phase power boost was the vow effect of this ability. The accompanying limitation was, the returning shooting star would also harm Moro. In other words, if nothing else blocked it, Moro would have to either dodge or endure the impact. The reason Moro imposed this limitation lay in the tree rings on the back of his right hand. Beneath the tree rings, his entire hand was as hard as a tortoise shell. Thus, he could use it to deflect the returning shooting star. Timing it perfectly, Moro abruptly adjusted his stance. Amid the relentless wind and rain, 2 faint sounds abruptly rang out. Then, 2 deep fluorescent green lights pierced the rainy night, carrying a dangerous aura as they shot toward Pakunoda and Shulnark. The suddenness of the attack, combined with Krollo and Bonolinov being ahead, left Pakunoda and Shulnark with no assistance this time. When the doubled power shooting stars struck, Shulnark barely reacted, managing only a slight twist of his body. The shooting star hit his abdomen, instantly blasting away a chunk of flesh, as if bitten by a gaping maw. Pakunoda was a beat slower. Blood sprayed as her face jerked violently. Her upper torso was blown open by the shooting star, her instantly weakened body collapsing forward onto the ground. The sudden turn of events disrupted Krollo and Bonolinov's pursuit. Seeing his success, Moro channeled over half his aura output into his legs and continued sprinting forward at full speed. He had done all he could. If he still couldn't escape, then he'd accept his fate. Cautious and conservative by nature, Just as this thought crossed his mind, the faint after-image of a face flashed in the corner of his vision, barely discernible but filled with a sinister, seething rage. Phaeton. As the thought arose, Moro felt a sudden chill on the bridge of his nose. Immediately after, his consciousness, like a violin string on the verge of snapping, was stripped away at a pace that seemed slow but was in fact lightning fast. In his final moment, a single question surfaced in Moro's mind. Am I dead? Cold, trembling. Moro's eyes snapped open. What greeted him was a row of vertical, rusted iron bars. It seemed to be a cage. Where is this? Taking in his surroundings, Moro froze. The lingering sensation of Zetsu still clung to him, but it was quickly replaced by fragments of memory. He had returned to the moment he first crossed over, 1 year ago. 5. Death threshold. The cold sensation beneath him and the jolting of the vehicle moving over rough terrain. All of it constantly reminded Moro. This was reality. He had clearly brushed against death, yet when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to a year ago. Moro was momentarily dazed, unable to suppress the memories surging from the depths of his mind. A year ago, he had awakened in this very prison of a carriage. The unfamiliar environment back then, coupled with the suffocating cage, had naturally woven an overwhelming panic amidst the cold and jolts, dominating all his emotions at the time. Now, with his thoughts returning to the present, Moro was no longer like before, screaming and shouting in sheer terror. He quickly calmed down and swept his gaze over the surroundings once more. By the faint light seeping through small holes in the carriage, he could see 2 rows of iron cages inside the elongated compartment, each holding a naked person. Moro was among them, equally unclothed. His eyes scanned the people in the cages one by one, men and women, around his age, likely between 14 and 16 years old. As he observed them, the images from his memories gradually overlapped with their appearances. While Moro studied the others, his own movements upon waking had drawn their attention, and they all turned to look at him. Most of their gazes were dull and indifferent. Only 2 or 3 showed traces of confusion. Ignoring them, Moro lowered his head, avoiding the many eyes fixed on him. What in the world was going on? In the fragments of his memory, Phaeton's sinister glare, laced with fury, seemed to materialize before his eyes. The sensation of a cold blade slicing across his face and snuffing out his life still lingered faintly. It felt like a venomous serpent coiled around his heart, sending a chill deep into his bones. And yet, placing a hand on his chest, he could still feel the violent pounding of his heart. He was alive. Confirming this fact, Moro closed his eyes, doing his best to steady his breathing. This bizarre method of cheating death made him realize just how precious the simple act of breathing truly was. A moment later, Moro slowly opened his eyes and, as he lowered his head, glanced at the back of his right hand. The tree rings tattoo was still there. This invigorated him. He remembered clearly, the tree rings tattoo had only begun to form an outline on the second day after his transmigration, fully taking shape over the following days. But at this point in time, the tree rings tattoo had already appeared, and it was complete. This was different. Focusing his vision, Moro moved his right hand into the light for a better look. Under the faint illumination, he quickly noticed the changes in the tree rings tattoo. The originally white-filled rings had now turned pitch black. Moreover, the infinity symbol in the inner circle was gone, replaced by LV.1. Moro's expression shifted. Judging by the blackened rings, he realized that all these anomalies were likely caused by the tree rings tattoo. As for the infinity symbol turning into LV.1, he had no idea what it meant. Was it the etude of love? Suddenly, Morina's figure flashed through his mind. LV was a level symbol, and the level system was the most distinctive aspect of Morina's Nen ability. So it was only natural for Moro to make that connection. But is there any connection between these two? If the effect of tree rings is to return him to a year before his death, then what role does the level symbol, replaced by the infinity sign, play in this? Moro lowered his eyelids, sorting through the numerous pieces of information he had gathered. Lost in thought, he subconsciously raised his left hand and gently brushed over the tree rings tattoo on the back of his right hand. At that moment, Moro noticed a red X symbol had appeared on the back of his left hand. The edges of the symbol were pitch black, exuding an ominous aura. What is this? Moro's pupils contracted slightly as his focus instantly zeroed in on the newly appeared X symbol. In an instant, his consciousness trembled like a small boat swallowed by a whirlpool, flickering into momentary haziness. It lasted no longer than a single breath. Once again, Phaeton's figure appeared before Moro's eyes. This time, it was so vivid that he could even see the icy killing intent concealed beneath Phaeton's furious expression. SSHHK. The sensation of the blade slicing through his face and the suffocating grip of death returned to him, doubled in intensity. The next moment, endless darkness swallowed him. Just like that, Moro experienced an eerily realistic death replay. Immediately after, his consciousness flickered once more. The scene before him crumbled away like weathered stone, replaced by a heart clenched tightly by pitch-black hands. Moro stared at the heart, and in his mind, an answer abruptly surfaced. That heart, gripped by those hands, was his. This inexplicable realization was forcibly shoved into his head, as if transmitted like data. Along with it came another piece of information, something called the death threshold. Abruptly, his consciousness snapped back to reality. Moro froze for a moment, realizing he was still holding the same posture as before. Death threshold? Muttering in disbelief, he slowly raised his head, staring fixedly at the rusted iron bars in front of him before sighing and leaning back weakly against the opposite set of bars. Death threshold. In other words, his time of death, June 23, 1997. On that day, he had died at Phaeton's hands. And then, he had been reborn back to this point in time, the moment he had first crossed over, June 7, 1996. Without a doubt, he had been given a chance to start over. But the death threshold imprinted upon him would not disappear just because he had been reborn. If he failed to destroy the death threshold before June 22, 1997, his heart would instantly shatter into dust, sending him back into death's embrace once more. The method to destroy the death threshold was simple. Before the original time of death arrived, he had to personally kill the one who had created the death threshold, thereby erasing the X symbol on the back of his left hand. In other words, within a year, he had to kill Phaeton, who remained completely unaware of this. Only then could he break free from the curse of the death threshold. A year, Moro exhaled deeply, recalling those pitch-black hands clutching his heart. For some reason, it almost felt like Kurapika's judgment chain had pierced through his chest. Well, a death threshold was just a death threshold. Whether he could destroy it or not was another matter. It was still better than dying outright. Besides, Moro glanced at the level symbol at the very center of his tree rings tattoo. Though he still wasn't sure about its exact function, it probably wasn't anything bad. As long as we find a way to turn LV.1 into LV.2, we can put it into practice. For now, let's focus on solving the immediate problem. Moro gathered his thoughts and glanced at the rusted iron bars. The truck carrying them would arrive at a mental hospital built on a mountain in a few hours. Though it was called a mental hospital on the surface, it secretly dealt in human trafficking and organ trade. Yes, From the moment they were locked in these cages, Moro and the others had already been forcibly labeled as piglets. 6. Nen awakening. Human trafficking and organ trade. Such phenomena were far from uncommon in the world of Hunter x Hunter. In fact, there were specialized channels and information exchange platforms catering to both buyers and sellers. Countless twisted desires from purchasers could be satisfied through these platforms. If nothing unexpected happened, Moro and the others would be treated like piglets, picked at will. The unlucky ones would have their organs harvested outright or be turned into grotesque statues or display dolls while still alive. The slightly more fortunate might become a buyer's plaything, perhaps enduring physical torment, but at least surviving. Moro sat cross-legged, recalling the events that were about to unfold. This truck would arrive at a mental institution in a few hours. As for the exact timing, Moro couldn't be certain, but he knew the journey would take at least 2 hours. And once the truck reached its destination, it would be attacked by an unknown group during the unloading process. Back then, most of the piglets locked in cages like him had died in that assault. His survival had been partly due to luck. He had been moved away from the initial explosion during unloading. The other reason was Marina's timely appearance. She had taken an interest in him as a buyer and somehow convinced the far-reaching organization to cancel the original organ order. Had it not been for Marina back then, Moro might have become the fastest transmigrator to die. Now, facing the same crisis again, Moro felt as though he stood at a crossroads, forced to make a choice. Should he follow the original path and let Marina buy him, or should he find a way to escape while the truck was still moving? His gaze flickered uncertainly as he thought of Crollo and the others who had attacked him, of Dogman who had recently left his shop, and of Marina's abyss-like eyes. But soon, Moro steadied his thoughts and made his decision. Now, he not only understood this world but had also mastered its common language. For the early transition period, there was no need to rely on Marina's acceptance again. Naturally, he couldn't let things play out the same way. This time, Moro didn't want to have any connection with Marina. I need to open my aura nodes within 2 hours. If possible, I should also adapt my body to the techniques of a deceptive shooting star. Moro raised his eyes to the rusted vertical bars of the cage. Since he had decided to escape while the truck was moving, Nen awakening was an absolute necessity. Normally, without guidance from a Nen user, even if one had theoretical knowledge of Nen, it would be nearly impossible to achieve self-awakening in practice. Even if one could awaken Nen in a short time, mastering the subsequent techniques would be another hurdle to overcome. 10. Ren, Zetsu, Hatsu. These were the 4 major principles, the foundational Nen techniques. Under normal circumstances, Nen users would spend considerable time and effort practicing and reinforcing them. The trope of casually awakening Nen and mastering its techniques within an unrealistically short time had a probability close to 0 in reality. Nen itself was an incredibly profound power. Awareness, contact, learning, application, refinement, mastery, precision, transcendence. Every stage of interaction with Nen required immense dedication and effort. Characters like Gon, Killua, or the 4th Prince of Kaken in the original story. In reality, there aren't so many monstrous geniuses. But now, Moro would become one of them. Closing his eyes, Moro instinctively began to meditate, allowing his consciousness to settle gradually as he sought to sense the latent aura within his body. His accumulated experience of over half a year played an irreplaceable role at this moment. Within just a few seconds, Moro effortlessly touched upon the latent aura and immediately attempted to guide it to unclog his aura nodes. The entire process proceeded smoothly. Under Moro's precise control, the aura within his body flowed like a gentle stream toward every single aura node. It was as natural and simple as eating or drinking. One by one, the aura nodes were unclogged by the latent aura, then surged like turbulent currents, fluctuating across Moro's body. Excellent. Moro opened his eyes and looked down at his hands, now shimmering with a white glow. The aura gushing out from within his body was like a wild horse, galloping and escaping recklessly. Given Moro's current physical state, if left unchecked, he would likely collapse from exhaustion within 10 minutes. But this was clearly a minor issue. With a single thought, Moro smoothly and naturally employed the technique of 10, wrapping the wildly escaping aura around his body's surface and suppressing the intense consumption. It was even easier than expected. The effortless Nen awakening and mastery of the 4 major principles techniques left Moro feeling even more composed. Successfully awakening Nen meant he now held a weapon representing the initiative. All that remained was to create a disturbance when the time was ripe, forcing the driver to stop the vehicle. Moro reached out and grasped the rusted railing in his palm. Inside the cargo truck's cab, the driver's seat was occupied by a disheveled middle-aged man. Perhaps due to the rugged and difficult mountain road, the middle-aged man was driving with intense focus. In the passenger seat sat a lazy-looking young man with a buzz cut, slouched as if trying to merge with the seat. But a closer look at the young man's eyes would reveal that his gaze never settled in one place, constantly shifting between the rearview mirror and several surveillance monitors. Vigilance and observation seemed to be his duty. Huh. The buzz-cut young man's gaze swept over a monitor hanging diagonally from the ceiling of the compartment, and he suddenly let out a surprised sound. Hearing the exclamation, the middle-aged driver instinctively asked, "Something wrong?" The young man didn't answer immediately but stared fixedly at the image on the monitor. The screen clearly showed Moro's figure. How is this possible? Through the real-time feed from the monitor, the young man witnessed Moro awakening Nen within seconds and immediately mastering the technique of 10. Instantly, his eyes widened, his previous laziness vanishing as disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost, took its place. Awakening Nen autonomously within seconds already shattered the young man's understanding, let alone mastering 10 immediately after awakening. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, the young man would never have believed it. As for the possibility of Moro hiding his abilities, impossible. This batch of piglets held extremely high value as human commodities, specially reserved for high-ranking officials and nobility. Every single one had been personally handled by him, and he knew their backgrounds inside out. The disheveled middle-aged man glanced sideways at the buzz-cut young man's reaction and frowned. "Zarzan, what's going on? Stop the damn truck." Zarzan barked, his voice cracking under the weight of disbelief. Without explanation, he ordered the middle-aged man to stop in an unquestionable tone. Trusting Zarzan's ability, the middle-aged man stepped on the brakes immediately despite his confusion. Zarzan rummaged through the storage compartment for a pistol and tossed it to the middle-aged man. Ignoring the man's changing expression, he pushed the door open, jumped out, and strode toward the rear of the cargo compartment. The middle-aged man gripped the gun, silently released the safety, and followed, approaching the back of the cargo compartment from the other side. Inside the cargo compartment, when the transport truck suddenly stopped, Moro seized the moment to wrench the rusted iron bar apart. Squeak, creak. The sound of bending metal immediately drew the attention of the other piglets. They turned toward the noise, their minds freezing in shock. 7. Human nature. The rusted bars of the prison cage had grown brittle in terms of hardness. With the enhancement of his aura, Moro forcefully bent the vertical iron bars apart, creating an opening large enough for him to slip through. Ignoring the horrified gazes around him, Moro stooped and stepped out of the cage. Hearing movement outside the compartment door, he swiftly sidestepped and reached out to grip one of the bars. He wanted to snap the bar, but lacked the strength to do so. Pressed for time, Moro noticed that the top and bottom ends of the bars weren't welded shut. He yanked the bent bar free from the cage frame with all his might. Just then, the compartment door swung open, flooding the space with sunlight. A towering figure came into view, along with a pistol. Moro's expression instantly darkened. At his current level, having only just awakened his Nen, even a small-caliber pistol could deal him significant damage. Moreover, a Nen user's control over their aura stemmed from years of accumulated practice, ingrained into the body like instinct. So even though Moro had successfully awakened his Nen, he still needed time to adapt, to let his body grow accustomed to the flow of aura. Under these circumstances, firearms posed an obvious threat to him. The moment he saw the gun, Moro didn't hesitate. He hurled the bent iron bar in his hand straight at the figure in the doorway. Thanks to his proficiency in emission abilities, his aim and trajectory were flawless. The rapidly spinning bar tore through the air with a sharp whistle and struck the person who had opened the door. A pained scream rang out as the impact sent the man flying backward. But at the same time, a faint whoosh cut through the air, a throwing knife wreathed in aura shot toward Moro's leg. An attack from another person and a Nen user at that. Caught off guard, Moro barely managed to twist his body aside. SSHHK. The knife grazed his knee, drawing a spurt of blood. Moro's expression hardened. Suppressing the pain from his wound, he swiftly retreated deeper into the compartment, putting distance between himself and the door. He had known from the start that there were two people handling the transport, so he'd been mentally prepared. But the sudden stop of the truck, and the fact that one of them was a Nen user, still caught him off guard. More importantly, judging by the timing of the knife attack, the other party must have already assessed the situation inside the compartment before stopping the truck. That was why they'd sent their gun-wielding companion to open the door. And given how the gunman hadn't been on high alert when opening the door, it was clear the Nen user hadn't shared critical details with their partner. In other words, they had deliberately sent the gunman to open the door, both to pose a visible threat and to use him as bait. This person was utterly ruthless. Moro pressed his back against the side wall of the compartment, his expression grave. He glanced up at the dimly lit corner of the ceiling, where he could faintly make out a tiny red light. A surveillance camera. Pulling his gaze away, Moro frowned. Failing to anticipate these circumstances was a lapse in judgment on his part. He hadn't accounted for every possibility, especially the chance that one of the transporters might be a Nen user. But Moro never dwelled too long on regret or frustration. Learning from mistakes and failures had always been his guiding principle. This was also the fundamental reason why he managed to sustain an antique shop in less than half a year and achieve stable profits. It's important to know that in the industry involving antique and handmade art trades, fraud, schemes, and counterfeits are rampant. Moro had been deceived before, and not just once. He'd been set up multiple times. But it was precisely these experiences that forged the crucial expertise he now possessed to handle various situations. Moro looked toward the carriage door. The other party had yet to show themselves from the moment they attacked until now. And there was one thing that bothered Moro greatly. He was certain that when the opponent struck earlier, they had the perfect opportunity to either severely injure him or take his life. Yet they didn't do so, instead choosing to target his leg. Clearly, this was a ruthless individual capable of coldly abandoning their companion in an instant, yet they held back in this situation. Does the importance of the cargo outweigh the risk of losing a companion acting as bait? Morrow realized this. The so-called cargo, of course, referred to them, the piglets. From this, Morrow deduced that the other party must bear the responsibility of ensuring the cargo's integrity as much as possible. He couldn't help but recall the attack on the transport vehicle, which led to the deaths of most piglets. Was there some hidden reason behind this? Could this also indirectly confirm the importance and value of their batch of cargo? Unfortunately, though he had survived by sheer luck back then, he quickly lost consciousness. By the time he woke up, he was already aboard a ship bound for Kaken. At that time, he had no memories related to this world, and to make matters worse, he couldn't understand the language, so he couldn't immediately uncover the cause and effect of what had happened. Afterward, he simply didn't dwell on these matters. Otherwise, if he had known more, he might have been able to grasp more information now. What he could confirm at present was that the attackers' priority of ensuring the cargo's integrity even took precedence over their companion's life. Perhaps this could be exploited. Morrow quickly checked his wound. It wasn't deep, but without proper treatment to stop the bleeding, it would remain a liability. Time was not on his side. At this thought, Morrow's pupils contracted as he stared intently at the motionless carriage door, then glanced back at the throwing knife embedded in the wall. Time. The other party undoubtedly held the initiative, yet they showed no signs of pressing their advantage, not even revealing themselves. Were they overly cautious, or were they waiting for something? Morrow studied the throwing knife but couldn't discern anything unusual. He also resisted the urge to pull it out and use it as a weapon. Still, he vaguely felt that he couldn't afford to remain in this stalemate. He had to make a choice. Time to gamble. Morrow suddenly charged toward the carriage door. Out of sight, Zarzan heard the commotion and instinctively raised his left hand. Aura surged as a throwing knife materialized out of thin air, poised to be hurled toward the source of the sound. His entire sequence of actions, along with his reflexive response, stemmed from his combat instincts. But rationality intervened at the last moment, forcing him to suppress the urge to throw the knife. Because, due to the blind spot in his vision, his preemptive attack might accidentally kill a piglet. It was this split-second hesitation that allowed Morrow to successfully leap out of the carriage, landing over 10 meters away, where he finally caught sight of Zarzan standing beside the transport vehicle. The gamble had paid off. Seeing that the other party hadn't made a move, Morrow steadied himself and subtly glanced at the location of the throwing knife deep in the carriage. He then tensed his nerves, preparing to adapt to any situation. Zarzan tightened his grip on the throwing knife, unable to hide the astonishment in his gaze as he looked at Morrow. "This kid is too strange. Are you always this brave?" Zarzan expressionlessly toyed with the throwing knife. Morrow remained silent, using the time to let his body adjust to the flow of aura. Noticing Morrow's silence, Zarzan frowned and said coldly, "If I had attacked just now, you'd either be dead or half dead. You could have done that from the start, couldn't you?" Morrow's face remained calm. Zarzan's expression changed slightly. What are you waiting for? Confident judgment, swift execution. How irritating. It was like accidentally revealing just a corner of one's underwear, only for the other person to guess the exact style. And the worst part? The one who figured it out was just a brat. But the real question was, what exactly had happened to this kid? A strong sense of dissonance rose in Zarzan's heart, followed by the quiet emergence of killing intent. Missions and duties were important, but he couldn't stand this kind of bizarre and unknown sudden development. It was both infuriating and unsettling. Should he just kill him? As Zarzan fell silent, he glanced at Morrow's bleeding knee and frowned slightly. This blood bag was a high-priority target, better to observe for now. After all, he'd already made the first cut. The condition for his ability activation was barely met. It was just a matter of waiting a little longer. So he could afford to be patient for a few more minutes. Once the effect of his data-throwing knife took hold, he could control Morrow directly. In that brief moment, Zarzan's killing intent flared, then subsided, before he finally settled on his course of action. They say, third time's the charm. I think that applies here. Zarzan suppressed his emotions, idly twirling the throwing knife in his hand as his voice grew colder. So don't even think about running. That way, you might still have a chance to live. They also say, wise men learn from others. I think that applies here too. Morrow kept his eyes fixed on Zarzan's aura fluctuations, replying calmly. So I'm not thinking about running. That way, you might still have a chance to catch me. Zarzan's lips twitched. If not for the limitation imposed by his so-called duty, and the need to wait for his abilities' conditions to be met, the knife in his left hand would have already been flying toward Morrow. He wouldn't be wasting time here with pointless banter. Ever since leaping out of the truck, Morrow had been observing Zarzan's aura. Certain thoughts and emotions could sometimes be revealed through aura fluctuations. Skilled individuals, of course, wouldn't let their aura expose information so easily. But Zarzan clearly wasn't at that level yet. The shift in his killing intent had been crystal clear to Morrow. This meant Zarzan's principle of not harming the cargo might be flexible depending on the situation. So Moro believed Zarzan's warning was sincere and completely abandoned any thought of exploiting Zarzan's hesitation to escape. After all, the risks between restrained pursuit and unrestrained pursuit were on entirely different levels. There was only one option left: to confront the problem head-on. Moro consciously distributed his aura output evenly across his body. Though he had opened his aura nodes in haste, his adaptation speed wasn't slow. The synchronization between his body and aura was steadily improving. At this rate, he shouldn't have to worry about unexpected delays in the feedback between his aura and body. That was crucial, because his margin for error was slim. Moro kept his gaze locked on Zarzan as he thought to himself. Both sides on the scene had their own reasons to wait, and so the rugged mountain road where the transport truck stood suddenly grew quiet. Moro was waiting for his body and aura to fully synchronize, minimizing the chance of mistakes. Zarzan, having seized the initiative, preferred to resolve things without further bloodshed. So in this slightly bizarre atmosphere, neither side attempted to break the silence, maintaining a strange mutual understanding instead. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed, Moro and Zarzan's mental states began to shift. Zarzan, believing himself to have the upper hand and holding the initiative, didn't waste much thought when he saw Moro remaining still. All he needed to do was wait for his ability to activate, after which he could resolve the situation immediately. Moro, however, had more to consider. Judging by their apparent strengths, the opponent was undoubtedly more powerful. Yet after the flying knife attack, Moro realized the other party didn't seem to feel any urgency regarding time. That was the crux of the matter. I'm waiting for combat readiness. What is he waiting for? Moro's gaze swept over the opponent's left hand gripping the throwing knife. Left-handed individuals have a higher probability of being conjurer, but this was merely a reference point. Another characteristic of conjurers is their subconscious tendency to gather more aura in their dominant hand. But the accuracy of this judgment depends on whether the conjurer hasn't yet activated their ability. Earlier, when he leaped out of the carriage and immediately turned to stay alert, the opponent already had a throwing knife in hand. Moreover, judging by the bulging outlines in the opponent's jacket, it was likely concealing several more knives. Also, after exiting the carriage, Moro had specifically checked the interior that flying knife was still there. While the possibility of multiple conjured objects couldn't be ruled out, based on current information, it was unlikely the opponent's knives were conjured objects. This also eliminated the possibility of the conjured object having special abilities, temporarily removing the need to consider potential risks, such as triggering certain effects through inflicted wounds. From the analysis, though the situation leaned toward the more optimistic side. Being immersed in the deceitful antique trade not only provided Moro the opportunity to develop his deceptive shooting star ability but also taught him one crucial lesson. In conflicts of interest, any ideas or goals the opponent reveals through their words and actions are inevitably outcomes you don't want to see. So even if Moro couldn't extract more useful intel from the available information, he realized that continuing to wait would likely yield fewer benefits than risks. Given their current compatibility, he should be able to skip the foundational steps and successfully execute deceptive shooting star, right? He should be able to, right? Moro wasn't entirely confident either, but in such dire straits, there was no opportunity for verification. As his thoughts raced toward a decision, Moro first locked onto the pistol that had fallen closer to him on the ground. Then, channeling his current level of aura, he concentrated it into his right palm. A faint emerald glow emerged gently, like a sprouting seed. On the side of the transport vehicle, Zarzan's eyes flashed with shock. None, but he just opened his aura nodes. In an instant, Zarzan's alarm bells rang loudly, his shock replaced by killing intent. At that very moment, Moro successfully activated his deceptive shooting star ability. A marble-sized emerald nen bullet shot from his palm, streaking straight toward Zarzan's chest. Zarzan wasn't certain about Moro's specific ability. Seeing that the shooting star wasn't particularly fast, he sidestepped to evade it. At the same time, Moro picked up the pistol that had fallen to the ground, immediately took aim at Zarzan, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. 11 bullets flew toward Zarzan in succession. With icy eyes, Zarzan leaped sideways again, dodging the incoming bullets. P922, 12 rounds. After evading the bullets, Zarzan slightly raised his throwing knife and slowly advanced toward Moro while coldly stating, "You fired 11 shots just now, were you saving the last one hoping for a turnaround? But what I'm more curious about is..." At this point, the killing intent in Zarzan's eyes intensified. "You're quite familiar with firearms, and nen. So, who the hell are you?" Bang! Moro responded with the final bullet from his pistol. But at the same instant the gunshot rang out, Zarzan hurled his throwing knife. The bullet carrying scorching energy and the knife shrouded in aura passed each other midair, each heading toward its target. Expressionless, Zarzan was confident he could withstand a single bullet with his body, and equally certain his thrown knife would kill Moro. The situation had escalated far beyond expectations, and he no longer cared about explaining things to his superiors. With cold eyes, he watched the knife streak toward Moro's vitals while channeling his aura to block the bullet. Thud. But before he could see the knife pierce Moro's body, sudden pain erupted in his back. The following impact instantly blurred his consciousness, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The unexpected attack left Zarzan reeling as his awareness faded. Meanwhile, the tip of the aura-wreathed knife had already pierced Moro's skin, yet it couldn't advance another inch, dissolving into smoke-like wisps that dissipated into the air. With the dust settled, Moro lowered his gun arm. Even now, he couldn't determine the nature of Zarzan's Nen ability, but he was profoundly grateful that his opponent had been someone like Zarzan. Had he faced a Nen user with a different temperament, he might well have died a second time. 9. Level up. Even in late June, the wind blowing from the mountains carried a slight chill. Perhaps because of this, the skin pierced by the flying knife held a lingering coldness. Too close. If conditions had allowed, Moro wouldn't have put himself on a high-wire act. In the end, his strength was still too lacking. So much so that, at the critical moment, he had no choice but to stake everything as a bargaining chip. Moro looked down at Zarzan, sprawled on the ground. From the information he had gathered earlier, it was difficult to determine whether the flying knife was a conjured object. He could only base his judgment on the opponent's decisions, placing the observed outcome above the speculative process. Because he guessed correctly, he avoided taking damage from the flying knife. Among the 6 Nen types, conjuration was likely the one that demanded the most stability. Whether it was conjured objects, Nen beasts, or even clones, all required intense focus and sustained concentration to maintain their existence, let alone the excruciating pain inflicted when under attack. Thus, conjurer with deep understanding of Nen usually worked hard on this aspect. At the very least, they had to ensure that the pain from injuries wouldn't disrupt the form of their conjured objects. But this guy, cold, cautious. Yet when he realized that playing it safe wasn't working, he decisively changed tactics when attacked. His conjured flying knife instantly dissipated. If it had held for even half a second longer, Moro might not have died on the spot, but he would have at least suffered severe injuries. In that case, the opponent might still have had a chance to turn the tables. Through this battle, Moro gained a deeper understanding of the characteristics of the conjuration. Absorbing it as part of his experience, Moro stepped forward to where Zarzan lay. His right hand slowly gathered a mass of aura, aimed at Zarzan, who hadn't yet completely expired. Though his body had just opened its aura nodes, allowing him to use Nen abilities directly thanks to his unique traits, his innate aura output couldn't be improved in a short time. Thus, even after doubling the power of Deceptive Shooting Star, it still didn't kill Zarzan instantly. But it didn't matter much. Zarzan's consciousness wavered between haziness and clarity, yet he could sense the blade looming above his head. He was going to die. The thought flashed through his mind. Naturally, fear and unwillingness churned in his heart. He wanted to lift his head but lacked the strength. Even his eyelids, half raised, drooped weakly. "You monster," Zarzan murmured. Even now, he couldn't comprehend the phenomenon that had occurred with Moro. So, in the final countdown to death, he felt a sense that this was fate. If he hadn't taken this job, if there hadn't been a monster in the car who defied all logic, he wouldn't have. Thud. Moro fired a Nen bullet, piercing straight through Zarzan's skull. Zarzan's body jerked once, then went still. After killing Zarzan, Moro immediately sensed a change in his body. In that brief moment, his fatigue lessened slightly, and his vision seemed to sharpen a little. The most noticeable change was the increase in the aura output surrounding his body. It had actually grown slightly. Noticing this change, Moro instinctively looked at the back of his hand. At the very center of the tree rings tattoo, the level indicator, LV.1, had changed to LV.2. Etude of Love. Seeing the level up and feeling the physical changes, a glint flashed in Moro's eyes, followed by overwhelming joy. Though he didn't understand how Morina's Etude of Love had extended to him or why it had fused with his tree rings tattoo, the obvious improvement at this moment was enough to excite and delight him. He had to kill Phaeton within a year. Even with an extra half-year of Nen cultivation experience, accomplishing such a feat was far from easy. Setting aside Nen abilities, Phaeton's mobility, swordsmanship, and combat skills, all developed from his mastery of martial arts, were already gaps Moro couldn't bridge in just a year. Not to mention the combat experience built upon countless killings, as well as the total aura output and potential aura, both crucial in Nen combat. Looking further, physical stamina, body strength, reaction speed, explosive thinking. There were too many factors. All these elements, deeply tied to overall combat strength, required time to accumulate. And because of the death threshold, time was precisely what Moro lacked the most. For him, 1 year was far too short. So short that no matter how hard he trained, he might never catch up to Phaeton's over a decade of aura output and physical strength. But now, with the Etude of Love fused with his tree rings tattoo, his efficiency in improving his strength could be greatly accelerated. This made up for what he lacked most at the moment. Moro couldn't help but smile. To the piglet sitting near the door of the train car, however, his reaction carried a different meaning. Of course, Moro paid them no mind. Calming his excitement, he turned his gaze to the middle-aged man impaled by the iron rod on the ground nearby. The rod he had thrown earlier hadn't struck a vital spot, so the man still clung to life. But it wouldn't be long before he bled to death. Moro walked over and looked down at the man's face, his eyes naturally turning cold. Morina's Etude of Love granted 1 level per kill. Each level increased both aura output and potential aura. Once surpassing level 20, one could easily awaken an ability tailored to their needs. Judging by the ability's effects, the maximum level of Etude of Love was 100. If Moro reached max level, he could also grant others the Kill to Level Up ability. However, whether his version of the ability functioned exactly like Marina's remained unknown. For now, Moro cared more about leveling up. Awakening a second ability was secondary. The most important thing was the increase in aura output and potential aura. With that in mind, Moro reached out and gripped the man's neck, applying slight pressure. Crack. The man's head tilted to the side, dead on the spot. Moro stood up and checked the back of his hand. LV.2, no level up? His expression shifted slightly. Drawing from experience, he quickly realized the issue. Did he have to kill an user to level up? Moro felt a pang of disappointment but quickly let it go. If simply killing ordinary people could level him up, he would have to consider the potential unknown risks of limitation. Only by killing users could he level up. At least that gave him some peace of mind. However, small details could reveal broader truths. Perhaps as his level increased, the difficulty of leveling up would rise accordingly. By the way, looking at the middle-aged man's corpse, Moro suddenly thought of a method. What if I forcibly gave an ordinary person an awakening? Wouldn't that turn them into an user? I can just find some wanted criminal or scumbag to test it on. Suddenly, a noise came from the hillside path behind him. Alerted, Moro swiftly shifted into combat stance and turned toward the sound. Amidst the thickets and grass, a slender figure came into view. Moro raised an eyebrow. 10. Encounter X parting. Emerging from the thicket was a woman clad in a black form-fitting dress. Her skin was dark, her figure slender and delicate, yet her upper body was voluptuous and alluring, exuding a faintly bewitching aura. Dressed like this while traversing a remote mountain forest was already unusual in itself. But since she was also a user, it wasn't all that strange. Moro tensed as he looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared, his aura surging in response. However, the moment he took in her attire and the face framed by a broad forehead, with large vertical pupils, his tension eased slightly. He recognized her identity. Jel, the snake of the Hunter Association's Zodiac 12. Moro guessed she must have been drawn here by the gunshots. Jel stood on the hillside, arms crossed, calmly scrutinizing Moro. Their gazes met in midair, hers assessing, his a mix of surprise and wariness. Strangely enough, Moro's nakedness, in this situation, seemed the least noteworthy detail. Jel's eyes flickered briefly over the aura swirling around Moro's body, which had noticeably relaxed compared to before. But the shift from tension to relaxation had been too abrupt, unnaturally so. Her gaze then shifted to the open doors of the transport truck and the two corpses on the ground before returning to Moro. Do you consider me less of a threat than the one lying there? She asked coolly, pointing meaningfully at Zarzan's lifeless body with her index finger. Quite the opposite. Though Moro remained guarded, his sense of imminent danger had faded somewhat. He had initially assumed Jel had been drawn by the gunfire, but now it seemed she had arrived even earlier. The noise she made when appearing must have been deliberate. If you meant me harm, you wouldn't have gone out of your way to alert me with that sound. Moro looked up calmly at Jel on the hillside. Even so, he still prepared himself for a potential fight, just in case. He knew he stood no chance against one of the Zodiac 12, but he wouldn't go down without resistance. Even if it meant dying, he'd make sure to leave a mark. Hearing Moro's response, Jel subtly glanced at his aura-wreathed right hand. Her expression remained indifferent, and she said nothing more before leaping gracefully down the slope onto the mountain path. Without a word, she walked toward the transport truck. This naturally brought her closer to Moro. Having already positioned himself as the underdog, Moro couldn't help but feel pressure as Jel approached. As a transmigrator, his impression of the Hunter Association wasn't so lofty as to view them as righteous problem solvers. But aside from certain individuals, he didn't believe the Zodiac 12 were the type to kill indiscriminately. Still, not everyone was as straightforward as Gon. It was no surprise, then, that Moro felt the weight of her presence. Jel seemed to sense the shift in his emotions and slowed her steps, no longer pressing into his psychological space. She had only exerted slight pressure because she noticed his insincerity. But treating a rookie who was most likely not a criminal this way still felt a bit excessive upon reflection. Jel shook her head slightly and turned her gaze toward the transport truck. From her angle, she could already see the rows of cages inside the compartment and the naked children imprisoned within. Naked, this particular detail. At this thought, Jel couldn't help but glance at Moro's body, which more or less confirmed his role in this matter. Moro showed no reaction to Jel's glance. It wasn't because he had some exhibitionist tendencies, but simply because he didn't think such a trivial matter was worth stirring his emotions. However, Jel's earlier glance and her utterly indifferent expression inadvertently reminded Moro of something. Back when Marina had bought him and he woke up on the airship, Marina had also looked over his body in the same way. You're lucky you survived that chaos without losing any limbs, so I spent money to buy you. Marina's expression at the time had been identical to Jel's now. The only difference was that Marina had done something that made Moro deeply uncomfortable back then. She had casually grabbed his most vulnerable part and said in a completely emotionless tone, If you were a woman, I'd probably be more satisfied. Her tone and actions had made it seem like she might twist it off at any moment. That had been Moro's first encounter with Morina. In Moro's eyes, that woman never hid the scar that stretched across most of her face. Perhaps because of that, she also never seemed to conceal some of her peculiar thoughts in front of him and Dogman. But even after nearly a year together, Moro still hadn't figured out what kind of person Morina truly was. Maybe it was also because, from the very beginning, he had already unilaterally labeled Morina as a sociopath. You really do trust me quite a bit, came Gel's calm voice by his ear. Moro's heart tightened, and as his expression shifted slightly, he couldn't help but reflect on his earlier amateurish mistake. Seeing the flicker of frustration in Moro's eyes, Gel suddenly felt a faint spark of interest. From their brief interaction, she could tell Moro was someone with exceptionally high self-discipline. And people like that, once they crossed the threshold of Nen, would undoubtedly develop formidable abilities in the future. If she hadn't been so indifferent toward the double-star hunter title, she might have been willing to invest some time and effort in Moro. Gel. Pro Hunter, she said, her gaze fixed directly on Moro as she introduced herself first. Pleasure. You can call me Moro, he replied, giving his name in turn. Gel gave a slight nod. Tell me what happened. I might be able to help. Moro hesitated briefly but soon recounted the entire incident. However, he made no mention of the mental hospital the transport truck was headed to. In this matter, his role was merely that of a piglet who hadn't yet been delivered to the slaughterhouse. Saying and doing as little as possible was the wisest approach. After hearing Moro's account, Gel roughly understood the situation and immediately categorized it as human trafficking. At the same time, she showed no curiosity or further questions about Moro's knowledge of Nen, nor did she pay any mind to his finishing blow against the middle-aged man. She came to this area solely to collect venom from a newly catalogued species of venomous snake. Running into this situation was nothing more than a trivial accident. If she could do a good deed in passing, she was certainly willing. But getting entangled in it? No, thank you. Gel's indifferent attitude was exactly what Moro wanted to see. Sis Gel, they are in your hands now. Seeing that Gel was willing to help settle the piglets in the truck, Moro felt considerably relieved. With the changes he had initiated, these piglets might actually have a chance at a decent life in the future. Gel gave a slight nod. For her, this was just a phone call away, hardly any trouble at all. Moro smiled faintly, then, under Gel's watchful gaze, proceeded to strip the two corpses of their barely suitable clothes. He also searched Zarzan and the others' wallets, took out the cash, and didn't forget to pocket the handgun. Throughout the entire process, Gel neither questioned nor interfered, simply observing from the side. After securing the gun, Moro prepared to leave. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to Gel solemnly. Without her, he would likely be racking his brains over how to handle the piglets in the truck. At his words, Gel tilted her chin slightly upward. Taking the hint, Moro turned and walked away. As he left, however, he couldn't help but glance in the direction the truck had originally been heading. At this very moment, were Morina and Dogman already at the mental hospital? Moro didn't know. Now standing at the crossroads of fate with memories of the future, he had no intention of retreading the old path. Though their paths had yet to cross, this was farewell. Morina. The thought crossed Moro's mind as he resolutely set off in the opposite direction. Behind him, Gel watched Moro leave until he was completely out of sight, then took out her phone to make a call and arrange for the piglet settlement. The call was brief. As she stood by the truck, Gel suddenly noticed the surveillance camera installed in the open cab. Thinking it would pass the time, she climbed into the cab and, after a few adjustments, began replaying the recorded footage. Moments later, watching the playback of the events inside the truck, Gel's serpentine pupils slowly constricted, reflecting an expression of utter disbelief. 11. Destination. The mountain path twisted and turned. Moro had been walking for about an hour without encountering a single person. He glanced up at the sky. There were still 2 or 3 hours before sunset. Time-wise, it was barely sufficient. But it would be best to leave this sparsely populated area before nightfall. In this world, undeveloped wilderness areas were often filled with deadly threats. Most of these threats came from various bizarre creatures capable of easily killing humans. In such regions, even a Nen user could lose their life in the depths of remote mountains without specialized knowledge. Since his transmigration, Moro had mostly immersed himself in human society, where opportunities abounded, rarely venturing into the wild. He hadn't even visited natural scenic spots already developed by humans. But that didn't stop him from maintaining a sense of reverence toward such places. After a brief rest of a few minutes, Moro continued descending along the mountain path, pondering his next steps as he walked. First, he needed to resolve his identity issue. From the moment he was locked inside the transport vehicle's cage, a death certificate had been forcibly issued for him. Thus, all records of his identity in the database had vanished along with that death certificate. Back then, Morina had helped him secure a new identity. Now, he had to figure it out himself. But it shouldn't be too difficult. Having spent over half a year in York New City, he knew many things could be solved with money. 600,000 Jenny. I wonder if that's enough. The money he'd taken from the 2 corpses wasn't much, but for Moro now, it was crucial. Even if it wasn't enough to buy an ID, Moro could use it as seed money to turn a profit however possible. Lightly patting his bulging pocket, Moro gazed into the distance, where faint trails of cooking smoke were barely visible. Securing an identity was the top priority at the moment. After all, high-speed transportation like airships required identification. For Moro now, time was life. So he had to ensure not a single second was wasted. Once the identity issue was resolved, he had 2 destinations in mind. One was Heaven's Arena, where he could earn prize money and make up for his lack of combat experience. On the path to becoming a floor master, he was likely to encounter malicious competitors. Most of these competitors were NEN users looking to exploit newcomers for victory points. Driven by status and money, they had no morals or humanity, and ruthless tactics were commonplace. If Moro encountered them, he wouldn't hold back. After all, each NEN user represented a level up, extremely important to him. The other destination was York New City. Moro was familiar with the place. With some seed money, he could turn a profit quickly and solve his financial problems. Of course, the more important goal was to spend money on antiques or handmade artworks infused with aura. He wanted to see if tree rings could continue gathering energy. But even if it could, compared to that lengthy process, Moro would still prioritize leveling up and growing stronger. 2 destinations. No matter which path is chosen, the final destination remains the same. That is, to kill Phaeton within a year. Moro pondered, finding it difficult to make a choice for the moment, then considered another crucial matter. The intelligence network. The prerequisite for killing Phaeton was being able to find him. According to the original storyline, in its early days, the Phantom Troop committed all manner of atrocities to establish their reputation and instill fear. Various shocking crimes were attributed to them. This ruthless and brutal approach quickly earned them notoriety as a Class A criminal organization, granting them considerable deterrence. Soon after, the fact that the Phantom Troop originated from Meteor City became widely known. The fear and apprehension people felt toward the Phantom Troop gradually extended to Meteor City itself. This was precisely one of Krollo's motivations for founding the Phantom Troop. To make the world fear and dread the Phantom Troop, thereby projecting that perception onto Meteor City, creating a protective shield around it. The Phantom Troop was dedicated to this cause. But beyond that, there was one more thing the Phantom Troop had to accomplish. That was to avenge their childhood friend Sarasa. Under Krollo's leadership, the Phantom Troop waded through rivers of blood until, 6 years ago, they finally killed the perpetrator responsible for Sarasa's brutal murder. After that, the troop's frenzied activities began to subside somewhat. They no longer committed crimes or killed as frequently, and the frequency of their group actions visibly declined. Eventually, the Phantom Troop didn't even gather for 3 whole years. The disbanded members, scattered and acting independently, became as elusive as stones dropped into the ocean. Given this, Moro had no choice but to consider the importance of an intelligence network. Otherwise, even if he developed the strength to kill Phaeton, it would all be for nothing if he couldn't find him. As Moro's thoughts deepened, he inevitably recalled that rain-soaked night filled with murderous intent. Why had the Phantom Troop targeted him? He didn't know. Now that he had chosen a different path, he couldn't be sure whether Krollo and the others would still go to York New a year later. He would keep that piece of intelligence as a fallback. If conditions allowed, Moro naturally preferred a one-on-one confrontation with Phaeton. So an intelligence network was essential. It would help him locate Phaeton when he was acting alone. And in the world of hunters, intelligence was an extremely expensive commodity. Let's go to York New. Recognizing the importance of an intelligence network, Moro finally decided to head to York New first. He would scavenge for opportunities to quickly amass a fortune. Moreover, after establishing himself in York New in the past, he had heard rumors about people stumbling upon incredible finds or setting up schemes to swindle priceless treasures from collectors. Moro could leverage these future insights to intercept some invaluable artifacts. This way, he could rapidly accumulate funds for his intelligence network while also testing the current functionality of tree rings. Half a month later, York New City, Rat Alley in the sewer district. The slightly damp alley wasn't littered with much trash, yet the air still carried an unpleasant odor. Late at night, deep in the alleyway, a few dim yellow lights provided just enough illumination to see. Moro stood at a T-junction, holding a briefcase. Tap tap. Footsteps echoed from the shadows. A masked man, dressed head to toe in concealing clothing, slowly emerged from the dim light, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings with an air of furtiveness. Upon spotting Moro, the masked man's wary gaze quickly swept over the suitcase in his hand before he cautiously approached. Standing before Moro, the man untied a long, cloth-wrapped object from his back and handed it over. "You can inspect the goods, but I get the money first." His voice was hoarse. After a pause, he added, "I'll only wait 1 minute." "Fine." Moro tossed the suitcase at the man's feet and took the wrapped object. Pulling away the black cloth, he revealed a red and white samurai sword wreathed in aura. Seeing the smoke-like aura emanating from the blade, Moro nodded in satisfaction. He had arrived in York New a week ago, only to find that resolving his ID issue was far more troublesome than expected. So, he temporarily set aside the identity problem and turned to scavenging the flea markets for hidden treasures. In less than a week, he had earned over 20 million jenny. Yet instead of using the money to settle his ID, he immediately sought out the masked man to purchase this high-value and illicitly obtained katana. If he could flip it smoothly, he stood to make billions of jenny in one go. 12. Undercurrents. Nen is an ability that anyone can master, lying dormant within every individual. Yet most of the world remains oblivious to its existence. Even so, some who have dedicated themselves to their craft and achieved brilliance can unknowingly manifest Nen abilities. It seems to be an embodiment of extreme concentration, or perhaps the infusion of intense emotion into one's mastery. Thus, any handcrafted object holds the potential to be imbued with its creator's aura. Moro collectively refers to such items as Nen-imbued objects. The residual aura left behind is often faint, so faint that Gyo is usually required to perceive it clearly. But remarkably, despite being so faint, this aura withstands the erosion of time, persisting for centuries or even millennia. Even if the one who released the aura has long been erased by time, even if the vessel has decayed beyond recognition, it remains. They are like the natural enemies of time, a thought both awe-inspiring and humbling. Moro ran his fingers along the scabbard of the samurai sword. Senro, that was the name of this blade. Among the Nen-imbued objects he had encountered, Senro's aura ranked within the top 3 in intensity. Even without Gyo, the undulating aura was plainly visible. Had he not learned of Senro's origins from a fellow trader before his rebirth, he would never have been able to secure this opportunity at such a bargain price. If he recalled correctly, Senro's final transaction had reached a staggering 1.26 billion jenny. Had it not been tied to a murder case, making it far more difficult to sell, it could have fetched an even higher price. Moro didn't immediately attempt to absorb the aura, instead rewrapping Senro in black cloth. The masked man roughly verified the authenticity of the cash before snapping the briefcase shut without counting it, his gaze shifting to Moro. Everything good? He held the briefcase, his eyes scanning the surroundings from the corners as he spoke, his other hand hidden behind his back. Moro noted the masked man's behavior but paid it no mind. Given Senro's murky legal history, the man's paranoia was understandable. Moro gave a slight nod to confirm. All right. The masked man backed away slowly, never taking his eyes off Moro, then turned sharply into a nearby alley. Moro watched as the sound of hurried footsteps faded into the distance, no doubt the man sprinting away, wary of any sudden trouble. To Moro, the masked man's furtive movements and jumpy reactions were nothing out of the ordinary. That was just the nature of York New City. Opportunities abounded, but so did the malice of mankind. The footsteps soon vanished entirely. Moro carried Senro and left in the opposite direction. Back at his hotel, Moro unwrapped the black cloth covering Senro. The scabbard bore intertwining red and white stripes. The hilt and guard were a pale, weathered gray, etched with the passage of time. He pushed the guard upward with his thumb. As the blade slid free, a mist-like aura surged from it, dispersing and flowing across every inch of the metal. The blade was clear and bright, reflecting Moro's face. Yet this was an unsharpened katana. Moro admired the craftsmanship as a miscellaneous appraiser before slowly sheathing it once more. Unsharpened, unbloodied, and yet, it carried an aura so palpable it was impossible to ignore. It's hard to imagine the intensity of emotion poured into forging this blade by its creator. Moro gazed at the sheathed Senro, then willed himself to absorb the aura clinging to it. Instantly, visible streams of aura surged toward Moro's right hand. Within seconds, all the aura had been absorbed by the tree rings. Looking down at his sword-holding hand, Moro saw the green energy bar in the second circle growth ring had increased slightly. Judging by the length, it was about 34% full. Previously, absorbing this much energy would have required 5 or 6 Nen-imbued objects. This proved Senro's aura intensity was exceptional, worth intercepting after all. The tree ring's absorption function still works, but... Moro released Senro and raised his hand before his face, his eyes thoughtful. When the first ring had fully charged, it granted him temporary escape from death, returning him to the starting point while implanting relevant information in his consciousness. But that information only concerned the first ring, revealing nothing about the others. Only now, after absorbing Senro's aura, could he confirm the absorption function remained intact. Thus, he couldn't be certain. Would a fully charged second ring grant him another death rewind? Moro lowered his hand with a slight shake of his head. Compared to the still unknown nature of the ring's charge, other objectives took higher priority. Still, if he could successfully sell Senro, he could both accumulate funds and continuously gather various Nen-imbued objects. This would naturally accelerate the ring's charge efficiency. With this in mind, Moro began considering how to sell Senro. Currently, he only knew Senro was involved in a murder case and, after disappearing for some time, suddenly fetched a staggering 1.2 billion jenny at auction. The turbulence behind this process remained unknown to him. One certainty was that selling it would involve risks. Moro understood this but wouldn't be overly cautious. Fortune favors the bold, the timid starve. Substantial rewards demanded equivalent risks. Having worked in antiques for over half a year, he knew this principle well. Moro suddenly looked up toward the door. Simultaneously, outside in the hallway, 2 burly men crept along the wall. Moving silently, they positioned themselves on either side of the door, exchanged glances, then focused on the entrance. In a brightly lit kitchen, Under concentrated lighting, a naked boy lay on a counter. Beside him stood a handsome man in a white suit. Holding a scalpel, the man carefully sliced open the boy's chest. As skin and blood vessels split, pressurized blood sprayed onto the suited man. Instantly, crimson stained the white suit, a glaring contrast. Had Morrow been present, he might have recognized the boy on the counter as one of the piglets confined with him in the transport truck's cage. The suited man paused abruptly. How many remain unrecovered? 1. From a group of onlookers nearby, someone answered respectfully. The suited man looked up. Number 11. Yes. The responder bowed slightly, demeanor deferential. The man in the suit narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, if you can't retrieve it, you'd better kill yourself. Understood. The man responded calmly, as if unconcerned about his own life. Hotel room. A corpse lay on the floor beside the door. Across the room, another burly man, still alive, sat slumped near the sofa, bloodied and gasping. Morrow crouched beside him, idly twirling the pistol he had just confiscated. Bloodhound, came running as soon as you caught the scent. After a pause, a cold glint flashed in Morrow's eyes. Perfect. There's something I need your help with. Hearing the icy tone in Morrow's voice, the man's eyes widened in terror. 13. Risk. Forcing an awakening on the burly man, then killing him to verify if it could rapidly increase his level. This was precisely why Morrow had deliberately kept one alive. However, Morrow had never attempted forced awakening before, and it was unlikely he could do so with a peaceful state of mind to open the burly man's aura nodes. As a result, tainted by a hint of malice, the burly man would likely endure both mental and physical agony during the forced awakening. But why would Morrow care about the burly man's human rights? He stuffed a towel into the man's mouth, then channeled his aura, forcibly injecting it into the burly man's body. Instantly, the violent aura rampaged through the man's system. While forcefully opening his aura nodes, it also inflicted excruciating pain. MMMGH. The man's face twisted in agony. His body arched and convulsed, curled in on itself like a shrimp in boiling water. Morrow watched in silence. Once the man's aura output peaked, he reached out and snapped his neck. The room fell silent. Morrow stood up and immediately checked the level on the back of his hand. Though, in truth, there was no need to look. The moment he killed the burly man, his aura output level remained completely unchanged. Seems it doesn't work. The level hadn't increased. Morrow sighed lightly, though he wasn't overly disappointed. If he could level up rapidly this way, he likely wouldn't have gained any meaningful feedback. This was simply a very realistic outcome. Morrow lowered his hand, deep in thought. Killing a target after forcing their Nen awakening didn't meet the level up condition. Meaning, the targets that could satisfy the condition had to be Nen users with comparable cultivation. Or perhaps Nen users who had already developed their abilities. If that were the case, would killing a powerful Nen user allow him to level up significantly at once? But conversely, the further he progressed, the stricter the level up conditions would likely become. When the time is right, I'll head to Heaven's Arena. Morrow dismissed his thoughts and glanced at the two corpses in the room. He had considered that the deal with Senro might attract some opportunistic hounds, but he hadn't expected them to come so quickly, and so brazenly. Now that he thought about it carefully, in his past life, the reason he had been able to secure a piece of the pie so quickly in York New City was largely due to Morina's backing. Now, entering York New City alone, he naturally appeared as an easy target in the eyes of some predators. Morrow holstered his gun, then proceeded to twist and snap the limbs of both corpses, deliberately creating a gruesome scene. Once done, he dialed a number and paid for 2 cleaners to handle the mess. This was another specialty of York New City. As long as you could afford it, you could hire someone to dispose of the bodies. After paying, Morrow left the room with Senro, leaving the cleaners to their work. It was predictable that once the cleaners removed the corpses, they would also spread word of the outcome, and the horrific state of the bodies would serve as an invisible deterrent. This was exactly what Morrow wanted. At the very least, it would discourage petty opportunists and save him some trouble. However, the 2 burly men's direct assault had only reinforced Morrow's desire to offload Senro as soon as possible. After all, it was a profit margin of over $1 billion. Enough to blind a bunch of overconfident fools. Morrow had no intention of dealing with such matters daily. It would interfere with his training during his free time. Night fell. The bustling side of York New City was on full display. Skyscrapers stood tall, their lights intertwining like a dragon. The streets were packed with traffic, resembling an inverted Milky Way. Morrow avoided the lights, slipping into the shadows as he navigated the labyrinthine alleys. The underworld in York New City was unlike the norm. Whether it was crime or numerous gray industries, everything was brazenly out in the open. Dressed in suits, they had no fear of the spotlight shining on them. This city was the absolute domain of the underworld. But there were still some who preferred to conduct their business in the darkness below. Morrow naturally couldn't just toss Senro into the major auction houses, so he sought out a middleman who specialized in underground dealings. 1.25 billion. No problem. I can find you a buyer and guarantee no complications, but I'll take a 15% cut. In a dimly lit basement, the middleman, puffing on a pipe, laid out his terms before tapping the table lightly with it, his eyes fixed on Morrow's reaction. The artifact Senro was tied to a well-connected wealthy collector. About a month ago, the collector had been found dead in his home, along with the elite security personnel he had hired. None had survived, and not a single one of the collector's prized artifacts remained. It was a classic case of robbery and murder, and the legendary sword Senro had been one of the collector's treasures. Somehow, though, it had recently resurfaced in York New City. Even more astonishing was that the seller turned out to be an unknown petty thief, and the buyer was just some outsider kid. Even after personally verifying the details, the middleman still found it somewhat absurd. But it didn't matter, business was business, and he was determined to take a hefty bite out of this opportunity. Morrow readily agreed to the middleman's terms. Fine, but I have one condition. Oh. The middleman raised an eyebrow, surprised by Morrow's straightforwardness. Go on. Advance me 800 million. Morrow met the middleman's gaze. The middleman chuckled, thinking Morrow was being overly optimistic. But his amusement didn't last long. Morrow continued, under this condition, no matter what price you negotiate, I'll only take 200 million as the final payment. The middleman's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he studied Morrow's calm, steady eyes. Earning 1 billion with minimal risk by investing just 20 million, you're making out like a bandit. You're quite well informed. Unfazed by the mention of the 20 million, Morrow pressed, so, what's your answer? I'm a businessman, why would I turn down more profit? The middleman narrowed his eyes. Had he not sensed that Morrow wasn't as harmless as he appeared, he would never have agreed to such terms. After all, as a middleman, there were plenty of ways to manipulate the deal between buyer and seller. But this worked out fine. He was confident he could sell Senro for an even higher price, and any extra profit would be his to keep. Soon, the deal was done. Morrow received the 800 million on the spot, though he never actually intended to collect the remaining 200 million. The middleman had handled too many shady deals to not see through Morrow's intentions, which was why he agreed so readily. By the way, if I may ask, where do you usually get your information from? As they were parting ways, Morrow couldn't help but feel curious about the middleman's sources. The middleman chuckled and handed Morrow a business card. I've heard that with a Hunter license, you can buy any information on the Hunter website. Of course, we don't have a license, but we still have decent channels. Thanks. Morrow took the card and left. The middleman didn't bother watching Morrow's retreating figure. Instead, he caressed Senro lovingly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This deal alone would earn him at least 600 million. As for the risks involved, if he didn't have the skills, he wouldn't have taken the job in the first place. A week later, the middleman arrived with his men to meet a client willing to pay 1.5 billion for Senro. The buyer was a man with half his face scarred by burns. Before the middleman and his men even approached, several briefcases had already been placed on the table. Glancing at them, the middleman naturally assumed they were filled with cash. With a wave of his hand, one of his subordinates stepped forward and handed Senro to the man. The man took the katana, but his brows immediately furrowed. The aura on the blade was gone. Across the table, the middleman opened one of the briefcases, only to find it completely empty. Huh! In an instant, his expression darkened, and he swiftly drew his pistol. Thud! Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through his chest from behind. GHK. His body stiffened as he stared in shock at the bloodied tip protruding from his chest. With great effort, he turned his head, trying to see where the blade had come from. What he saw next defied all logic. From his own shadow, a figure wrapped in a headscarf and mask emerged, but only the upper half of their body was visible. The rest seemed to meld seamlessly into the darkness. The katana that had impaled him was gripped tightly in their hand. That attire. The middleman realized something just before darkness swallowed his consciousness. 14. Control. Emerging from the shadows, this was clearly an emission ability with spatial properties. However, the middleman knew nothing of Nin, so until his dying breath, he never understood how his opponent had accomplished this. Only in his final moments did his limited experience allow him to recognize the man's origin through his attire. A ninja. Yet something felt off, a sense of dissonance. A ninja wielding a samurai sword? The middleman's confusion was buried along with his death in the darkness. Seeing their boss suddenly killed, his underlings froze for a moment before drawing their guns in fury. But against a Nen user, even armed with pistols, they stood no chance of avenging their leader. Minutes later, the slaughter ended. Over a dozen corpses littered the ground, scattered with spent bullet casings. From start to finish, the scarred man remained seated, coldly watching his subordinates exterminate every person the middleman had brought. Throughout, bullets had struck his body, only to be deflected by his enhancement defense. Amid the sea of corpses, the heavily concealed ninja flicked his wrist, shaking the blood off his blade. He glanced at Senro in the scarred man's hand and asked, "Leader, the Nen intent on Senro has vanished. Does that mean?" "Yes." As if anticipating the question, the scarred man cut him off. "Without Nen intent, we can't use it for spirit summoning. However." Here, he paused, recalling the Onmyoji who possessed the power of spirit communication. Even knowing the man's abilities were unfathomably mysterious, one couldn't make bricks without straw. The prerequisite for spirit summoning was Nen intent attached to an object. Without it, there was no starting point. The scarred man shook his head, rising with Senro in hand as he stepped over the corpses. No need for concern. The keys we can find aren't limited to just this one. Stopping before the ninja, his gaze was as unyielding as stone. Under that stare, the ninja lowered his head in shame. I've shown weakness. The scarred man slowly withdrew his gaze before turning it back to Senro. His original plan had been to take the blade back to their homeland, but he couldn't help but wonder how its Nen intent had dissipated. It would be best to uncover the truth. Perhaps there was still a way to restore the Nen intent. Failing that, if they could obtain the method to dispel it, they could use it to weaken the ninjas of the Cloud Shadow style. And then there was Japan's still missing national treasure, the Dream Scroll. That damned inheritance mechanism had kept it out of their reach. If so, perhaps they could destroy it in the future. But first, they needed to understand how the Nen intent had vanished. Liu Yuan. His thoughts returning, the scarred man suddenly turned to his subordinate. Liu Yuan immediately met his leader's gaze. The scarred man spoke gravely, "You won't be returning home. I have a task for you." At this, fervor flashed in Liu Yuan's eyes. Missions were his life, his irreplaceable purpose. A case of home invasion, murder, and robbery had brought the wealthy man's many collections to light, gradually filtering into the market. The legendary sword Senro was merely one of them. To say it was special, aside from the conspicuous aura clinging to it, the next notable aspect was the inherent risk that came with Senro passing through one's hands. Moro remembered it clearly. The colleague who had mentioned Senro to him had said it might carry some kind of curse. When bringing it up, the colleague's tone had been half-joking, or perhaps envious of the exorbitant selling price. Now, Moro largely agreed with that assessment. Except it wasn't a curse, but rather the risk intrinsic to Senro itself. Moro had been mentally prepared from the start. But the reason he wanted to offload Senro as quickly as possible was to avoid becoming a target. For that, he didn't mind reduced profits even if the price were slashed in half, he'd agree. Ironically, this attitude of his shifted the risk onto the middleman instead. Such a shame. Upon hearing that the middleman had fallen victim to a double cross, Moro silently mourned. He'd planned to entrust future acquisitions to the middleman, but life was unpredictable. Still, in this world, or at least within the business sphere of York New City, double-crossing wasn't exactly rare. Before learning Nen, Moro had nearly died in one such betrayal. It was only after mastering Nen that such incidents became less frequent. Experiences like these not only deepened Moro's understanding of this world but also made it clear that Nen was an indispensable asset for survival here. After mourning the middleman, Moro resumed his daily training. With his ability to level up as a safety net, he focused on reinforcing his foundations. The top priority was mastering Hatsu. This directly correlated with the overall effectiveness of his Nen. Deceptive Shooting Star. Moro raised his palm, bright aura gathering within it before condensing into a glowing green Nen bullet the size of a shot put. A trail cut through the air. At its end, an upright target shattered into pieces. Moro exhaled slowly as he watched the fragments scatter. Too slow. Power and speed still can't coexist. Maybe once Hatsu reaches a higher level, it'll improve. For now, better to solidify the basics. Once that's done, I can consider learning in. During his break, Moro pondered his next steps in training. Deceptive Shooting Star wasn't purely an offensive ability, it had a degree of mechanics to it. Theoretically, the essence of the shooting star leaned more toward mechanics. As its name suggested, it carried an element of deception. So rather than obsessing over power, it'd be better to refine its application. For instance, by increasing the stable, controllable number of shooting stars while maintaining speed, then using in to conceal their trajectories. But these ideas were still far beyond Moro's current reach. Yet with a sword hanging over his head, he had no choice but to dedicate himself more earnestly to this path. After the break, Moro resumed training. Without a solid foundation, mastering advanced Nen techniques in a short time was nearly impossible. Still, there was one ability he absolutely had to grasp in terms of application. With a thought, Moro extended his palm and fired a shooting star into the air ahead, setting a 1-second delay before detonation. Then, without looking at the trajectory of the shooting star, he immediately closed his eyes. Midair, the fluorescent green shooting star reached the limit of its range and, like a stretched rubber band snapping back, shot back toward Moro at an even faster speed. At this moment, Moro kept his eyes shut, the shooting star aimed straight at his face. Just as the shooting star was about to hit his face, Moro, relying on his keen sense of timing for the shooting star, suddenly tilted his head to the side. Whoosh! The shooting star grazed past his eyelashes. Moro slowly opened his eyes. Without seeing the shooting star, he could still accurately grasp its trajectory. This was one of his training directions. In the end, would it be based on instinct or timing? Either way was fine, as long as he could reduce the error rate to an extremely low level. By then, this skill would become a crucial part of his tactics. 15. Movements. A Nen user's combat strength depends on multiple factors. If total aura output and potential aura represent the hardware, then a well-developed Nen ability tactical system serves as the software. Both are indispensable. Normally, hardware like potential aura requires time to accumulate, there are almost no shortcuts. But after Moro's death rewind, this aspect of improvement became the least of his concerns. Otherwise, he would have simply laid back and enjoyed his final year of life. Now that he could see an opportunity, he would spare no effort. Practice after practice. Some attempts succeeded, others failed. When his enhanced shooting star struck his body, proper defenses prevented swelling or bleeding, but pain was unavoidable. Yet if this was the necessary path to his goal, Morrow wouldn't hesitate for a second. He would resolutely take the next step. He only stopped when completely exhausted, collapsing onto his back on the ground. During the break, Morrow contemplated his next moves. Starting with small-scale treasure hunting to gather initial funds, he then used that capital to intercept the legendary sword Senro, turning a small investment into 800 million jenny. Over this period, he reinvested that money to sweep up several high-value items from his memories. Some were easy to liquidate even at slightly lower profits. He prioritized quick sales. The harder-to-sell treasures had to be stored in bank vaults at exorbitant fees. After all this, excluding the few rare pieces still in the vaults, Morrow now held 3.6 billion jenny in liquid funds. And he had achieved this in less than a month. If he had slowed his pace, Morrow could have focused entirely on the upcoming York New auction in 2 months. First, aggressively collecting undervalued treasures, then offloading them all at the September auction. The profits then would have been measured in tens of billions. But Morrow dismissed the idea. Money was undoubtedly useful. Yet for him now, having enough was sufficient. His fundamental goal remained strengthening his power. Earning through antique and collectible arbitrage primarily served to charge the tree rings. Morrow raised his right hand, examining the tree rings on his knuckles. Recently, he had absorbed aura from 12 nin-imbued objects, but the charging progress barely reached 8%. A full dozen nin objects provided less energy than Senro alone. This made Morrow realize a problem. The second circle growth ring's charging difficulty had noticeably increased. Senro's single contribution of roughly 4% was only due to its unusually dense aura. No need to force it. Muttering to himself, he lowered his hand and closed his eyes. 30 minutes later, mostly recovered, Morrow got up, tidied up briefly, and donned a cap, sunglasses, and a mask. Fully concealed, he left the private training range and returned to downtown York New under nightfall. When selling Senro, the late middleman boss had provided a business card linked to an intelligence network. Now that Morrow had resolved his identity issues and properly taxed all subsequent earnings, his clean funds and legally recognized identity streamlined high-value transactions like intelligence purchases, cutting out unnecessary complications. Morrow dialed the number on the business card to contact an information broker named Argo. As soon as the call connected, before Morrow could speak, a mechanized synthetic voice came through. 164 Old Town Street. The moment the words ended, the call abruptly disconnected. Unfazed, Morrow put away his phone and headed to the address provided by the synthetic voice. Old Town Street in York New City was located on the outskirts. If one were to compare Old Town Street to the city center, the contrast between the upper class and the underbelly would be starkly apparent. Most residents of Old Town Street were struggling at the fringes of society, burdened by the hardships of daily life. In such places, drunkards, gamblers, and even drug addicts were a common sight. The environment was predictably filthy, chaotic, and cramped. Looking up, the sky was fragmented by a tangled web of electrical wires. Looking down, the ground was littered with sewage and garbage. As Morrow entered Old Town Street, he vaguely recalled Gotham's Narrows. The similarities between the two were uncanny. Plop. Stepping through the sewage-covered ground, Morrow reined in his wandering thoughts and navigated the narrow alleys, finally locating number 164 after some effort. Standing before a rusted iron door, Morrow didn't even need to knock with a click. The door automatically swung inward. Not surprised by the automatic opening, Morrow glanced at a button-sized device beside a small lamp overhead before stepping inside. Beyond the door was a straight corridor, about 5 meters long. At the end, a curtained door stood to the right. Morrow pushed it aside. Inside, a dim red light washed over the room. There were no decorations, just a row of computers and a desk. A hooded figure sat on the swivel chair, their back to the entrance, making it impossible for Morrow to discern their gender at first glance. "You're Argo?" Morrow asked, eyeing the hood peeking over the chair. Creak. The chair suddenly spun around. Morrow now saw the person's gender and face. A woman, plain-looking, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Even under the dim red light, the greasy strands of hair escaping her hood were unmistakable. "Yeah, that's me." Argo sat cross-legged on the chair, leaning slightly forward as she scrutinized Morrow, her right hand scratching vigorously beneath her hood. "You brought enough money, right?" After confirming her identity, her first question wasn't about the intel, it was about the payment. Morrow nodded. Seeing this, Argo cut straight to the point. "What kind of intel are you buying?" "I need long-term tracking information on this person." Morrow pulled out a folded hand-drawn sketch of Phaeton from his pocket, unfolding it and holding it up for Argo to see. "Huh." Argo took one look at the sketch and immediately shook her head. "Sorry, not taking this job." "No problem. We can negotiate," Morrow replied calmly. If Argo hadn't recognized Phaeton's sketch, he would have turned and left without wasting time. But since she had, he was willing to pay more. Argo frowned, pulling her hand out from under her hood to pick at the dandruff under her nails. I said, I'm not taking it. Higher pay, Morrow said evenly. Argo shook her head again. Morrow raised 2 fingers. 2 billion up front. More later if needed. Deal. Argo's expression instantly turned serious as she said, it's not that I love money, but your straightforwardness has won me over. I can see that. Morrow smiled. Argo then shifted the topic. I can take this job, but I have to warn you, every single person who's ever tried to buy intel on the Phantom Troops' whereabouts has died horribly without exception. Thanks for the warning, but that's irrelevant to the deal. TCH, fine. Transfer the money then. Alright. A moment later, Morrow paid 2 billion. After confirming the payment, Argo nodded in satisfaction and immediately demonstrated the value of the intel fee. Last Monday, at 20 hours 6 minutes and 24 seconds, someone posted a bounty within a limited range, targeting a specific member of the Phantom Troop. If you're interested in this lead, I can follow up right away. Oh. Morrow's eyes narrowed slightly. 16. Investigation. The reason for approaching Argo was to plant a reliable informant who could track Phaeton's movements at any time. This was to avoid all efforts going to waste in the end. Yet, unexpectedly, Argo happened to possess intelligence on the Phantom Troop. This surprised Morrow and immediately brought to mind the 2 instances of member replacements the Phantom Troop had undergone. Although the original work provided very little information, it at least confirmed the general direction. One member had been replaced by Hisoka, while another had been killed by Silva, the current head of the Zalvik family. However, Morrow wasn't clear on the exact timing of these replacements, only remembering that it was 3 years before the York New City arc, meaning this year. Given that, could the bounty contract targeting the Phantom Troop that Argo mentioned have been accepted by Silva? If that were the case, judging by Silva's attitude as revealed in the original work, as well as his warning to Killua and the others not to provoke the Phantom Troop, the assassination contract must have been quite challenging to fulfill. And if memory served, Silva had even clashed with Crollo. From this, it was likely that Silva had eliminated his target right under the noses of multiple Phantom Troop members. At this thought, Morrow suddenly felt a twinge of concern. Would there be any butterfly effects? For instance, what if Phaeton had been present and, by sheer misfortune, ended up in Silva's crosshairs? If that were a possibility, then he would be in danger. Because the death threshold could only be broken by his own hands. Before that, if Phaeton died an unnatural death, the existence of the death mark would drag him down as well. However, the likelihood of this was very low. The reason for his worry stemmed mainly from a particularly memorable scene in the original work where Silva and Zeno teamed up against Crollo. In that moment, Zeno had instantly recognized Crollo's intent to stall for time and, without hesitation, restrained Crollo himself, urging Silva to attack both of them without holding back. Despite having the advantage of a 2-on-1 situation, they had opted for a riskier strategy purely to save time. This extreme professionalism in prioritizing the mission revealed a hint of madness in Zeno and Silva, one that emerged almost unconsciously. It was this very madness that concerned Morrow. As his thoughts raced, Morrow shook his head slightly. Until the intelligence was confirmed, his speculations were meaningless. Keep tracking it, but I have one condition. Halting his wandering thoughts, Morrow met Argo's questioning gaze and, without waiting for a response, spoke in a grave and serious tone. The Phantom Troop has an intelligence expert among them. So, no matter how you gather information, I only ask that you be extra cautious. You absolutely cannot leave any traces. TCH, you don't need to remind me of that. Argo's usually lazy eyes sharpened in an instant, brimming with rare focus. Let's just say I value my life a lot. You don't actually think I took on such a dangerous job just because the pay was good, do you? Morrow could only remain silent. His eyes, however, seemed to retort, isn't that exactly why? Argo read the unspoken message and immediately straightened up in her chair, crossing her arms indignantly. You're so shallow. I took the job because I was confident and capable, absolutely, definitely not because you offered too much money. Oh. Morrow nodded, thinking to himself what an absolute duet this was. Argo could tell Morrow was being dismissive. Seems like you still don't get it, she said with a cold snort, tilting her chin up. Actually, within a second of your call, I already had your basic information. It's only because I wanted to see you that you got to meet me. Impressive. That puts me at ease. Hearing this, Morrow nodded again. He had already given his warning and didn't plan to pursue the topic further. I knew you wouldn't believe, huh? Argo's words abruptly halted as she stared blankly at Morrow. Why are you reacting like this? What else should I do? Morrow looked at her strangely. Argo widened her eyes. Convincing someone is hard work. So at this point, you're supposed to keep doubting me, and then I'd show off a little more to make you submit wholeheartedly. Morrow was at a loss for words, silently considering whether to ask for a refund and find another intel source. As if she could peek into his thoughts, Argo narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What are you thinking about right now? Nothing. In any case, I'll leave the follow-up investigation to you. Morrow's expression remained calm. Argo waved her hand dismissively. I'm getting paid for this, so skip the pleasantries. Fine. I'll wait for your update. With his objective achieved, Morrow prepared to leave. Argo watched him but didn't continue her earlier attempt to prove her intel prowess. Instead, just as Moro turned to leave, she suddenly said, "Since you're a big client, I'll throw in a basic piece of intel for free." Huh. Moro stopped and turned back to look at her. Argo, however, swiveled her chair back toward the row of computers on her desk. "Someone's investigating you. And not just one group clearly, they're up to no good. Oh, and just to be clear, if you end up dead, I won't be burning that 2 billion for you." Moro's gaze sharpened, ignoring the latter half of her words. "Can you find out who's investigating me?" "Of course. Intel is a two-way street. If someone's digging into you, then as long as you have the ability, you can dig into them too." Argo leaned back in her chair, serious now. "But like I said, this is just a free basic intel. Any follow-up investigation comes with a price. So, should I deduct it from the 2 billion? Deduct. Expect results by midnight." Argo grinned. Suppressing his unease for now, Moro didn't linger and left Argo's hideout. Thanks to Argo's free intel, Moro remained on high alert the entire way back. Who the hell is investigating me? Is it the people from the mental hospital? Because I killed those 2 delivery guys, so they're coming for payback? Too bad I didn't bother learning more about them back then, otherwise, I wouldn't be stuck guessing now. But judging by the shady business the mental hospital was involved in and their methods of illegally issuing death certificates, the mastermind behind them must have considerable influence. After all, issuing a death certificate against the facts is equivalent to erasing someone's identity records. And in the hunter world, international law explicitly states that anyone who illegally destroys another's identity records will be charged as a murderer. The power behind the scenes was truly remarkable. After all, even a mere delivery man was a NEN user. And who could the other group be? Were they trouble left over from intercepting Senro, or had they drawn attention by making too much money recently? Whoever they were, he would need to be even more cautious in the coming days. Moro drove along the road. The private shooting range where he was temporarily staying was located in the suburbs. After leaving the city's main avenue, the density of buildings along the roadside noticeably decreased, replaced by groves of trees. Under the cover of night, the interplay of light and shadow created an even more serene atmosphere. Suddenly, a killing intent struck without warning. In the darkness, a fleeting bullet trajectory was barely visible, aimed directly at the moving car. The next moment, the windshield shattered violently. Screech. Amid the piercing sound of brakes, the car spun out of control and crashed into a tree by the roadside. 17, Shooting Star. The violent impact left the car's front end severely dented, nearly fused with the roadside tree trunk. Thick white smoke billowed from the crumpled hood, faint tongues of flame licking through the wreckage. 1,200 meters away, on the slope beside the road, a man in camouflage lay prone behind the incline, a sniper rifle propped before him. "Continue." A cold voice crackled through the sniper's earpiece. Upon hearing the order, the sniper aimed at the mangled car half obscured by smoke, instinctively locking onto the approximate position of the driver's seat before pulling the trigger. A sharp crack. A slender, pointed bullet shot from the suppressor, trailing a fleeting streak of fire as it tore through the night, striking the smoke-shrouded vehicle with precision. Then came another shot. 2, 3. The sniper worked the bolt, firing until the magazine was empty. With the smoke obscuring his view, each shot was guided by experience alone. But as long as the target remained trapped in the driver's seat, he was confident in his accuracy. Once the bullets were spent, the sniper reloaded immediately. Yet he didn't fire again, instead observing the now flaming wreck through his scope while awaiting further orders, scanning for any movement in the surroundings. Boom! Suddenly, the car exploded in a fiery blast. Flames surged skyward, thrusting plumes of thick smoke higher into the air. The scorching shockwave flattened the surrounding grass in an instant. A few meters away, behind a thick tree trunk, Moro leaned against the bark, his expression icy. His clothes were smeared with dirt and grime. Fortunately, the defensive effects of his NEN had protected him when he'd forced open the passenger door through sheer strength amid the billowing smoke, preventing cuts from sharp debris or shattered glass. Under cover of darkness, he had dashed into the roadside woods, using one of the trees as a shield while waiting for the sniper's next move. The sniper's relentless barrage at the car confirmed that his current cover was, for now, safe. Still, he didn't dare move recklessly, lest the sniper immediately pinpoint his location. Moro steadied his racing heart. What just happened? Recalling the life-or-death moment, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. When the bullet had sliced through the night, he had sensed death itself, an almost instinctive alarm flashing through his mind like a spark before the windshield shattered. In that split second, he had tilted his head on pure reflex, narrowly evading what should have been a fatal shot. The truth was, at his current aura level, even if he had used Gyo in time to reinforce his defenses, it wouldn't have been enough to withstand a sniper round. And in the chaos of the ambush, activating Gyo fast enough to block the bullet would have been impossible. In that scenario, dodging was the only way to survive. But the root of the problem lay in his limitations. His current aura output ceiling and the strength of his REN simply weren't enough to face a weapon as devastating as a sniper rifle. If his fundamentals were stronger, he wouldn't even need Gyo. His raw defenses could have withstood the shot. So for Moro right now, he'd rather face a NEN user in close combat than deal with a sniper's long-range threat. In a way, a sniper was more dangerous than a Nen user like Zarzan. It was frustrating, but reality. Moro reached up to touch his earlobe. It was bleeding. If not for that split-second sense of danger. He exhaled deeply, suppressing the shock in his heart as a grave expression gradually surfaced in his eyes. If I don't deal with that sniper, the constant threat of being locked onto would severely limit his mobility. In this situation, if there were other enemies, he'd be in even greater danger. The silver lining was that there seemed to be only one sniper. If there had been another, he'd have lost more than just a layer of skin by now. At least 1,000 meters away. The sniper's earlier rapid-fire shots seemed utterly unconcerned about revealing their position, but it also gave Moro an opportunity. Yet, even with the location confirmed, closing the distance remained a daunting challenge. The longer the distance, the greater the risks embedded within it. If he chose to retreat and avoid the sniper's direction, without knowing their maximum range, he'd effectively be exposing his back. And if there were multiple assailants, either choice could worsen his predicament. That was the crux of the problem. Rather than rushing to eliminate the sniper, the more pressing matter was confirming the number of attackers. Ideally, pinpointing their positions would be even better. That way, advancing or retreating would become far more manageable. Under normal circumstances, that would be the logical approach. But Moro had another option, confirming the number of assailants and their locations. All of that required time. And in his current predicament, every passing second increased the unknown risks. The worst-case scenario would be the sniper relocating, pressuring him from the shadows. So instead of gathering intel while locked in a stalemate, Moro preferred to attempt a swift kill. And this decision couldn't afford even a moment's hesitation. He had to exploit the sniper's overconfidence, the very arrogance that led them to fire repeatedly despite revealing their position, and strike with overwhelming force before they reconsidered. Only one chance. Moro closed his eyes, constructing linear diagrams in his mind. The distribution of surrounding trees, the blazing car, the slightly undulating road, and the distant hillside ahead. Every obstacle along the direct trajectory was systematically eliminated as he mapped out an alternative path. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, a sheen of aura flickering in his gaze. Deceptive shooting star. He raised his hand, adjusting the angle. Bright aura gathered in his palm, condensing into a fist-sized shooting star. Whoosh! The shooting star shot forth, weaving through the branches before halting mid-air 100 meters away. Simultaneously, Moro burst from behind the tree, taking up his pre-planned position, then watched as the shooting star expanded and hurtled back toward him. As it neared his face, he sidestepped at the last possible moment. The light radiating from the shooting star flashed past his eyes before streaking like a meteor through the gaps in the nearby trees, racing toward the distant sniper. The second stage of deceptive shooting star, treachery. While it granted the vow's effect of doubled speed and power, it also carried the limitation of dealing equal damage to Moro himself. With this premise in mind, when Moro seized the moment to dodge the shooting star rebounding from treachery, the deceptive shooting star, under the effect of its limitation, would break free from the constraint of flight distance and its power would not diminish with distance until it struck an obstacle. Moro exploited the mechanics of limitation to extend the shooting star's range beyond its original 100-meter limit. In an instant, like a meteor streaking across the sky, it shot straight toward a target 1,000 meters away. At the same time, on a distant hillside, a sniper noticed Moro suddenly exposing himself. Swiftly locking on, controlling his breath, he pressed the trigger. Just as the sniper was about to fire, his scope was abruptly flooded with blinding light. What the? The sniper jerked his head up. In the next moment, the hillside before him exploded violently. The fierce impact, carrying sand and debris, swallowed him whole. In the blink of an eye, the sniper was sent flying, his body riddled with holes like a torn sack, dead beyond any doubt. From another direction, a gloomy youth stared fixedly at the explosion site, his face filled with disbelief. He had witnessed the Nen bullet that had traversed 1,000 meters like a shooting star. At such a distance, and still packing that much power. Removing his earpiece filled with static, the gloomy youth, still shocked, turned his gaze toward Moro's position. Emitters excel at projecting aura outward, yet even so, maintaining both power and stability in a Nen bullet over long distances is no easy feat. For a moment, he hesitated whether to continue closing in. 18. Hearth. Using limitation to break through the inherent ceiling of an ability. Not every Nen user can conceive of this. The gloomy youth, unaware of the underlying reasons, naturally assumed his target was a highly skilled emitter. He had seen it clearly moments ago. That Nen bullet, resembling a shooting star, combined speed, power, range, and most crucially, stability. Against an emitter capable of precise long-range strikes, if one couldn't close the distance before they gained momentum, the likely outcome was being toyed with to death. This was a common judgment. It also indirectly ruled out the possibility of the gloomy youth being an emitter or enhancer type. However, the hesitation in the gloomy youth's mind wasn't due to the uncertainty brought by distance. In fact, the Nen type he most enjoyed facing was undoubtedly the emission. This was determined by his Nen ability, Hearth. Concealing his presence, the gloomy youth glanced toward Moro's approximate location and lightly pressed a hand against his abdomen. His hearth was a composite ability of the conjurer and transmuter types. The ability's effect transformed his abdominal region into a hearth with a lingering ember. This hearth, materialized using a part of his body as clay, could absorb any type of damage within its tolerance range. Then, with the ability's intervention, the absorbed damage would turn into fuel, akin to firewood, enhancing the flames within the hearth for a specific duration. When the flames filled the entire hearth, the gloomy youth's Nen output would significantly increase, and his body would grow increasingly scorching as the burning time extended. This was why he relished facing emitters. He could effortlessly use Hearth to absorb the first wave of an emitter's assault, seizing the initiative. But Hearth wasn't omnipotent. It could only absorb damage within its tolerance range, which depended on the strength disparity between him and his opponent. Thus, after witnessing the power of that Nen bullet firsthand, he lacked the confidence to absorb damage of that magnitude. This was precisely why he hesitated. Should he continue the operation or wait to reformulate the plan later? Rooted in place, the gloomy youth couldn't make a decisive choice. Meanwhile, the car was engulfed in raging flames, the air thick with a pungent odor. The firelight illuminated the road, casting sprawling shadows across the woods. Moro melted into the shadows, his gaze fixed on the sniper's position through Gyo. At maximum output, Shooting Star, enhanced twofold, now packed more firepower than an RPG. Moreover, its deviation upon impact was minimal. Even if it didn't kill the sniper outright, it would at least inflict severe injuries. Either outcome would drastically reduce the sniper's threat. Yet, beyond confirming the sniper's condition, Moro was more concerned about other enemies lurking nearby. The instant Shooting Star struck the sniper's general location, he had distinctly sensed a sudden surge in aura fluctuations. Though those fluctuations subsided within a second, they had still revealed a rough orientation. A Nen user, Moro peered into the night-shrouded woods. That abrupt intensification of aura fluctuations clearly stemmed from some emotional trigger. Most likely, it was a reaction to seeing their comrade struck by Shooting Star. Emotions themselves can greatly influence the state of one's aura. Thus, in Nen battles, mentality is one of the critical factors determining victory or defeat. This is precisely why the Shinjin Ryu style emphasizes cultivating the mind first before all else. Of course, this doesn't mean emotional fluctuations will always negatively impact one's aura. In some cases, extreme emotional shifts can instead enhance a Nen user's combat prowess. But more often than not, they serve as cautionary examples. Like right now. Through this, Moro sensed the fluctuations in that presence, gleaning crucial information from what should have been complete ignorance. Retreat, or attack. In less than a breath's time, Moro decisively made his choice. Attack, ferociously. Not only to seize every opportunity to grow stronger but also to fortify his resolve to press forward without fear. Moro believed. If he chose to retreat here, how could he ever hope to gain the strength needed to kill Phaeton within his limited time? Every powerful Nen user had walked through life and death battles. Only by facing mortal danger head-on could one truly see certain things clearly. Back on that rain-soaked night thick with killing intent, the reason he had managed to eliminate Pakuno Da and Shulnark with Shooting Star, wasn't that also a result born from the brink of life and death? If someone had told Moro before then, you've only learned Nen for half a year, but you can kill Pakuno Da and Shulnark right under Krollo's nose, it would have been laughable. Even Moro, as the subject of such a claim, would have burst out laughing. Yet the truth was, he had done it. So some things, unless you pour your all into them, you'll never know just how far you can go. And Nen, a power brimming with infinite possibilities, responds most vividly to such subjective convictions. Once resolved to attack, Moro's thoughts swiftly aligned with battle. He surveyed his surroundings. The forest wasn't dense, with ample space between the trees. But fighting in this environment would inevitably limit Shooting Star's mechanics. I need to get out. With that in mind, Moro glanced at the distant hillside, now eerily still. The woods hindered Shooting Star's effectiveness, but moving to open ground raised the question of whether the sniper could still pull the trigger. Moro leaned toward the sniper, having already lost that capability, so he stepped out of the forest and onto the open field. This guy. Watching Moro stride boldly out of the woods, the gloomy youth's heart lurched. Recalling the Nen bullet that had traversed a kilometer earlier, he instinctively sensed the overwhelming confidence Moro exuded. No wonder Zarzan was killed. But the real fools were those idiots in charge of intel. How could a Nen user of this caliber be classified as an easy target, giving him the perfect cover to infiltrate? Yet what was his goal? Why disguise himself among the piglets, only to abandon the act midway and kill Zarzan outright? It made no sense. Before he could ponder further, he suddenly noticed Moro's movement. He was coming straight toward him. Was I spotted? As Moro steadily advanced, the gloomy youth found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. His subjective judgment of Moro's strength and the mission requirements given by his superiors. These two thoughts continuously pulled at his Nen. 19. Offense and defense. The enemy's strength far exceeded expectations. At such times, the most rational course of action was to flee immediately. Thus, despite the pressure from his superiors, the gloomy youth, after an internal struggle, decided to retreat for now. Tonight's ambush could simply be treated as an intelligence-gathering mission. With this reasoning, the gloomy youth named Vaughn convinced himself. His battle intent ebbed away like a receding tide as he turned to flee. Choosing to avoid a fight when faced with an opponent one deemed unbeatable was nothing to be ashamed of. Only by staying alive could the hands of the clock continue moving forward, and only by staying alive could one earn the chance for a next time. Seeing Vaughn flee, a peculiar glint flashed in Morrow's eyes. But now that things had come to this, with his budding battle intent already ignited, how could he simply let Vaughn escape? Keeping his guard up, he gave chase at full speed, about 300 meters. As he pursued, Morrow visually estimated the distance between them. It was far, but not a problem. Deceptive shooting star. While sprinting, Morrow fired 2 shooting stars backward without even glancing behind him, his gaze fixed firmly on Vaughn ahead. The training principles he had ingrained now proved their worth. Adjusting his trajectory, Morrow relied on instinct to time his evasion perfectly, effortlessly dodging the 2 shooting stars that came at him from behind. Whoosh, whoosh. With sharp whistles cutting through the air, the 2 shooting stars overtook Morrow, streaking straight toward Vaughn. Having already witnessed the long-range striking power of the shooting stars, Vaughn was prepared. As the 2 projectiles closed in, he narrowly dodged them, watching as they carved 2 trails through the night before slamming into a boulder on the wild terrain. Boom! In an instant, the energy contained within the shooting stars erupted, shattering the seemingly solid rock into fragments. But Vaughn's evasion had unavoidably slowed his retreat. At the same time, he glimpsed Morrow's unwavering determination to keep him from escaping. Thus, when the fight became unavoidable, fleeing only became the worst possible choice. Cursing under his breath, Vaughn quickly adjusted his mindset, steeling himself for battle. Yet even as he shifted from avoidance to engagement, he didn't immediately halt his retreat. As the distance between them continued to shrink, Vaughn deliberately left his back exposed to Morrow, baiting out several more shooting stars meant to intercept him. This move somewhat depleted Morrow's potential aura. It was hard to say whether such a high-risk gamble would yield any advantage. But if Vaughn had understood the mechanics of Morrow's shooting stars, he would never have taken such a risk. Because the unique 2-stage power amplification of the shooting stars meant that for every 1 unit of aura consumed, it delivered 2 units of output. Thus, the aura Morrow expended on pursuit wasn't as costly as Vaughn had assumed. Under these circumstances, Vaughn's rhythm was inevitably disrupted as he dodged the incoming projectiles. And in that moment, a flaw emerged. Creating openings, then striking them, that was the outcome Morrow wanted to see. His current Hatsu couldn't sustain a seamless offensive rhythm, but he had another weapon at his disposal. Seeing Vaughn's aura distribution thrown off balance by the shooting star assault and his running gait losing rhythm, Morrow decisively drew his pistol. Marksmanship was something honed by countless bullets. And in this world, as long as you had enough money, ammunition was never in short supply. Morrow had both wealth and drive, so his aim was excellent. Bang bang. Morrow raised the gun and emptied the magazine in an instant, filling the gap where shooting star had left Vaughn no room to recover. In the blink of an eye, the bullets, propelled by heat and spinning at high velocity, traveled 60 to 70 meters straight toward Vaughn's weak points. Faced with this sudden barrage, Vaughn's pupils contracted sharply. He halted abruptly and spun around. Hearth. Ability activated. A flickering fireplace manifested over Vaughn's abdomen as he redistributed his remaining aura output to his front. 12 bullets arrived as expected. SSSHH. Blood sprayed from Vaughn's cheek, shoulder, and thigh as bullets grazed him. The remaining rounds either missed entirely or plunged into the fireplace on his stomach. Whoosh. Those bullets instantly acted as fuel, causing the flames in the hearth to surge violently into a roaring fire. Though not overwhelmingly intense, the blaze visibly boosted Vaughn's aura output. Now, empowered by his ability, Vaughn seized the moment, kicking off the ground and charging straight at Morrow. From stopping to block the bullets to suddenly switching to offense, the entire transition took barely a second. But even in that brief window, Morrow had clearly observed the changes in Vaughn. The conjured hearth, the fire flaring up after consuming bullets, the marked increase in aura output, these overt clues pointed to one answer. A nun ability that converted damage into buffs. And judging by the fire's behavior, the enhancement likely had a time limit. Realizing this, Morrow immediately shifted his focus from offense to defense. Fast reaction. Vaughn was startled by Morrow's quick adjustment, but his assault didn't falter. With his temporarily heightened explosive power, he closed the distance to Morrow in an instant. Then, Vaughn threw a straight punch at Morrow's face. Morrow discarded the pistol and blocked with a horizontal arm. At the same moment, Vaughn stepped in, driving an uppercut toward Morrow's chin from below. Unable to fully defend, Morrow retreated with a backward step, narrowly avoiding the rising strike. But Vaughn pressed his advantage as Morrow staggered back, pivoting his hips and lashing out with a kick to Morrow's abdomen. Thud. The impact sent Morrow flying. Even under Vaughn's overwhelming pressure, Morrow remained composed. Once the flames in the hearth weakened, that would be his moment to counterattack. He knew full well that playing it safe was the most prudent choice. Yet he couldn't bring himself to just defend rigidly. That would be too inflexible. Midair, Morrow's thoughts shifted, and he acted on them. Before landing, he endured the pain and fired 2 shooting stars from his hands toward Vaughn. Then, as Vaughn focused on those 2 projectiles, Morrow kicked a third, no larger than a marble, from his heel behind him before landing steadily. A risky hidden move in a round where he should have just defended. The Moro from Before Death Rewind, with his lack of combat experience, would never have made such a choice. But now, repeated battles were filling the gaps in his skills like nourishing soil. This was the most crucial, and most important, first step in the growth of his combat ability. 20. Conclusion. Human feet are inherently less functional and flexible than hands. Even though Moro could kick out a shooting star with his foot, its strength in every aspect paled in comparison to one released by hand. Yet in the ever-shifting tides of battle, applying the right amount of force at the right moment could yield corresponding results. Moro landed steadily, his gaze fixed on Vaughn ahead. Then he saw Vaughn dodge the 2 shooting stars he had launched before landing. This reaction from Vaughn surprised Moro somewhat. Those 2 shooting stars were meant to disrupt Vaughn's offensive rhythm, more flash than substance, lacking real frontal threat. Yet Vaughn chose to interrupt his own momentum just to avoid them. From Moro's perspective, Vaughn would have been better off enduring the damage rather than dodging. Moreover, with an ability that converted damage into strength, why not attempt to absorb at least 1 shooting star? When Moro released those 2, he had already mentally prepared to gift Vaughn 1, so he hadn't poured much nen output into them. He hadn't expected this outcome. After dodging both, Vaughn suddenly sensed something amiss. What's going on? They weren't as strong as I thought. At close range, the shooting stars didn't feel threatening at all. Had he not assumed their power was overwhelming, he might have relied on his reflexes to tank the hits and maintain his offensive rhythm, or used Hearth to absorb 1. Instead, despite his advantage, he had broken his own momentum to minimize risk. Vaughn grew suspicious about the true nature of the shooting stars, but there was no time to dwell. With his rhythm disrupted, he surged forward again, charging straight at Moro. Seeing Vaughn renew his assault, Moro's eyes flashed as he raised his hand and released 2 more shooting stars. Whoosh, whoosh. Like falling streaks of light, the 2 shooting stars shot toward the ground ahead of Vaughn. Huh! Vaughn instinctively slowed his charge. Boom, boom. The 2 shooting stars exploded against the ground before him. The released energy instantly transformed into shockwaves, kicking up dust and grass. In an instant, Vaughn was engulfed in smoke. Within the thick haze, Vaughn was calmer than ever. He had already pieced together part of the shooting star's mechanics. The one that had killed his comrade earlier likely required a specific distance condition. Conversely, when the distance was insufficient, their power and speed diminished noticeably. Trying to mask your attack path with smoke. Pointless. But it does confirm my judgment. A psychological limitation called wariness was now lifted within Vaughn. His eyes swept the surroundings, intently observing the flow of the dust. Behind. Abruptly, Vaughn pivoted and raised his arm. At that moment, Moro, who had circled around, threw a punch, only for Vaughn to block it with his forearm. Empowered by Hearth's flames, Vaughn's aura output surpassed Moro's by a level. Even though Moro had struck first, the impact forced him back a step, his fist tingling from the recoil. Vaughn let out a silent sneer before suddenly stepping forward and delivering a powerful front kick. Moro calmly withdrew his hand and crossed his arms in front of him to block. Boom! Vaughn's kick struck Moro's crossed arms like a cannonball, sending out a jellyfish-shaped shockwave that scattered the surrounding dust. Under the force of the impact, Moro, at a disadvantage in raw strength, staggered backward. After retreating several paces, his heel suddenly planted firmly into the ground, dispersing the momentum as he abruptly bent his knees into a crouch. At that very moment, 2 shooting stars soared over Moro's head. They were the same 2 shooting stars Vaughn had dodged earlier. Having reached their preset hovering duration, they now returned with treachery. Instantly, the swirling dust was pierced through by one ring after another as the 2 shooting stars shot straight toward Vaughn's chest. When did he? Not having fully grasped the mechanism behind the shooting stars, Vaughn couldn't help but feel surprised. However, by now, he had already rebuilt something called confidence. Thus, his judgment remained unaffected by his momentary shock, and he chose not to retreat again. With intense focus, he made the most precise response at the critical moment, deploying his aura output to reinforce his defense, using his body to withstand one of the shooting stars. Simultaneously, his heart successfully absorbed the other. It's over. In that instant, feeling the flames of his heart surge violently, Vaughn seemed to already see the outcome of this battle. His gaze shifted, wanting to see Moro's reaction to having delivered this power boost right to him. What he saw was Moro's expression, utterly calm. This reaction gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. The next moment, a violent impact struck the back of his head. Vaughn's consciousness twisted abruptly, his body lurching forward. What just happened? Confusion swirled in his mind like a tangled mess of threads. Vaughn, caught off guard by the sudden attack, had no idea what had occurred. But Moro, still crouched low, could clearly see the single egg-sized deceptive shooting star descending diagonally from above. It was the very first shooting star Vaughn had kicked away, now returning with treachery, targeting Moro. Because Moro had remained crouched, the deceptive shooting star instead struck Vaughn squarely in the back of the head. And this precise timing coincided with Vaughn diverting most of his aura to reinforce his defense and activate his Hearth ability. Thus, even though the shooting star was only the size of an egg, it was still enough to deal direct damage to Vaughn, despite his temporary power boost. But it wasn't enough. Morrow pushed off the ground with both feet, launching himself toward Vaughn, who was still stumbling. His hand shot out in a swift, upward rake. Fingers coated in aura tore a chunk of flesh from Vaughn's throat. HCK, HCK. Vaughn's body shuddered as jets of blood sprayed from his mangled throat. Immediately, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed his thoughts. As blood drained from his body, so too did his warmth and strength, until he slowly collapsed to his knees. In his fading consciousness, a memory flashed before Vaughn's eyes. A snowy winter night. A family that had barely escaped the ravages of war, yet could no longer find shelter. Curled in his parents' embrace, why did he only feel the cold, unyielding touch of their bodies? Why could he no longer feel the beating of their hearts? So cold. I wish I could return to that ordinary, square hearth blackened by smoke. Vaughn slowly closed his eyes as his body thudded to the ground with a heavy thump. Ring ring, ring ring ring. An abrupt cell phone ringtone echoed through the space. Morrow glanced at Vaughn's corpse before pulling the incessantly ringing phone from his pocket. Probably Argo calling. Exhausting. Morrow panted as he sat atop Vaughn's back, answering the call. Hello. The other end of the line fell silent upon hearing Morrow's labored breathing. My generous patron, you wouldn't happen to be busy in bed right now, would you? 21. Menu. Recognizing Argo's voice, Morrow assumed there must be progress on the intelligence front. As for Argo's somewhat peculiar opening line, he couldn't be bothered to engage with it. His silence left the call hanging in an awkward pause. Scratching his greasy hair, Argo had no choice but to cut to the chase to break the ice. Big spender, you're in serious trouble right now. I can see that. At Argo's warning, Morrow glanced down at the corpse beneath him. The journey from Yorknew to the outskirts took about an hour. The fact that Argo had managed to gather critical intel in that time was proof of her competence. With that thought, Morrow's gaze shifted, quickly scanning the distant road ahead. Continuing down this path would lead to a stretch of wilderness. His privately purchased shooting range was located in that very wilderness. But now, it seemed the range was likely compromised, making a visit pointless. As for his daily training sessions, he'd have to figure something else out. Argo was initially puzzled by how Morrow had seen the danger but quickly caught on. You were attacked. Yeah, almost cost you an easy 2 billion. That's such a shah. Well, I mean, if you died too quickly, not only would the money be hot in my hands, but I'd also be at risk of getting dragged into the mess. Argo earnestly refuted Morrow's remark. Taking on such a huge job only for the client to drop dead right after? That would be terrible for business. Enough, get to the point. Morrow wanted to see how much Argo had uncovered. Hearing this, Argo immediately switched to work mode. The ones after you are the Gambino family and a guy named Clyde. Big spender, you've heard of the 10 Dons, right? I have. Morrow's eyes flickered slightly. Argo continued, Gambino is the surname of one of those 10 Dons. Morrow was briefly surprised but quickly composed himself. The 10 Dons, the 10 supreme leaders of the global underworld, each controlling the mafia forces across the 6 continents. They were also the organizers of the Grand Yorknew auction held every year. If this was the business of one of the 10 Dons, it made sense how they could casually issue death certificates and why Marina had dealings with them. Morrow recalled that, 3 years later during the Yorknew auction, Krollo would hire Illumi to assassinate the 10 Dons. To pull it off, Illumi would even call upon the family's ancient patriarch. And to locate the 10 Dons meeting spot within the tight deadline, he'd have to enlist Kalito's help, someone with a tracking ability. From this, even accounting for the race against time factor, the fact that Illumi would bring out Maha, that old monster, spoke volumes about how difficult the 10 Dons were to eliminate. A thought struck Morrow. Had Kalito already awakened his Nen ability for tracking? With his help, finding Phaeton wouldn't be hard. Then there were Silva and Zeno of the Zaldik family. Would they take on kidnapping contracts outside of assassinations? And speaking of tracking, Palm's image flashed through Morrow's mind. The conjuration ability, Wink Blue, was also an incredibly useful tool for locating people. It's unclear what Palm's current situation is, and her Master Nove remains highly vigilant about her use of the Wink Blue ability. Even setting aside how to explain where we learned about Palm's ability, offering money alone likely wouldn't make Nove loosen his grip on the matter. Argo's voice pulled Morrow's thoughts back. However, based on the information I've gathered, this wasn't orchestrated by Gambino himself, but by his son, Nolan Gambino. The son of one of the 10 Dons. Morrow was momentarily stunned before hearing Argo continue. Nolan leveraged his father's influence to establish a business called Menu in territories under the 10 Dons' protection. On the surface, they operate hospitals across various regions, but behind the scenes, they're involved in human trafficking. The so-called Menu breaks down a person into various tradable commodities. This way, buyers can select the goods they need from the menu, organs, blood, or other human-derived materials. Some even purchase whole individuals for experiments. For this kind of trade, the most crucial aspect is matching conditions. And the clients this organization deals with are far from ordinary. Here, Argo hesitated, slowing her speech. Big spender. If you and Nolan have no prior conflict, then the reason his men are investigating you, or have already made a move, is likely because you've been matched. Is that so? Morrow neither confirmed nor denied it. Initially, it was probably because some buyer needed something from him that he was forcibly added to the menu. But tonight's attack, that was no longer just about fulfilling a buyer's demand. It was because his involvement in killing the transport drivers had been discovered. Argo, unaware of this, could only assume that some part of Morrow matched a buyer's needs, hence Nolan's men targeting him. But the real issue here was, Jell had helped relocate those piglets. So even if Nolan investigated afterward, once he confirmed Jell hadn't deliberately targeted the transport but had stumbled upon it by chance, anyone with half a brain wouldn't seek revenge against the Zodiac 12 over a single truck of piglets. After all, someone capable of scaling such a niche business as the menu would know when to cut losses, not risking major consequences for minor gains, unless the potential value of that truckload of piglets was worth relentless pursuit. If that were the case, then Nolan must have first assessed Jell's connection to the incident before confidently resuming the hunt for the escaped piglets. Morrow suspected that Jell's accidental involvement might have delayed Nolan's investigation from reaching him immediately. Given this, once Nolan's men found the other piglets, his role in killing the two drivers would inevitably come to light. Argo. Yeah. Look into something for me now. To confirm his suspicions, Morrow needed to know the current status of the other piglets. He tasked Argo with this. 10 minutes later, Argo sent a video. Morrow tapped play. Instantly, agonized screams blared from the phone's speakers, echoing across the plains. This was footage of someone being tortured alive. Morrow only glanced briefly before silently closing the video. The person being tortured in the footage was one of the piglets who had been in the same transport truck as him. Morrow's expression remained blank, but when he glanced sideways at the back of Vaughn's head, now just a corpse, his gaze turned particularly icy. 22. Leveling up. Humans are creatures driven most strongly by their twisted desires. On the foundation of pleasure, they devise countless methods to satisfy these dark urges. Society labels such behavior as depravity, torture, cannibalism. In the shadowy corners of Hunter x Hunter's world, untouched by sunlight, these practices thrive. The difference lies only in those who conceal their acts and those compelled by an overwhelming urge to share them openly. With the advent of the information revolution, comprehensive global communication infrastructure emerged, refining mobile and computer technologies. Through the internet, real-time communication became possible across vast distances. Yet, beneath its surface, hidden zones of darkness flourished, offering twisted individuals a platform to exhibit and exchange their grisly deeds. The video Argo had discovered belonged to one such sinister site dedicated explicitly to acts of torture. This footage confirmed Morrow's worst suspicions. Had he not encountered Morena after his transmigration, without the strength to fight back, his fate could have been even more gruesome than the victim in the video. But what truly ignited his anger was the knowledge that the mastermind behind this menu was actively plotting their deaths. Fury surged in Morrow's chest. Had it not been for the limitation mechanic built into Deceptive Shooting Star, with his current Nen mastery, could he have taken out a sniper from a kilometer away? And had he not strategically employed Shooting Star's unique traits, could he have overcome an opponent whose Nen directly countered his own? Had fate shifted slightly, he might never have been alive to answer Argo's call. This realization reinforced his gratitude toward choosing manipulation over pure reinforcement for his emitter Nen. Had he prioritized raw emission power alone, he would lack tactical adaptability in crucial early battles. Such one-dimensional focus on power would have prevented him from circumventing enemy counters and emerging victorious through strategy. After this battle, with another formidable enemy eliminated, Morrow became even more convinced of his chosen path, balancing emission with manipulation. Pure emission reinforcement, while brutally effective at later stages, sacrificed the critical flexibility he valued highly in early encounters. Moreover, once Shooting Star's ability system matured, Morrow envisioned deriving additional mobility-related abilities, something beyond the reach of pure emitters. Any loss in raw power could be compensated by the double damage mechanism embedded in Deceptive Shooting Star. Morrow exhaled slowly. The road must be traveled step by step, each grain of rice consumed bite by bite. Nen demanded patience and precision, like carefully stacking blocks, gradually refined, deliberately chosen. Only under these principles could he maximize the leveling potential of his tree rings tattoo. Morrow's wandering thoughts gradually settled. He glanced at the back of his hand. LV.5. By eliminating 2 enemies, his level had surged from LV.2 to LV.5. The leap in level significantly enhanced both his aura output and potential. Clearly, leveling efficiency correlated directly with an opponent's strength. This revelation clarified his previous failed attempt at forced Nen awakening. The Nen user he defeated today had vastly superior aura and skill compared to the earlier knife-wielding enemy, explaining his accelerated progress. Morrow gently touched the tree ring's tattoo. This was his advantage, his path forward, disregarding innate talent, guided only by unwavering determination. Suppressing his emotions, Morrow took out his phone again. After brief hesitation, he decided not to delete the unsettling video. Instead, he dialed Argo's number once more. By the time the call connected, Morrow stood, feeling the evening breeze across the plains. "Argo, I need to handle some trash. Compile the intel on that Clyde guy into text and send it to me, alright. Understood, Argo replied, her voice unusually subdued. Researching this matter had forced her to view numerous horrific videos. After a pause, she continued carefully, there's also progress on the Phantom Troop bounty. I'll compile everything and send it to you. But listen carefully. Go ahead. When dealing with the Phantom Troop, intel gathering isn't as risky. They don't care if someone buys intel specifically to hunt them down. But the Mafia. She hesitated briefly, her tone increasingly cautious. They hold grudges over minor issues. They don't just eliminate enemies, they slaughter friends and family and broadcast their mutilation. Call me cautious, but I'm drawing the line here. Morrow remained silent momentarily before responding calmly, fair enough. Do what you can. He ended the call and pocketed his phone, bending down to retrieve the corpse at his feet. Leaving behind bodies risked revealing sensitive information. An experienced NEN user might deduce details like NEN type or specific abilities from a corpse. Although unlikely that Nolan's subordinates matched seasoned veterans like Biscuit, destroying evidence was always prudent. As he carried the corpse toward the blazing car, a sudden realization stopped him. What if the corpse was wearing a live camera or listening device? Careless. Frowning, he thoroughly inspected the body. Relief washed over him upon confirming the absence of surveillance devices. Still, he chastised himself for the lapse in vigilance. If his conversation with Argo had been intercepted, at the very least, Argo could have been endangered. Determined to maintain greater caution moving forward, Morrow tossed the corpse into the flames, then turned to dispose of the sniper's body in the same manner. 23. Transfer. Boom. A rock over a meter tall shattered explosively, crumbling into fragments that scattered across the ground with a continuous clatter. Morrow gazed at the shattered remains of the rock, his eyes flickering with surprise. Merely advancing from LV2 to LV5 had increased the power of Shooting Star by roughly 10%. This was unexpected, an unforeseen boon. Retracting his aura, Morrow recalled the hearth ability of the NEN user from last night. A power that converted damage into fuel to enhance one's own strength. Such an ability was far more complex than simple damage transference and undoubtedly required at least two limitations. For instance, the upper limit of absorbable damage would naturally be weaker than the user's own defensive capacity. Based on this, Morrow was certain that with his current LV5 prowess, he wouldn't have to worry about his attacks being absorbed if he faced that NEN user again. This was the absolute advantage brought by sheer aura output. As his thoughts wandered, Morrow's gaze inadvertently fell upon the tree rings tattoo on the back of his hand, stirring a momentary wave of complicated emotions. After Death Rewind, he had gained a NEN ability that allowed him to seize the initiative at this point in time, standing now at a crossroads of fate. The path he should choose was obvious. Though he was deeply grateful to Marina for her initial salvation and her subsequent unreserved aid, he could never accept her goal of annihilating all humanity and destroying the world. Thus, he had resolved to sever all ties with her. Yet, as he directly experienced the benefits of leaping several levels, Marina's image inevitably surfaced in his mind once more. Morrow didn't know the origin of the tree rings tattoo, but this leveling ability undoubtedly stemmed from Marina's power before his rebirth. It had imprinted itself upon this reborn world like a brand upon his soul. Morrow exhaled softly. What if? No, there were no what ifs. Their values were irreconcilable, destined to lead them down divergent paths. From now on, they would only ever be strangers. Shaking his head, Morrow dismissed thoughts of Marina and instead focused on analyzing the leveling mechanism of the tree rings tattoo. In the original Etude of Love, killing an ordinary person granted 1 level, while killing a NEN user granted 10. But the tree rings tattoo was different. It couldn't level up by killing ordinary people. Moreover, the levels gained from killing NEN users varied based on their strength. A standard level NEN user would only grant a single level. The difficulty of leveling between the two was incomparable. However, in exchange, the rewards from leveling the tree rings tattoo far surpassed those of the original Etude of Love. The key difference likely lay in their core principles. The original Etude of Love was designed for proliferation, so its leveling difficulty was low, allowing rapid ascension to LV100 and the ability to spawn new subordinates. The tree rings tattoo, however, emphasized individual enhancement, making leveling far more arduous, so much so that reaching LV100 would be nearly impossible. Yet precisely because of the immense benefits of each level, the ceiling of this ability had been raised significantly. Judging by this heightened ceiling, it was clear that the higher the level, the steeper the difficulty. It might even reach a point where only opponents like Netero could provide meaningful progress. Furthermore, even if one miraculously reached LV100, it was doubtful the tree rings tattoo could ever spawn subordinate users. Having roughly figured out the mechanism behind the tree rings leveling system, Morrow still held on to the hope of reaching LV21. Perhaps, just like the original Etude of Love, once the level exceeded 20, he could awaken a NEN ability that perfectly suited his needs. If not, Morrow wouldn't force it. I need to reach LV21 as soon as possible. Morrow traced his fingers over the tree rings tattoo. Killing Phaeton was something he had the initiative in, the only pressure he faced was the urgency of time. But last night's ambush had brought a real, tangible sense of crisis to his doorstep. Even though he now knew the forces and motives behind the attackers, his current strength clearly didn't allow him to act as he pleased. Even if he had the capability to kill Nolan right now, he wouldn't act immediately, because he had to account for the 10 Dons' retaliation afterward. So what he needed to do was ensure that, by the time he made his move, he would have the means to take down the 10 Dons as well. Exactly. After deciding Nolan's death was non-negotiable, the 10 Dons had also been factored into Morrow's calculations. Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated softly, no longer ringing as an incoming call alert. Morrow took out his phone and pressed the answer button. Big Spender, there's new progress on the Phantom Troop bounty. Argo's voice came through the phone. Oh. Morrow waited for her to continue. Last night, he had received the compiled intel Argo sent him. The man named Clyde was indeed connected to the sword Senro, but Morrow didn't care much about that. In this incident, he had merely bought the sword and sold it immediately. He had nothing to do with the wealthy man's murder. The other piece of intel was the Phantom Troop bounty Argo was now mentioning. She had already identified the specific target of the bounty, the troop's number 8 member. Moreover, the bounty had been issued to multiple parties, and several people had already taken it up by now. If there was any further development in the intel, it was likely the Zaldik family's involvement. I found out the person who issued the bounty paid a hefty sum to hire an assassin from the Zaldik family. Just as Morrow had guessed, the new development Argo mentioned was Silva Zaldik accepting the assassination contract. Got it. Morrow replied indifferently. Argo sounded puzzled. You don't seem surprised at all. Should I be? Argo was momentarily at a loss for words. Morrow walked toward the off-road vehicle parked by the desolate roadside as he spoke into the phone. Keep an eye out in the near future and see if you can track the Phantom Troop's movements. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll likely have a collective operation soon. Big Spender, where did you get this info? Argo didn't bother hiding the surprise in her tone. She couldn't help but suspect Morrow might have secretly spent money to find another informant behind her back. Not that she cared about the money. It was just that this lack of trust felt like a slight against her capabilities as an intelligence agent. Unaware of Argo's thoughts, Morrow casually replied as he settled into the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. That's none of your concern. Just contact me immediately once you track their movements. Yes, sir. Argo responded in a playful, exaggerated tone, then tried to press Morrow further about his source, only to hear the call disconnect. Ugh, this guy. He always hangs up as decisively as if he's running late for a date. Argo stared at her phone with a constipated expression. The endless stretch of road stretched out before him. Morrow drove the off-road vehicle along the straight road. After last night's incident, he shifted his focus to improving his strength, which meant he could no longer continue scavenging in York New City. He planned to go to Heaven's Arena. That place was outside the Gambino family's sphere of influence, making it much easier to handle. More importantly, it would help him enhance his own abilities. However, Morrow had no intention of disguising himself or hiding his identity. Once he arrived at Heaven's Arena, he would openly show his face, sending a clear message to Nolan. Want to kill me? Then come and try. Morrow wanted to see. Would the people Nolan sent succeed in killing him, or would those who couldn't defeat him only make him stronger? 24. The Fruit Farmer. 10 days later, Morrow arrived in the city where Heaven's Arena stood. The primary mode of transportation in this world was airships, which were far less efficient than the airplanes of his past life. Traveling from York New to another continent across the sea had taken Morrow a full 10 days. Fortunately, the entry requirements for the country where Heaven's Arena was located were quite lax, otherwise, it might have taken even longer. This country seemed to have positioned Heaven's Arena as its main economic driver. As a result, nearly every visitor entering the country was there for the arena. Morrow's first impression upon stepping into the city wasn't the towering, cloud-piercing marvel at its center, but the sheer number of people everywhere. No matter where he looked, shops, souvenirs, food packaging, even the clothes and backpacks of passers-by, he saw elements related to fighting. Being surrounded by it all, Morrow immediately understood why this place was called the Fighting Paradise. No wonder over 4,000 fighters registered at Heaven's Arena every single day. That towering skyscraper was like a pyramid built from fame and fortune, tempting people to climb it at all costs. You didn't even need to reach the top, just ascending to a certain height would earn you endless flowers and cheers. Few could resist such allure. Immersed in the city's unique atmosphere, Morrow couldn't help but sigh inwardly before making his way toward the city center. Heaven's Arena was a tower-shaped structure standing 991 meters tall. The entire building had 251 floors, making it the fourth tallest structure in the world. Every year, over 1 billion spectators entered to watch the battles, and the ticket revenue alone was an unimaginable sum. Morrow headed straight for the registration office at Heaven's Arena. At the moment, the line for registration was incredibly long. At a glance, Morrow estimated there were at least 2,000 people waiting. The area around the registration office also featured a plaza and other facilities, with some distinctive statues serving as popular photo spots for tourists. As a result, both the registration office and its surroundings were packed with crowds. Listening to the clamor from all directions, Morrow had no patience to wait in line. He stepped out of the queue and walked directly toward the registration office. Along the way, he casually observed the people in line. His eyes acted like scanners, detecting the faint wisps of aura rising from them. Ordinary people, ordinary people, ordinary people. Not a single Nen user in sight. Though it was possible some Nen users were disguising themselves as ordinary people, the odds of that were extremely low. By the time Moro reached the registration office, he had passed over 2,000 people. Not one was a Nen user. None. It was a power that anyone could master with training. Yet, despite the massive population, the number of Nen users was pitifully small. Given that, most of Heaven's Arena's Nen users were probably concentrated above the 200th floor. Now then. Moro stood beside the line, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes lowered as he considered the feasibility of a certain plan. Since even in a fighting paradise like Heaven's Arena, Nen users were rare, perhaps he could play the role of an orchardist and administer a baptism to contestants who met his screening criteria. This way, he could artificially create Nen users through human effort. Then, all he needed to do was wait for these apples to ripen before plucking them in the arena. As Moro pondered this, the staff at the registration desk and those in line all eyed him with strange expressions. His undisguised scrutinizing behavior while walking through earlier had already drawn the attention of many contestants. Some hot-tempered individuals had initially considered stepping out of line to teach Moro a lesson, but when they met his assessing gaze, they inexplicably felt an overwhelming pressure and wisely suppressed their impulsive emotions. However, they certainly remembered Moro well. Now, those at the front of the line watched as Moro walked straight to the registration desk and stood there deep in thought, leaving them puzzled and uncertain about his intentions. The registration staff also observed Moro with considerable curiosity. After a while, Moro concluded his thoughts, deciding that the orchardist plan had some feasibility. He resolved to finalize his decision on whether to execute it after registering for the competition. First, let's register. Moro looked up and walked directly toward a bearded man who was preparing to fill out his registration form. The bearded man noticed Moro's approach and instinctively tensed up, eyeing him warily. What do you want? As soon as the words left his mouth, the bearded man realized he was overreacting. This was, after all, the registration desk of Heaven's Arena. No one would be foolish enough to cause trouble here without reason, right? Moro stopped before the bearded man, pulled out a stack of bills, and politely said, "Hello, I'd like to offer you 1,000,000 jenny for your spot in line. Would you be willing?" Huh. The bearded man froze, his pen hovering mid-air. The registration staff remained expressionless and didn't urge them to hurry. Those behind the bearded man in line, however, widened their eyes in surprise. 1,000,000 jenny. Not an exorbitant sum, but not insignificant either. At Heaven's Arena, one would need to fight up to the 100th floor to earn that much in prize money. The bearded man quickly realized that simply rejoining the line elsewhere was far easier than painstakingly climbing 100 floors. Deal. He shoved the pen into Moro's hand, took the money, and walked toward the back of the line without a backward glance. Moro took the pen and naturally stepped up to the registration desk. "Welcome to Heaven's Arena. Please fill out your details here." The receptionist deftly removed the form bearing the bearded man's name and replaced it with a fresh one for Moro. "Thank you." Moro smiled at her and quickly completed the form. For combat experience, he didn't fabricate anything. He truthfully wrote that he had none. In reality, he genuinely lacked fighting experience. One of his purposes in coming to Heaven's Arena was precisely to gain such experience, so there was no need to take shortcuts. After registering, Moro headed straight to the first floor of Heaven's Arena. As a tower-like structure, the first floor of Heaven's Arena had the largest area, featuring 16 fighting rings in its combat arena. Every day, contestants who came to register would undergo preliminary matches here. Moro casually found a seat and sat down. His arrival immediately drew the attention of a small group of people. These individuals had only arrived shortly before and had noticed Moro's strange behavior during registration. They hadn't expected him to cut in line like this. Ignoring their gazes, Moro focused intently on watching the fights in the arena. "Not bad at all," he remarked with growing interest as he observed two contestants exchanging blows on one of the platforms. Setting aside the factor of Nen abilities, some martial artists in this world were truly skilled. 25. Martial Arts Contemplation. 25. Martial Arts Contemplation. 16 arenas were hosting simultaneous matches. Some battles were fiercely contested, while others ended in an instant. Moro focused intently on one particular arena. The two combatants appeared to be martial artists skilled in distinct styles, their strikes and counters revealing clear offensive and defensive strategies. After observing for a while, Moro discerned that one specialized in kicks while the other excelled in punches. But after over a dozen exchanges, the kicker gradually gained the upper hand. Impressive. Initially intrigued, Moro soon felt a surge of excitement after watching the exchanges. The two fighters moved with ferocious momentum, each strike carrying an unyielding determination, as if the next move could be fatal. Moreover, their techniques displayed pinpoint accuracy, striking precisely at vulnerabilities. Such skill wasn't achieved overnight, it demanded relentless training. If these two also knew Nen, what kind of spectacle would this match have been? As Moro pondered this possibility, the tide of battle suddenly shifted. The kicker, who had been dominating, was caught off guard when the puncher fought back ruthlessly, enduring a whip-like kick to close the distance and deliver a devastating punch straight to the heart. That single punch turned the tables, sending the opponent crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Moro's pupils contracted slightly. He noticed the aura above the fallen fighter's head dissipating. At the same time, the referee recognized the severity of the situation, checked the fallen contestant's breathing, and immediately called for the emergency medical team stationed at the sidelines. The victor merely glanced at his fallen opponent before coldly looking away, indifferent. This was the brutal reality beneath the cheers and applause. Every fighter who stepped onto Heaven's Arena's stage had to be mentally prepared for the possibility of death. In that regard, it was somewhat similar to the Hunter exam. The Hunter Association, which administered the exam, maintained a detached attitude toward examines dying during the tests. And those who signed up for the Hunter exam were well aware of the dangers ahead. The same applied to Heaven's Arena. Contestants not only had to steel their resolve but also sign waivers absolving the arena of responsibility for fatalities. The battles here were far from mere exhibition matches. If one encountered a vicious opponent, they could only blame their own misfortune. However, fatalities during the preliminary rounds were still rare. From the preliminaries up to the 200th floor, weapons were prohibited in the arena. Moreover, preliminary matches had a strict 3-minute time limit. If neither fighter secured victory within that time, the referee would decide the winner based on performance. Thus, in most cases, fighters focused on countering each other's moves rather than fighting to the death. It was unusual for two contestants specializing in lethal martial arts to be matched against each other in the preliminaries. And rarer still for their skills to be so evenly matched that, in their desperation to win, one seized a fleeting opportunity with ruthless decisiveness, guided by battle-hardened instincts. Perhaps the puncher had anticipated the fatal outcome when he struck, but hesitation was never an option. This was the way of pure martial artists. Not just in a fighting paradise like Heaven's Arena, but even in any ordinary encounter elsewhere. Once a formal challenge is issued by a martial artist, most battles are fought to determine not only superiority but also life and death. I can easily defeat him. Moro's gaze followed the victor who had already left the arena. But if he awakens Nen. Watching the man disappear into the corridor, Moro sighed deeply. I can't win. After a brief silence, Moro leaned back in his chair, his brow slightly furrowed. Martial arts. Whether before encountering Nen or after mastering it, he had never truly engaged with it. Yet there was no doubt that martial arts were an essential component in Nen battles. However, someone with no martial arts training could, upon awakening Nen, effortlessly face a martial artist who had dedicated years to honing their combat skills. If forced to prioritize, which was more important, Nen or martial arts? Moro thought of Killua and Zushi's battle in the original story. At that time, Killua didn't understand Nen but could dominate purely through footwork and martial arts. But if Zushi had developed a Nen ability, the outcome might have been different. Then Moro thought of Biscuit. This first-class Nen user, who had devoted decades to the Shinjin Ryu style, didn't need combat-oriented Nen abilities or sheer skill alone made her a formidable fighter. So what was the answer? Moro felt momentarily lost. Then, inexplicably, he recalled Phaeton's elusive speed-based attacks. Compared to the Pain Packer Nen ability, Moro found Phaeton's rapid assault far more troublesome. Could Nen mastery alone really counter such a swift fighting style? A headache. Moro rubbed his temples. If not for the Phantom Troop, he wouldn't have to delve into these matters or feel the relentless pressure of time. The future he had envisioned. Basic Nen for self-preservation, supplemented by a steady income from the antique trade, ensuring he'd never want for money. Wealth and security, what a perfect future that would have been. But the Phantom Troop had shattered it all. Contestants 2688 and 2792, please proceed to Arena C. Contestants 2688 and 2792, please proceed to Arena C. The arena's announcement snapped Moro out of his thoughts. 2792, his number. Moro steadied himself and walked toward the arena. Upon reaching Arena C, he saw contestant 2688, a long-haired woman in a tight-fitting outfit. She noticed Moro and frowned slightly, seemingly surprised by his youth. Both contestants, please step onto the arena. The referee signaled for them to ascend. Moro and the long-haired woman stepped onto the platform. First-floor matches emphasize combat performance. Please demonstrate your abilities within 3 minutes. The referee reiterated the rules. Begin. With that, the match started. The long-haired woman moved instantly, her light steps carrying her swiftly behind Moro. Sorry, kid. She raised her hand to strike Moro's neck. The scene was watched by several contestants in the stands. They were all people who had been paying attention to Moro earlier. Now, seeing that Moro showed no reaction whatsoever to the long-haired woman's attack, their responses varied in an instant. Thud. A dull sound echoed from Arena C. This was followed by the long-haired woman gasping sharply as she withdrew her hand, her face twisted in pain. What was happening? Those who witnessed this scene were astonished. Then they saw the young man, who appeared to be no more than 16 years old, not only remain completely unfazed but even wear an expression of deep contemplation. 26. Reaction. Bound by the urgency imposed by time. For someone who needed to kill Phaeton within 10 months, where should he focus his efforts? Moro didn't have the luck of Gon and Killua, who first met Wing and later Biscuit. If he posed this question to Biscuit, he would probably get an immediate answer. But Moro didn't have Biscuit, he could only rely on himself to find the solution. He wondered, was there any value in lingering and honing his skills in the matches below the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena? The answer was yes. He wasn't short on money, so he didn't need to rush through to the 200th floor like Gon and Killua. What he lacked most right now was combat experience and understanding at the martial arts level. Compared to the floors above 200, where the focus had already shifted to Nen abilities, the matches below the 200th floor were more likely to pit him against skilled martial artists like the one he had just faced. Originally, Moro had come to Heaven's Arena for the Nen users, but after witnessing a life-or-death martial arts duel, his perspective had shifted slightly. Since his rebirth, everything he had done was aimed at one goal, Phaeton's death. Therefore, in his path to becoming stronger, he had to account for Phaeton's combat characteristics. Thus, Moro naturally concluded, the key to successfully killing Phaeton lay in how he handled Phaeton's rapid attacks. Regardless of accumulated combat experience, at the very least, he needed to be able to see Phaeton's swift blade. Relying on his own understanding, Moro arrived at a rough answer through contemplation. Without guidance from a renowned teacher like Biscuit, he couldn't be sure whether the choices he was making now were correct. All he could do was align his actions with his convictions. Once he had settled on a direction, he couldn't afford to hesitate. And these arena matches at Heaven's Arena could help him shore up his weaknesses. Again, Moro's thoughts returned to the present as he turned to face the long-haired woman, who was clutching her hand and retreating. At his words, her brows furrowed tightly. She wanted to ask something but thought better of it, closing her mouth and suppressing her shock and the pain in her palm before charging at Moro again. Still relying on her agile, well-practiced footwork, she swiftly moved into Moro's blind spot. He's dodging, which means. As she struck, the long-haired woman noticed Moro's barely there evasive reaction, and her confidence steadied. She abruptly altered her attack, her descending palm striking Moro's shoulder instead. Thud! Another dull impact echoed across the arena. Then, hiss! The long-haired woman felt as though she had struck solid iron. Gritting her teeth, she sucked in a sharp breath and recoiled as if electrocuted, clutching her throbbing hand. So hard. How could it be this hard? Even with iron body skill, it shouldn't be possible to reach this level, right? Beads of cold sweat instantly formed on her forehead. During her first strike, she had held back slightly, considering Moro's youth. But this time, recognizing his strength, she had gone all out. Yet, precisely because she hadn't held back, the backlash was even worse. Cradling her swollen, likely fractured hand, the long-haired woman felt a deep sense of gravity. She fixed her gaze on Moro, only to see lost in thought again. The long-haired woman's cheek twitched involuntarily. Meanwhile, Moro was reflecting on their earlier exchange. Though he hadn't anticipated her sudden change in technique, his aura had reacted faster than his body could move. The only issue was that it had been too rushed, leaving him unable to properly control the intensity of his nen. As a result, his opponent had suffered excessive rebound damage. This was the last thing Moro wanted. He could tell the long-haired woman before him was skilled in martial arts. Setting aside physical strength, the footwork she'd used to swiftly circle behind him reminded him of Killua. So Moro wanted to use their limited 3 minutes to experience as much of her offensive techniques as possible, hoping to learn something from them. But it seemed he had genuinely frightened her just now. Moro quickly snapped out of his thoughts and turned to the long-haired woman, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Eagerly, he said, "Come at me again. I'll be more careful this time, and I promise I won't fight back." The long-haired woman fell silent, gritting her teeth hard. One of her hands was likely fractured, which had already made her consider giving up. But seeing Moro's reaction filled her with unwillingness. Nearby, even the experienced referee couldn't help but look surprised at Moro's behavior. Let alone the competitors watching the match from the stands. She was the one who got hurt even though she landed the hit. To space out and ponder in the middle of a match. How arrogant. Acting like this in a fight, he just hasn't met me yet. Some of the spectators murmured among themselves. Only one handsome man remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Moro in the ring. In the ring, Moro watched the long-haired woman expectantly. Clenching her jaw, she ultimately refused to lose the match like this. Abandoning her footwork, she adjusted her breathing and mustered every ounce of strength in her muscles before charging straight at Moro. Straight punch. Planting her stance, she drove a direct punch toward Moro's abdomen. Moro lowered his eyelids slightly, tracking the trajectory of her fist with his eyes. Power, speed, angle. Every element was seamlessly integrated into this punch, giving it a polished, refined feel. This kind of force application and punch trajectory must have been honed through countless adjustments and training sessions. But he could see it all clearly. Footwork really is crucial. If this punch had been supported by her footwork, someone like me with limited experience probably still wouldn't have been able to block it. In that split second, Moro felt as though his thoughts were moving differently than usual, allowing him to process so much in such a brief moment. And then, Moro lowered his hand, positioning his palm directly in the path of the incoming fist. He even consciously controlled the intensity of the aura swirling around his palm. Thud. The The long-haired woman's fist slammed heavily into Moro's palm, yet it felt as though all her strength had been poured into cotton, yielding no feedback whatsoever. Moro didn't budge an inch, and the long-haired woman froze in place like a statue. "You." The sensation of resistance from his palm, gentle yet deep, like water, left her momentarily dazed. She felt as though she had brushed against a realm beyond her comprehension. Then, in a daze, she lifted her gaze to meet Moro's. Fortunately, what he saw was no longer a pensive reaction, but the boy's radiant, spring-like smile. "Thank you." Moro withdrew his hand and expressed his sincere gratitude. "I can learn so much in this place." At this moment, Moro was absolutely certain. The long-haired woman opened her mouth, then ultimately let her arm drop in utter defeat. "Referee. I concede." 27. Moro the Meditator. As the long-haired woman conceded, the referee immediately announced the result. The referee then took out a machine resembling a card reader and printed a pass for the winner to proceed to the higher floors. Contestant 2792, although your registration form indicates 0 combat experience, based on your performance in this match, I believe you can advance directly to the 50th floor. Here is your pass to the 50th floor. Please take it. As he spoke, the referee handed the slip of paper to Moro. Each referee had their own judgment criteria. From a purely technical standpoint, the referee of Ring C would have judged Moro worthy of advancing to the 20th floor, while the long-haired woman belonged on the 50th. But in terms of the outcome, the long-haired woman had stood no chance against Moro. The Ring C referee prioritized results over process and, disregarding the registration details, concluded that Moro deserved to advance to the 50th floor. However, Moro did not take the slip. Instead, he tentatively asked, "Referee, may I choose to advance to the 10th floor instead?" "Of course. That is your right." The referee nodded. Heaven's Arena held at least 2,000 preliminary matches daily, and among so many contestants, there were always those like Moro who, for personal reasons or needs, chose to climb the floors slowly. This was not unusual. Moro smiled. "Then please give me a pass to the 10th floor." "One moment." The referee promptly printed a new slip for him. "Thank you." Moro took the slip and turned to leave the ring. As he walked from the ring to the passageway, he could feel numerous eyes on him from all directions, including the long-haired woman who had just conceded. But he paid no mind and strode straight into the passage, then ascended to the 10th floor of Heaven's Arena. Instead of rushing to the counter to register his advancement, Moro entered the elevator and casually pressed the button for the 15th floor. A short while later, Moro arrived on the 15th floor and followed the directional marks along the walls, casually entering one of the rooms. At that moment, a match was underway on the central ring inside the room. The spectator seats around the ring were sparsely populated. Heaven's Arena had 251 floors, and between the 11th to 19th or 21st to 29th floors, most were equipped with rings for matches and comprehensive service facilities. Every year, 1 billion spectators bought tickets to watch the matches, but for the audience, the lower floor matches lacked appeal. In fact, when Moro entered, no staff stopped him or checked his ticket. Finding a seat in the spectator area, Moro turned his attention to the match on the ring. The two contestants were aggressive in their attacks. Yet their movements were completely disorganized, relying solely on brute strength to throw punches or kicks. Moro watched for less than a minute before standing up to leave. Compared to the two contestants he had seen earlier, who specialized in lethal martial arts, and the long-haired woman he had fought, the two on the ring now seemed like nothing more than street thugs brawling. Yet these two contestants managed to advance to the 10th floor, while that nimble-footed long-haired woman lost her preliminary match against him, and the fighter with formidable kicking techniques even died outright on the arena. It just goes to show how unpredictable life can be. And what's truly tragic? Moro saw his own shadow in those two fighters who brawled like street thugs. Fortunately, he still had the chance to strive for change. Stepping out of the match room into the hallway, Moro was filled with reflection. He couldn't help but wonder, would these martial artists, who had devoted decades of effort and dedication to their training, feel utter despair upon suddenly encountering the power known as Nen, realizing they had wasted so much time. A few minutes later, Moro returned to the 10th floor registration desk to confirm his advancement and immediately chose to proceed to his next match. Below the 200th floor, fighters could compete in 2 matches per day. Those with confidence and a desire to climb quickly naturally opted to fight both matches. After waiting briefly in the contestants' lounge, Moro was soon assigned to Arena B on the 17th floor. Heaven's Arena's matchmaking efficiency was remarkably high. One could say that the countless arenas within this towering structure operated like gears, ceaselessly turning. Every minute of the day, victories and defeats were decided on these stages. On his way to Arena B, Moro mused with amusement if there were some cheat ability that grew stronger by absorbing the will to win, then staying in Heaven's Arena for a while would surely allow one to emerge as an invincible force. Even if one did emerge invincible, they could still be reduced to a pile of flesh by the indifferent words of a wishing machine, saying, "Go die." In a way, this world had its own absurdities. Just like how, akin to a time assassin, he had been fortunate enough to get a second chance under the influence of some ability phenomenon. Soon arriving at Arena B on the 17th floor, Moro saw his opponent this time, a man built like a bear. Promising. Yet once the referee announced the start, Moro was disappointed. His opponent was strong, but it was purely brute strength with no finesse. Still, Moro didn't end the fight quickly. Instead, he observed his opponent's movement habits and the underlying thought process embedded in his attacks. The defensive power granted by his aura allowed him to calmly analyze mid-fight. He didn't consider this a meaningless exercise. On the contrary, he believed the power of thought was crucial. It's just that, for now, he was still a novice in this regard, unable to fully harness this power in battle. So he had no choice but to accumulate experience the hard way, gradually improving the speed of his thinking. Just before the 3-minute mark, Moro struck. With a single casual palm strike, he sent his burly opponent flying out of the arena. The fight ended in an instant. The referee, surprised, handed Moro an advancement certificate. Moro thanked him as usual, then left the match room. Every opponent he observed in battle, every moment of reflection in the arena, felt like adding information to a knowledge bank. And once enough data was gathered, the habit of thinking would, like an AI retrieving information, swiftly and efficiently produce the right decision in combat. Moro wasn't sure if this path was the right one. The only reason that drove him to do this was a combat ability Biscuit had mentioned in the original story. In the following days, Moro gradually advanced through the ranks using this method. By the time he reached the 80th floor, many spectators had taken notice of this somewhat special fighter. Gradually, he earned a title at Heaven's Arena. The Little Meditator. Oh, no, it was Meditator Moro. 28. The meaning of killing. In Heaven's Arena, high-profile fighters are often given nicknames by the audience. This stage marks the gradual transformation of spectators into fans. The birth of these nicknames depends on the distinctive traits a fighter displays in the ring. When Moro stepped into the arena, his most common habit was to analyze and counter his opponent's moves. If he failed, he would immediately pause to reflect, searching for a better response, then guide his opponent into recreating the previous exchange. If he faced an opponent with exceptional martial skills, the frequency and duration of his contemplation would noticeably increase. Within just a few days, the audience and fans who followed Moro unanimously agreed on the nickname Meditator. They also noticed a pattern: the longer Moro spent in contemplation during a match, the higher the skill level of his opponent. During this time, as the center of attention, Moro naturally heard about the Meditator nickname, and many fans even approached him for autographs. Such was the atmosphere of Heaven's Arena, where fan culture was a prominent force. Since martial matches allowed on-site betting, many spectators who enjoyed placing wagers would naturally become fervent supporters of consistently victorious fighters. Moro paid little mind to these inevitable phenomena. The nickname Meditator was, at the very least, far better than the likes of Chop Killua or Pushpom Gon from the original story. While he could ignore the nickname, he couldn't overlook the potential threat posed by fan interactions. Just imagine, what if a large crowd of fans suddenly rushed at him? Such chaotic scenarios would provide the perfect environment for an assassin to strike. He wouldn't even be surprised if someone in the crowd suddenly pulled out a machine gun. Moro had come to Heaven's Arena for two reasons: to hone his skills and to openly face Nolan's retaliatory pursuit. But that didn't mean he would generously offer an assassination opportunity, like being surrounded by fans. By the 5th day, Moro had completed 10 matches and effortlessly advanced to the 100th floor. Within Heaven's Arena's hierarchy, there were several major thresholds. The first was between the 1st and 100th floors. At this level, the overall skill of the fighters noticeably improved, and the benefits they received underwent a fundamental upgrade. As a result, many fighters would resort to any means necessary to maintain their position above the 100th floor. Moro was aware of this, but even after several days, and climbing all the way to the 160th floor, he encountered no harassment or targeting. Perhaps his seemingly invincible performance in the ring deterred any troublemakers from acting recklessly. "I've gained a lot during this time." After finishing his match on the 180th floor, Moro returned to his room. In less than 10 days, he had fought a total of 18 matches. He had faced a variety of opponents, learning numerous offensive and defensive techniques along the way. More importantly, he had expanded his understanding and steadily accumulated invaluable experience. It was worth noting, the observational skills he had honed in the antique appraisal industry had subtly carried over into his combat abilities. Because he had been focusing on observing his opponent's force exertion habits, after over a dozen matches, sometimes just seeing subtle physical reactions would allow him to predict their next moves. 10 days wasn't long, but Moro could clearly feel his growth. He was like a sponge or a blank sheet of paper. Starting from zero meant he could better appreciate the explosive progress made in such a short time. The next day, Moro stepped onto the fighting ring leading to the 190th floor. Having gained much during this period, he had already set his sights beyond the 200th floor. So he abandoned his original plan of slowing down. If he won both matches today, he would advance to the 200th floor. Meditator, Meditator. Haha, Meditator Moro, I'm betting on you again today, don't let me down. Go, Moro. The stands were packed, most of the audience there for Moro. Just a single entry ticket had already been scalped for dozens of times its original price. This usually only happened for matches above the 200th floor, which showed just how popular Moro had become in Heaven's arena. And this near-fanatic fanfare? Moro had achieved it in just 10 days. This was exactly why self-proclaimed elite fighters flocked to this arena. It was the fastest path to fame. Here we go, the much-anticipated showdown before it even begins. The commentator's clear voice echoed through the venue, somewhat suppressing the noise from the crowd. Now stepping onto the ring is the unstoppable, undefeated meditator Moro. And his opponent, equally undefeated, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, Sonic Fist Tiger. Before the match began, the commentator introduced both fighters as usual. When she mentioned Sonic Fist Tiger, the crowd erupted in cheers. Tiger, crush him. You can do it. What kind of bullshit meditator? Tiger, send him to hell with your Sonic Fist, haha. Clearly, in the world of combat where strength reigns supreme, this fighter also had a formidable reputation and a strong following. Moro stood on the left side of the ring, his gaze fixed on the passage ahead. A lean, muscular man with a buzz cut emerged from the passage, walking toward the ring. The man was bare-chested, wearing only yellow trunks, his hands wrapped in layers of white bandages. Moro studied Tiger, and a flicker of surprise passed through his calm, steady eyes. His opponent was a Nen user. Moro's gaze swept over the aura enveloping Tiger, a stable 10 suggesting solid fundamentals. Meeting Moro's scrutiny, Tiger strode onto the ring, his expression cold. Meditator, humph. Those ordinary people don't know the truth, so they blindly worship you, mistaking this for some kind of effortless mastery. Tiger raised his right fist, emphasizing the words, ordinary people, with a sneer. But after today, your corpse will help them see the truth. Corpse. Moro raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the sheer hostility. For a moment, he almost thought Tiger had been sent by Nolan. Watching Moro's somewhat inexplicable reaction, Tiger's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he sneered, don't overthink it. This isn't favoritism. There's only one thing I do in the arena, kill my opponents. Is it really necessary to go that far? Moro asked calmly. In response, Tiger slowly released his aura, which coiled around his muscular frame. If power isn't meant for slaughter, then it's meaningless. And the arena justifies that act. Moro frowned in silence before smiling in understanding. Seeing his grin, Tiger's gaze turned even colder. In the spectator stands, Heaven's arena fighters who had lost to Moro, including the long-haired woman defeated in the preliminaries, had all come to watch the match. Without Moro's steady strength to guarantee advancement, they naturally paid close attention to the most ferocious competitors. So they knew Tiger, the Sonic Fist. And this guy was precisely the kind of ruthless, brutal fighter they least wanted to face, someone who cared nothing for his opponent's lives in the ring. Go on and crush this bastard. Though they had lost to him, they openly cheered for Moro. Sure, Moro's contemplative demeanor in the ring had made their defeats frustrating, but compared to a savage fighter like Tiger, they'd much rather face Moro. In a noisy corner of the stands, a handsome man stood apart from the surrounding clamor, silently watching Moro in the arena. 29. How could he? The aura surrounding a Nen user reflects their thoughts and emotions through its fluctuations and form. Similarly, the vast array of Nen abilities directly mirrors the user's personality and experiences. This is an inherent, deeply interconnected relationship. Conversely, once Nen becomes prominent, it amplifies both the strengths and flaws in a user's character, as well as their so-called worldview. The kind become kinder, the wicked grow crueler. Thus, Nen users who disregard human life can effortlessly view their fellow beings as nothing more than ants. The clearest example of this in the original work was those infected by Morina's Etude of Love. Their unified goal was murder. So when they killed, they felt not even the slightest psychological disturbance. In their eyes, the lives of others were merely points to level up, and the presence of Nen made their beliefs and actions even more unshakable. Under the heavy influence of this power system, most Nen users who commit evil have no bottom line or limits. The opponent before him now, who had openly revealed his killing intent on the stage, was undoubtedly one of those who reveled in slaughter. People like this, once they awakened their Nen abilities, they would inevitably develop powers that enhanced their lethality. Moro had no interest in Tiger's personality or background, nor would he criticize him for his actions. He only confirmed one thing. When Tiger revealed his killing intent, he had already defined this match as a fight to the death. With no intention of speaking further, Moro took his designated position at the referee's signal. Then, he unleashed his aura to its maximum extent. In an instant, the Nen enveloping his body flickered like flames. In contrast, Tiger, standing opposite him, poured pure killing intent into his aura without restraint. The resulting aura heavily affected the referee. As an ordinary person who didn't understand Nen, the referee felt as if an invisible force had seized his throat under the pressure of this murderous aura. He couldn't speak for a moment, and sweat broke out on his face instantly. If not for his professionalism, he would have turned and fled right then. To him, Tiger seemed like a tiger baring its fangs, ready to indiscriminately tear apart anyone nearby. Referee, I assume you heard Tiger's words just now, Moro said calmly. I accept his proposal for a death match. This fight is now a duel to the death, and your presence is no longer necessary. Why yes. The referee felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, but he didn't leave the stage immediately. Instead, he forced himself to look at Tiger, intending to confirm the terms as usual. Tiger didn't even glance at him. "Get lost," he said coldly. The referee immediately sprinted off the stage. At the commentator's booth, the young and vibrant female commentator received the update and exclaimed excitedly, "What? Contestants Moro and Tiger have voluntarily initiated a death match. This means the fight will now escalate into a battle of life and death, with no rules or restrictions. Only one will walk away alive. The death of the opponent is the sole condition for victory." Her voice echoed throughout the arena. The audience, already excited for this match, felt a primal instinct awaken within them upon hearing the announcement of a death duel, erupting into frenzied cheers. The roar was so deafening it nearly lifted the ceiling off. On the arena, as the referee stepped down, Tiger wasted no time launching his attack. He raised his fists in front of him, advancing toward Moro with quick, shuffling steps. The fighting area was limited, and Tiger closed the distance swiftly. Without any probing, he threw a confident jab straight at Moro's face. A sharp whistling sound tore through the air as his white fist moved so fast it left only an afterimage. Moro, already on guard, retreated in time to dodge the jab, intending to focus on defense while observing Tiger's fighting style. But in that instant, an invisible strike slammed into Moro's cheek. A dull thud echoed. Moro staggered back from the impact, a visible jellyfish-shaped ripple of aura pulsing from his cheek, disrupting his footing. Aura extended. The moment he was hit, Moro saw Tiger's aura, stretched taut from his straightened fist, suddenly expand and lengthen in the blink of an eye. It was this abrupt extension of aura that struck his cheek like a fist. And from the sensation of the hit, this wasn't a standard aura manipulation attack. If it were, the force wouldn't have been this overwhelming unless there was a significant disparity in their aura defense and offense. That aura must have been imbued with the property of concussive force. A transmuter ability. Moro stumbled back, digging his right foot into the ground to steady himself. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted, gasps, cheers, shouts of excitement. The spectators couldn't clearly see Tiger's true strike, only witnessing the aftermath, Moro dodging the fist yet still getting hit. This direct result was precisely why they had dubbed Tiger's technique the Sonic Fist. Back in the arena, Tiger, having landed the first blow, gave Moro no time to recover, pressing forward again with quick steps. As Moro barely regained his balance, Tiger was already upon him, a killing intent-laden jab aimed at his vital upper body. Faced with this relentless assault, Moro didn't allocate much aura to defend his torso. Instead, he concentrated most of it into his legs. Tap tap, tap. Suddenly, Moro pushed off the ground with his toes, his body leaping back lightly like a gazelle. The moment his heels touched down, he twisted sharply, propelling himself into a high-speed directional change. Tiger's rapid jab sliced through empty air. Realizing this, Tiger didn't retract his fists. Instead, he bent his elbow, driving it toward Moro, who had now repositioned beside him. The concussive aura extended along his elbow like a blade, lashing out at Moro. Yet Moro was faster, his body tracing a semicircular arc across the arena as he circled to the opposite side. Tiger's pursuit ended in empty air, forcing him to halt at the edge of the ring, his brow furrowing slightly. He had just cornered Moro. Had he seized the opportunity, he was confident he could have knocked him out. But Moro's footwork had slipped him free. In the stands, the long-haired woman, who had lost to Moro in the preliminary match, suddenly widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "How could he, my gazelle steps, and, so fast?" The footwork Moro had just used was the very technique she had employed during the preliminary match. She never expected to see Moro use it here. But the issue wasn't just that he had learned the gazelle steps, it was the explosive power and speed he displayed with the technique, far surpassing her current capabilities. The long-haired woman couldn't believe it. 30. The terrifying other side. Gazelle steps. Moro, of course, didn't know the name of this footwork. After all, he had indeed stolen this technique from the long-haired woman. Not that he had deliberately set out to learn it. But over the course of 18 matches, she was the only opponent who had used any footwork at all. So, strictly speaking, this was the sole technique he had managed to pick up through observation and analysis in the arena. The footwork relied on the balls of the feet for propulsion, allowing for nimble, agile movements in both advance and retreat. Pivoting on the heels enabled rapid changes in direction, much like a gazelle darting across the plains. Mastering the mechanics wasn't particularly difficult. The real challenge lay in the explosive power required to transition between stillness and motion. But this issue could be resolved with the enhancement of aura. This was also the fundamental reason why Moro, despite having only recently learned the technique, could execute it even better than the long-haired woman. Truly overconfident. Retreating to the center of the arena, Moro wiped a finger across his slightly swollen cheek, his gaze calm as he observed Tiger standing at the edge of the ring. After several exchanges, he had already discerned the nature of Tiger's Nen ability. It was a power that imbued his aura with concussive force, essentially enhancing the penetrating power of his strikes beyond what Gyo alone could achieve. Since transmuters weren't particularly skilled at projecting aura outward, the ability could only be utilized effectively in close-quarters combat. More importantly, if both fists and elbows could serve as emission points for the ability, then other parts of the body likely could as well. This was a purely combat-oriented ability, perfectly suited to Tiger's needs. The reason Moro considered Tiger overly confident, however, was that there had been no need for him to reveal his ability so soon. After all, most Nen abilities held some degree of tactical value as first encounter killers. His own deceptive shooting star was one such example, and Tiger's transmuter ability was no different. If Moro had been the one wielding Tiger's ability, he would have initiated normal attacks with jabs, probing for weaknesses in his opponent's defense during the fight before delivering a decisive, amplified strike. Given the first encounter advantage, there was a high probability of ending the battle in a single blow. But Tiger had gone straight for his ability from the outset, completely wasting its tactical potential. This spoke volumes about his blind overconfidence. Still, in a stage like Heaven's Arena, where fighters sought to showcase their prowess, holding back was hardly an option. Sooner or later, Nen abilities would inevitably be revealed. But Moro, bound by the limitation of enemies could strike at any moment, had no intention of using his Nen ability in the ring unless absolutely necessary. Tiger, you should be grateful for that. If he hadn't cared about exposing his ability, knowing Tiger's Nen would have given him all the tools to craft a lethal counter-strategy, one that would make Tiger pay dearly for his blind arrogance. But there was no if. Keeping his expression neutral, Moro watched Tiger's next move, a thought forming in his mind. Perhaps he could use this fight to refine his footwork. Unaware of Moro's internal calculations, Tiger, driven by an overwhelming desire to attack, charged at him once more without hesitation. With sharp, piercing whistles through the air, a flurry of deadly fists enveloped Moro in their shadow. Moro's concentration reached its peak at this moment. While continuously dodging the jabs, he could only keep retreating. In just a brief moment, Tiger had thrown over 100 punches. Due to the sudden extension of his attacks during the rapid assault, Moro, despite focusing on defense, was inevitably hit a few times. Fortunately, his focus was entirely on defense, and the timely dissipation of force from his footwork prevented those punches from affecting his physical condition. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time passed, Tiger threw hundreds of consecutive punches during this period. Though he occasionally landed hits on Moro, none were critical. I can see it clearly. Amid the ultra-high-intensity evasion, Moro gradually adapted to Tiger's punching rhythm. Combined with his increasingly smooth and natural footwork, the situation was no longer as perilous as it had been at the start. This high-intensity offensive and defensive exchange had lasted until now, and no matter how Tiger adjusted the angle of his aura extension, he could no longer land a hit on Moro. Tiger noticed this, and the arrogance he had displayed earlier vanished, replaced by frustration. "Are you just going to keep dodging, you damn rat?" His frustration increased the speed of his punches, but at the cost of losing form. Moro ignored Tiger's words. He didn't know how to describe the sensation he was feeling now. Every time he dodged one of Tiger's punches, every time he glimpsed the extended aura grazing past him, he found himself craving Tiger's next punch to come even faster. And he would dodge it, like a wheel drifting at the very edge of a curve. Perhaps it was the sense of achievement he derived from it, or perhaps it was pure exhilaration. This experience made him revel in it. Even in the midst of this storm-like onslaught, he still had the mental space to think. As if, in these fleeting gaps, he had gained an additional pair of eyes, observing from a detached perspective. When the ceiling lights shone down on the stage, he could almost see the dust swirling in the air currents. And in the flow of Tiger's aura, he could see impatience, anger. He's getting desperate. That's what Moro thought. The fight on the stage was intense, and the audience was just as fervent. Especially Tiger's supporters, who believed he had been dominating Moro from start to finish, their faces flushed with excitement, veins bulging. But those who didn't understand and couldn't grasp the intricacies of those few minutes in the ring. Meditator Moro. Among the spectators, a Nen user muttered Moro's name in astonishment. Moro and Tiger had fought their way up to the higher floors, and the strength they displayed along the way had naturally drawn the attention of the 200th floor fighters. Thus, many of them had come to watch this match in person. As Nen users, what they saw was different from the ordinary audience. He is getting stronger, rapidly growing stronger in the midst of battle. Eyes locked on Moro, one of the 200th floor fighters was dumbfounded. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed someone could show such rapid improvement in just a few minutes of combat. This sentiment was shared by most of the 200th floor fighters present. They could see Moro's footwork evolving from slightly awkward to proficient. They could also see his terrifying adaptability in the high-intensity exchange, adjusting at an alarming speed. This was the first time they saw another side of Moro after abandoning his meditative stance, a truly terrifying side. Tiger is finished. A Nen user with 9 victories on the 200th floor stood up and left. When a blade loses its edge, when a fist thrown with all one's strength can no longer harm others, then defeat is inevitable. And indeed, the fierce battle on the arena lost all suspense. Tiger had lost his sharpest fangs, while Moro, well-rested and waiting, merely seized an opportunity to send Tiger crashing to the ground in an instant. As Tiger fell, the shouts from the audience seats abruptly ceased, replaced by expressions of disbelief. Tiger had clearly been dominating the fight. So why had he suddenly been struck down by Moro in a single blow? From one of the seats in the audience, the handsome man who had been observing Moro all along suddenly stood up. There must be some unknown force beyond my comprehension. The handsome man gazed at the arena, his eyes filled with longing. 31. The reason for coming. A death match in the arena, only one could walk away alive. Tiger was down, but not dead yet, so the battle wasn't over. After a brief silence, the spectators who had bet on Tiger began screaming like madmen, urging him to get up and keep fighting. They didn't care about Tiger's condition. All they knew was that if he didn't get up soon, they would lose a fortune. Yet no matter how much they shouted, Tiger couldn't rise. Moro's decisive strike had robbed him of any chance to counterattack. Now, he was like a newborn foal, trembling as he struggled to stand, only to collapse back onto the arena floor with a heavy thud. Tap, tap. Moro walked toward him. To Tiger, those light footsteps sounded like thunderous war drums, the deafening approach of death itself. He let out a low growl, straining with all his might to rise, veins bulging from his forehead to his temples. But the next moment, he coughed up blood and staggered back to the ground. An aura-infused strike, when aimed at a weak point, could deal devastating damage in an instant, almost always sealing the fight's outcome. Tiger knew this all too well. Length of life. This was his transmutation ability, one fundamentally designed to exploit an opponent's vulnerabilities in combat. So Tiger understood perfectly, once his own weak points had been struck, there was no turning the tables. All that remained was to wait for death. Even so, he refused to accept it. I surrender. I surrender. As Moro drew near, Tiger's voice came out hoarse and desperate. Not far from the arena, the referee heard him but made no move. This was a death match. No referee was needed. Moro stopped before Tiger, watching his futile struggle, the defiance in his eyes as death loomed. Did you really lack even this much resolve? Muttering to himself, Moro reached out and cleanly severed Tiger's last thread of life. The LV.5 on the rings on the back of his hand abruptly jumped to LV.7. 2 levels at once, but Moro paid it no mind as he slowly stood. Tiger lay motionless on the arena, a corpse steadily losing its warmth. Many of the gamblers in the stands let out cries of despair, followed by curses hurled at Moro. Ignoring the noise, Moro turned and walked toward the fighter's passage beneath the arena. Even with victory assured, he had chosen to finish off Tiger, who could no longer fight back. Even if someone later condemned him for going that far, it wouldn't stir a single ripple in his heart. He had insisted on killing Tiger. Not because the match had turned into a death match. Not because killing Tiger would level him up, but because Tiger had tried to kill him. That was all. Leaving the chaotic roar of the crowd behind, Moro stepped into the passageway. Even so, countless eyes remained fixed on the tunnel's entrance. That rookie isn't someone to mess with. A 200th floor fighter in the stands stared at the now empty passage where Moro had vanished. He had watched the entire match. Though he sensed Moro possessed an ability that allowed him to adapt and grow stronger mid-battle, he was still confident he could defeat Moro in an arena setting. But his subconscious warned him not to provoke Moro. Forget it, better focus on other newcomers. This 200th floor fighter quickly made his decision. He had come down to watch the lower floor matches specifically to gather intel on rising talents like Moro and Tiger who would soon reach the 200th floor. The motivation was simple: to secure a crucial victory from these newcomers. He wasn't alone in this thinking. Over 30 200th floor fighters had come specifically to watch Moro and Tiger's matches. Some, after seeing the matches, deemed Moro too dangerous and shifted their focus to other challengers still climbing the ranks. Others believed Moro's skills remained immature, seeing him as an easy target for points. These veteran fighters who specialized in preying on newcomers saw nothing wrong with their approach. Once you reached the 200th floor, if you wanted to maintain your fame and status rather than face elimination, you had to find ways to win more matches. They were simply playing by the rules to benefit themselves. Of course, if pushed to the brink with no way out, they wouldn't hesitate to break the rules either. You're not trying to charge me tuition fees, are you? Walking down the corridor toward the 190th floor lounge, Moro joked with the long-haired woman before him. He asked because, after introducing herself as Callista, she'd mentioned watching his recent match. Meaning she'd seen him use that footwork against Tiger in the arena. Of course not. I wouldn't dare. Callista, the long-haired woman, waved her hands in denial. Moro smiled, seeing through her intentions. You want to know how I can use your footwork, right? Yes, but not entirely. Callista shook her head at his question. After losing to you that day, I've been following your matches. I know you're always learning absorbing techniques from your opponents. When I saw you use the gazelle steps today, I was shocked, but what I really want to know is... Her expression turned serious as she looked at Moro. How you mastered it so perfectly. I can sense, you must have some secret technique. Something I don't know about, but definitely exists. Moro looked slightly surprised, then nodded. I won't deny that. Then could you? Hope flashed in Callista's eyes. Is that why you're here too? Moro suddenly interrupted, turning toward a corridor intersection. After a brief silence, a handsome young man with silver short hair emerged from around the corner. He wasn't surprised Moro had detected him. In his eyes, Moro's presence loomed so large that he'd willingly swallow his pride just for this chance. Yes, I'm also curious about that wall-like force you wield. The man admitted frankly to Moro's question, then stated his purpose directly. My name is Castro. If Mr. Moro could help solve my doubts, then whatever request Mr. Moro may have, I will agree to it and do my utmost to fulfill it. Moro looked at the man with some surprise. Beside them, Callista fixed her gaze on Castro. A miscalculation. I should have declared my resolve first. 32. Motivation. Unaware of the existence of Nen, yet keenly perceptive of its traces, Callista only became aware of Nen after clashing with Moro and witnessing him use her signature gazelle steps. Castro, on the other hand, had simply observed Moro in battle, noticing how he seemed to be clad in an invisible armor, like an impervious wall blocking all incoming attacks. He believed it might be some form of internal energy. Though he knew nothing about it, he yearned for this unknown power that could vastly enhance combat prowess. Thus, following his instincts, he arrived abruptly and straightforwardly declared his resolve. Moro glanced at Castro, then at Callista. Truth be told, compared to Callista seeking him out, Castro's arrival was far more unexpected. This man, who was supposed to undergo Hisoka's baptism in the future and ultimately die by Hisoka's hand, had now actively sought him out to uncover the secrets of Nen. Did Castro's instinct-driven actions inadvertently shatter his own death threshold? Of course, that was only if Moro was willing to teach him Nen. And even then, there was no guarantee Hisoka wouldn't target Castro later. But Moro's gaze suddenly fixed on Castro. He had the power to help Castro avoid his future death threshold, the only question was whether he wanted to. If he taught Castro Nen now, would that count as stealing Hisoka's apple? Noticing Moro's prolonged stare, Castro's expression hardened with determination. He wasn't the type to pester endlessly. He knew Heaven's Arena was filled with extraordinary talents, and even if Moro refused, he could find another way. But he had already set his sights on Moro and was mentally prepared to persist for as long as necessary. Beside them, Callista grew anxious as she watched Moro and Castro lock eyes. She was here first. In her urgency, she didn't even consider propriety. Grabbing Moro's arm, she blurted out, Mr. Moro, I'm willing to. I'll agree to any condition. And he's a man, there are some things he just can't do. ? Both Moro and Castro blinked in confusion, turning to Callista. Realizing her slip, Callista froze, quickly releasing Moro's arm and stammering, I meant things like cooking and laundry. Heaven's Arena has 24-hour laundromats. As for cooking, Castro smiled gently at Callista. I have a chef's license. I should be able to meet most of Mr. Moro's needs. Callista stared at Castro in disbelief. Castro met her gaze, his smile still warm, but his eyes conveyed unwavering resolve. An invisible spark crackled between their locked stares. Both were martial artists by trade, well aware of the significance of a master's personal disciple and the value of one-on-one training. This was the root of their conflict. Callista never expected a rival to appear out of nowhere, let alone one so direct in stating his intentions. This was entirely her oversight. Now that she had lost the initiative, she decided to go all out. But you're flat-chested. Callista straightened her upper body. Castro's smile instantly froze on his face. Beauty would only slow down his punches. That's why Castro had no interest in women. Yet as he carefully examined Callista's appearance, setting aside subjective factors, this woman wasn't bad-looking at all. Moreover, her figure, honed by years of martial arts training, had lost its softness but gained more striking, beautiful lines. At this point, he could only glance hesitantly at Moro. His understanding of Moro was ultimately limited, and he truly didn't know whether Moro would be swayed by, let's talk after my next match. Moro didn't respond to either of them, leaving just those words before heading to the contestants' lounge. Castro knew his place and suppressed his concerns, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Callista instinctively wanted to say something, but seeing Castro watching Moro leave like a dutiful wife, she forcibly clamped her mouth shut. I was here first. Once Moro was out of sight, Callista frowned at Castro. Castro slowly shook his head. During the preliminary match, when you attacked Mr. Moro, you ended up hurting your own hand. Thanks to you, I was able to notice Mr. Moro. What I mean is, I was there that day too. I should express my gratitude to you. A vein pulsed at Callista's temple. In the contestants' lounge, Moro sat in a chair, deep in thought. Should he teach Castro Nen? He was considering this. Although he'd conceived the orchardist plan after coming to Heaven's Arena, he didn't consider himself that kind of deranged, self-serving perfectionist. Even if he were to personally cultivate apples, he'd choose someone he could act against without any psychological burden. Someone like Tiger, for example. Moro had always believed that a person could lower their moral baseline, but they shouldn't lack one entirely. Judging from the original story's plot, Castro's nature probably wasn't bad, and Moro had no intention of applying the orchardist plan to him. As he pondered, the time for his next match arrived. Setting aside these thoughts for now, Moro headed to the arena for his 20th match since coming to Heaven's Arena. The venue was packed as always. Nearly all the spectators had come to witness Moro's ascension to the 200th floor. That's right. In the audience's eyes, even before the match began, they were already certain Moro would win. Because Moro had never let them down. And indeed, that was the case. Moro easily defeated his opponent, securing his ticket to the 200th floor. The spectators, their faces flushed with excitement as they watched Moro's figure in the ring, shouted his name with all their might. This wasn't entirely because Moro had won them considerable money. They derived a certain spiritual satisfaction from these matches. Moro listened to the roaring cheers coming from all directions, loud enough to lift the roof. When he first came to this city, he couldn't understand this near-fanatical atmosphere and passion. But during the preliminary match, watching two top martial artists fight without holding back had actually made his blood surge with excitement. So now he could somewhat understand that feeling. Amidst countless cheers, Moro walked toward the contestants' passage. This place called Heaven's Arena was just one corner of the entire world. Yet it allowed him to experience one of life's unmissable flavors. How vast the world is. So you must live well. Without any surprise, Moro spotted Castro and Callista on the inevitable path to the 200th floor. Follow me. Leaving just those words, Moro immediately headed toward the elevator. This time, he got a response. Upon hearing this, Castro and Callista instinctively exchanged glances. The next moment, both forcefully turned their heads away, refusing to look at each other again. 33. Conditions X Spiders X Movements. Should I invest time and effort into Castro and Callista? From the moment the match ended until now, Moro had already made his decision. He could devote time and energy to this matter, provided there was something to gain. Moro walked ahead, leading Castro and Callista directly to the 200th floor. After advancing to the 200th floor, fighters had to register before midnight on the same day, otherwise they would be considered to have forfeited their qualification. Taking the elevator to the 200th floor, Moro followed the wall signs to the registration area. However, after only walking a short distance, a wave of killing intent surged toward him from ahead. This killing intent wasn't particularly strong, but there was no doubt it was directed at Moro. Facing the sudden aura of hostility, Moro remained expressionless and continued forward. There were clearly multiple people releasing this killing intent, though none of them went too far. It was, at most, a small warning. Of course, if Moro weren't a Nen user, this killing intent infused with aura wouldn't have appeared here at all. After all, a newcomer who didn't understand Nen was essentially a walking victory counter. If the fighters on the 200th floor saw one, they'd be eager to welcome them. Why would they ever think to scare them off? Like thick smoke, the aura of killing intent poured out from both sides of the corridor's turn, filling the path leading to the registration area. This level of aura was as insignificant as air to Moro. But for Castro and Callista behind him, it was an entirely different experience. Though they were merely collateral damage, they still felt as if they had been plunged into the icy depths of the ocean. What in the world? Castro and Callista felt a bone-deep chill, each step forward as heavy as if their legs were filled with lead. But they had to keep going. Seeing that Moro showed no intention of stopping, the two gritted their teeth and forced their heavy legs to move, barely managing to keep up. Moro never looked back, but he could hear Castro and Callista's labored breathing. Not bad. Muttering to himself, Moro deliberately slowed his pace. Even if it were him, he might not have handled it any better than they did. Soon, Moro arrived at the registration hall and swept his gaze across the surroundings. People stood at the corridor turns leading to various areas, as well as by the walls where vending machines were placed. Their eyes were all fixed on Moro. Naturally, Moro paid no attention to these opportunistic Nen users. He walked straight to the registration counter and completed the sign-in process under the receptionist's guidance. Matches above the 200th floor operated on a declaration system within a 90-day period. Fighters could choose any day to compete. For now, Moro had no intention of declaring a match. After finishing the registration, he took the now sweat-drenched Castro and Callista to their newly assigned room. How did it feel? Once inside the new room, Moro looked at Castro and Callista, both of whom were slightly pale. Negative emotions infused with aura were, for ordinary people, an unavoidable mental assault. Castro's expression was grave. It felt like I couldn't breathe. When I walked forward, I could clearly feel resistance. My experience was similar, like walking underwater. Callista wiped the sweat from her neck with her hand, frowning as she said, "Was it those people near the registration area?" "Exactly, it was their doing." Moro looked at the two of them calmly and said, "However, their target was me, not you. It's just that the power of Nen poses too great a threat to ordinary people. Even a slight ripple of it is enough to render you helpless." Nen. Castro and Callista perked up at once. Their first-hand experience just now had only deepened their longing for this unknown power. At this moment, all they wanted to know was whether they had the potential to learn this power themselves. "Mr. Moro, can I learn?" "With proper training, anyone can master this ability." Moro already knew what they were about to ask and cut them off directly. Without waiting for their reaction, his tone suddenly turned serious. "I can help awaken this power within you, but I have one condition." Castro and Callista fixed their gazes on Moro without blinking. Meeting their questioning looks, Moro continued, "I must kill someone within a year. That person is extremely powerful, so I'll teach you Nen, but in return, you must assist me in killing that person. This might cost you your lives." At this point, Moro paused briefly, subtly observing their reactions, and saw not a trace of hesitation. "Of course." He added immediately, even if you refuse, it's fine. I'll still tell you the secrets of Inan. As for how to awaken this power, you'll have to figure that out on your own. Mr. Morrow, I have no problem with that. As soon as Morrow finished speaking, Callista declared her resolve without hesitation. This time, she was quicker than Castro. Castro followed right after, saying, I have no problem either. In their eyes, the moment Morrow led them into the so-called world of Inan, it was equivalent to forming a master-disciple relationship. And whatever the master asked of the disciple had no right to object. Good. Morrow smiled. Compared to Callista, Morrow understood Castro better. But in his view, Callista's temperament wasn't bad either. His reasoning was based on the day of the preliminary matches when Callista, seeing how young he was, deliberately held back her strength during her first attack. Morrow raised a finger to his chin. Castro is an enhancer, while Callista is likely an emitter. But to confirm their exact Nen types, we'll need to use water divination. As his thoughts circled back, Morrow skipped the lengthy introduction about Nen and suddenly asked them, are you afraid of death? Faced with Morrow's abrupt question, Castro and Callista naturally answered that they weren't. And so, Morrow directly used forced Nen awakening to help Castro and Callista open the pores of their bodies. In an instant, massive amounts of aura, like steam, surged from Castro and Callista's bodies. Uncontrollable, it shot upward in pillars from their heads before swiftly dissipating. This is the power hidden within me. Castro's eyes reflected a bright light. Whether it was aura or sheer exhilaration was impossible to tell. Callista, however, looked solemnly at the rapidly dissipating aura above Castro's head and murmured, if it isn't controlled before it completely drains away, he'll die. Not far away. Morrow watched calmly as the two forcibly opened their aura pores. Losing aura from the body wouldn't kill them. But if they failed to master 10 and allowed their aura to keep draining for too long, there was a risk of sudden death from overexertion. Still, the likelihood was low. Morrow had told them that losing all their aura meant instant death to pressure them into learning 10 faster. He had no choice. After all, his time was precious. Buzz. His pocket suddenly vibrated with an incoming message. Morrow took out his phone. It was a text from Argo. The Phantom Troop has surfaced. They've raided the Navy's National Treasure Museum. So they've begun their move. Narrowing his eyes, Morrow read the message. 34, Operation. This should be a full gathering of the Phantom Troop before the main storyline begins. Morrow wasn't certain about the exact time the spiders assembled, only that it was around July or August. It was also possible they had already gathered earlier and were only now taking action. They had ransacked the Navy's National Treasure Museum. The name Navies rang a faint bell for Morrow. It was a once glorious ancient civilization that had declined after a devastating 38-year war. Even in modern times, though Navies retained some remnants of its former self, the far-reaching consequences of that war had caused it to lose too much over the long passage of time. What was lamentable? Many of its once prosperous cities had crumbled under enemy hands, yet their treasures had survived in another form. Though Navies was now a shadow of its former self, in recent years, it had been making efforts to recover its lost national treasures. These reclaimed treasures were all housed in the Navy's National Treasure Museum in the capital. It was easy to imagine how much effort Navies had poured into this endeavor. And the Phantom Troop's raid on the museum undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the nation, probably to upgrade Skill Hunter. Hearing the words, National Treasure, Morrow's first thought was that Krollo was enhancing his ability. Skill Hunter was a specialization ability that could be upgraded. To some extent, it shared similarities with another specialization ability, Etude of Love. In a way, Morrow's ability to upgrade through the Tree Rings tattoo also meant he possessed something akin to a specialization ability. The condition for upgrading Skill Hunter was likely stealing National Treasure level artifacts, though stealing was often just outright robbery. Later in the main storyline, the Phantom Troop's attack on the Yorknew auction also seemed motivated by the presence of national treasures there. In that sense, the Tree Rings tattoo's secondary ability to absorb aura from handcrafted items bore some resemblance to Skill Hunter. After all, treasures bearing the title of National Treasure were almost certainly infused with aura. Morrow glanced at Castro and Callista, who were still diligently closing their aura nodes, then sent Argo a message, I'm here. About a minute later, Argo replied. The Phantom Troop raided the Navy's National Treasure Museum and looted all the treasures. Navies immediately dispatched its military to pursue them, but the operation failed. Currently, the Phantom Troop has left Navy's territory. Confirmed intel indicates they've entered the neighboring Kukinu kingdom. Additionally, a Zaldik assassin has also arrived in Kukinu and doesn't seem to be hiding his movements. Reading Argo's detailed report, Morrow immediately sensed something off. Frowning, he thought for a moment before recalling the Phantom Troop's 12th member, Cortopai. Given Krollo's meticulous planning style, he would have surely factored in Cortopai's ability to replicate objects before targeting the Navy's museum. Yet the Phantom Troop had opted for a far more brutal approach. Well, it didn't matter. Morrow shook his head, then hesitated over whether to head to Kukinu Kingdom. He wanted to kill Phaeton. But at this point in time, Phaeton and the entire Phantom Troop had no connection to him whatsoever. So under normal circumstances, as long as you don't actively approach the Phantom Troop, there's probably no risk. Argo, Can you track the Phantom Troop's movements in real time? Should be possible. The Phantom Troop members are extremely confident. They entered Guan Jade territory as stowaways but made no effort to conceal themselves. As long as they don't deliberately go into remote mountains or forests, I can keep tracking their movements. Another question, do you have a way to contact the Zaldik assassins? I can try starting from the client side to find a number that connects to the Zaldik assassins, but I can't guarantee it'll work. That's enough. I'll wait for your update. Alright, but as the contractor, I should remind you, don't be too impatient for quick success. Moro looked at the last message from Argo and silently put away his phone. Making a request to contact the Zaldik assassins would inevitably make Argo suspect something. I won't rush. The time I have left isn't much, but it shouldn't be wasted. What matters is always how the time is used, Moro murmured to himself before turning his attention to Castro and Callista's progress. Perhaps it was the pressure from facing death within just a few minutes. Castro had already managed to slow the rate of his aura leakage. At this pace, he'd likely master 10 and retain his aura completely in another minute or two. In terms of talent, Castro probably wasn't as gifted as Killua or Gon, but he wasn't far behind. Callista, on the other hand, was somewhat weaker in natural ability, though she'd already grasped the key concept and was just one step away. Callista, use your imagination. Moro approached Callista and said calmly. Imagine your aura is like blood circulating through your entire body, flowing from your head to your shoulders, arms, waist, legs, and finally back to your heart. Now imagine your head is bleeding heavily, and you need to press hard to stop it, or you'll die from blood loss. Callista's tightly shut eyes twitched slightly. Slowly, following Moro's guidance, she gradually managed to suppress her leaking aura. A few minutes later, both Castro and Callista crossed the threshold, mastering the most basic 10. Moro observed them and asked, how does it feel? Castro looked down at his hands and murmured, it's like, my body's wrapped in a layer of stiff paper. I don't really feel much at all. Callista lifted her legs a few times, her eyes shining brightly. If I had to describe it, my body feels much lighter. This is 10, the most fundamental of the 4 major principles, and your first step in learning them. Starting today, you'll need to maintain this state regularly. After briefly assessing their still unstable auras, Moro gave simple instructions before suddenly announcing, I'll be leaving for a while. I'm departing before today ends. Huh? What? Both Castro and Callista were startled. Ignoring their reactions, Moro continued matter-of-factly. Listen carefully. I'll only explain the basic Nen training methods once. Memorize them thoroughly and complete the most fundamental goals before I return. If you can't do it, then just disappear from my sight. Castro and Callista's expressions turned serious as they nodded solemnly. About an hour later, Moro left Heaven's Arena and rushed to the nearest airport. He was going to visit Kyukinyu Kingdom. 35. The Zodiac 12's Tiger. 35. The Zodiac 12's Tiger. Within the world's territory, there are 6 continents. Although there are hundreds of countries, only 5 truly represent these 6 continents: the Federation of Okima, the Bijirasi Union, the United States of Suherda, the Minbo Republic, and the Kyukinyu Kingdom, where Moro is headed. These 5 world powers are collectively known as V5, wielding absolute influence in international affairs and possessing the authority to shape global trends. In the face of such national power, even the world's strongest Nen users are like the moon and stars before the sun, or ants before an elephant. From the names of these V5 nations, one can clearly discern their differences. The first 4 major powers have adopted democratic systems, while the Kyukinyu Kingdom still maintains its monarchy. For Moro, this gives the Kyukinyu Kingdom an indescribable, almost fantastical quality, distinct from modern society. But to be more precise, it's this world, known as the world of Hunter x Hunter, that accommodates such a bizarre and eclectic worldview. Here, you can see skyscrapers born from industrial civilization alongside rustic villages living in harmony with nature. You can encounter soldiers armed with advanced firearms as well as majestic guards clad in armor with swords and shields. You witness the coexistence of modern and ancient civilizations. You see paths carved by colossal airships and ships, yet also endless evil enclaves and unexplored lands untouched by time. You might even find it surreal that the infamous assassin family, the Zaldiks, operates as a legitimate, tax-paying business. In simpler terms, any development or phenomenon you might consider absurd or fantastical is perfectly normal in this world. So when Moro flips through a travel brochure about the Kyukinyu Kingdom in the airport lounge and reads warnings like, the royal family can execute civilians on the spot for various blasphemy charges, he doesn't even bat an eye. Closing the brochure, Moro doesn't return it to the shelf but tucks it away to read later on the airship. As a Nen user, he is, by ordinary standards, akin to a superhuman. Yet before the might of these world powers, he remains but a speck of dust, compelled to abide by their so-called rules and systems. Even someone as renowned as Netero would be no exception. Of course, the Phantom Troop is one of the few exceptions. A group bold enough to strip the last shred of dignity from Navis, a nation that, though weakened, still outweighs most. What wouldn't they dare to do? Laws and systems are mere decorations before the Phantom Troop. To outsiders unaware of their motives, such audacity is incomprehensible. Yet this very A-class criminal organization continues to stand unshaken. Is it a miracle, luck, or sheer ability? No one can say for certain. What is certain is, these criminals, who proudly hail from Meteor City, frequently dominate global headlines, drawing attention and, in turn, instilling a sense of awe toward Meteor City itself. Over 10 minutes later, Morrow boards the airship. This luxurious civilian airship is larger than standard models, spanning 2 levels. Aside from the cockpit, its layout follows a circular design. The central area housed passenger cabins and facilities like restaurants and bars, encircled by a corridor lined with observation windows. The outermost ring featured several open-air observation decks. The airship's VIP cabins and cockpit were both located on the upper deck. VIP cabins boasted superior privacy and spaciousness, though naturally at a premium price. Morrow directly booked 3 adjacent VIP cabins. After boarding, he planned to head straight to the upper deck and remain in his room until the airship reached its destination. At this moment, passengers were boarding one after another, making the public area on the first deck lively and bustling. Dressed entirely in black, Morrow had no intention of jostling through the crowd. Instead, he stood in an inconspicuous corner, waiting for the flow of people to thin. As he waited, his gaze habitually swept over the crowd before suddenly pausing at the end of the boarding queue. 3 people stood there. The one in the middle wore loose clothing, sporting a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, though faintly discernible as a woman. Of the other 2, one was tall and burly, standing at least 2 meters tall, dressed in a black suit typical of a bodyguard. His rugged features and braided hair still bore traces of femininity. The other, compared to the muscular female bodyguard, appeared much slimmer. This person had a black and yellow spiky hairstyle, with a braid resembling a tiger's tail at the back. Their sporty outfit also followed a black and yellow color scheme. But what drew more attention was the large character tiger emblazoned on the shoulders of the top. Their positioning clearly indicated they were guarding the heavily concealed woman. What caught Morrow's eye wasn't the woman's unusually covered-up attire but the spiky-haired man protecting her. Kanzei of the Zodiac 12. Recognizing him instantly by his distinctive appearance and clothing, Morrow immediately recalled his profession, treasure hunter and bodyguard. So, he must have taken on a protection job. Morrow's gaze briefly passed over the heavily concealed woman before he quickly averted his eyes. Though his glance lasted less than 2 seconds and was obscured by the moving crowd, Kanzei still noticed. He openly scrutinized Morrow standing in the corner, focusing particularly on the top of his head, where a wisp of naturally dissipating aura, like faint smoke, was visible, just like the other passengers. A non-user. Despite Morrow's attempts to blend in naturally, his disguise was utterly transparent to Kanzei's eyes. As a professional bodyguard hunter, discernment was his most fundamental skill. Other members of the Zodiac 12 might mock Kanzei's lack of education, but none would underestimate his ability to read people. Kanzei could instantly see through Morrow's disguise and also sense that Morrow's earlier glance held no hostility, just curiosity. Even so, Kanzei added Morrow to his watch list. Is there a problem with that guy? The muscular female bodyguard on the other side was also a Nen user. Though she noticed Morrow, she failed to see through his identity as a Nen user. She believed there was a reason Kanzei kept staring at that person, so she lowered her voice and asked Kanzei through the earpiece. "We'll talk in the cabin." Kanzei replied, his eyes constantly scanning, maintaining vigilance at all times. He had looked over all the passengers and only identified Morrow as the sole Nen user among them. However, Kanzei was well aware that relying solely on visual observation or guile might not necessarily reveal some strange being skilled at hiding within. So while he confirmed that Morrow was the only Nen user among the passengers, he still maintained room for doubt. This highly hypothetical approach undoubtedly reflected Kanzei's professional characteristics. And as it turned out, Kanzei's perspective wasn't mere paranoia. Within the shadows of certain passengers lurked traces invisible to ordinary eyes. 36. Nowhere to return from shadows. There was someone hiding within a passenger's shadow. It might sound unbelievable, but Nen made such a possibility real. Kanzei had sharp enough eyes to see through Morrow's disguise, yet he couldn't detect the person concealed in the shadows. This wasn't due to negligence. Rather, this ability could evade detection even from Gyo. The Nen user hiding in the passenger's shadow was none other than Liuan from Japan. According to the original plan, after obtaining the legendary sword Senro, he should have returned to his homeland with his companions. However, their leader had assigned him a mission to uncover the reason and method behind the disappearance of Senro Nen. Thus, he set his sights on Morrow and finally found an enclosed environment suitable for action. Nowhere to return from shadows. This was Liuan's secret art. In truth, it was simply a Nen ability, but in Japan, unique abilities were referred to as secret arts or ninjutsu. The effect of nowhere to return from shadows allowed Liuan to freely traverse the shadows of non-Nen users within a certain range. The limitation of this range was more about volume, and the entire airship's volume just happened to fall within the scope of Liuan's shadow traversal ability. Beyond this shadow traversal, Liuan possessed another ability leaning toward manipulation. Once he infiltrated a target's shadow, as long as he fulfilled the condition of meeting the required invasion time, he could gain control over the target, achieving two methods of manipulation. The first was to remain hidden within the target's shadow, manipulating them, or rather, possessing their body, through soul invasion. The second was to take away the target's shadow, turning them into a humanoid puppet that obeyed commands. For now, Liu Yuan lurked within a passenger's shadow, in no hurry to act. The airship would take 3 days to reach the Kukinyu kingdom. Although it would land midway to refuel, passengers weren't permitted to disembark during the process. In other words, Liu Yuan had 3 full days to complete his mission. With ample time, he could first invade more passengers' shadows, quietly amassing an army of puppets. This was the very reason he had waited for such an enclosed space. It allowed him to safely gather puppets while ensuring Moro couldn't escape midway. Within a viscous, pitch-black shadow space, Liu Yuan's body remained motionless, his expression blank as he patiently awaited the right moment. Inside a VIP cabin, standing by the door, Kanzei answered the burly female bodyguard's question. That boy is a Nen user. He's using a disguise. Huh. The bodyguard, Talia, narrowed her eyes at his words. She had sensed something off about Moro due to Kanzei's influence but hadn't seen through his disguise. Kanzei crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. I didn't sense any hostility, but we shouldn't let our guard down. Among all the passengers, he's the only Nen user. Being overly cautious never hurts. Talia stared at Kanzei, hesitating to speak. On the sofa inside the cabin, the woman who had already removed her mask and sunglasses cast a fleeting glance their way. What? Kanzei raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the bodyguard's reaction. After a brief hesitation, Talia ultimately chose not to correct his misuse of the idiom and simply shook her head. It's nothing. Kanzei felt inexplicably confused. This pro-hunter, who was unusually sensitive to potential threats, seemed only exceptionally slow when it came to math and language. Not paying much attention to Talia's odd reaction, Kanzei shifted his gaze to the employer on the sofa, who had long, silky silver hair. This employer was a princess of the Kukinyu kingdom. At first, Kanzei hadn't thought much of accepting this escort mission. He had taken similar jobs protecting nobles before, usually just transporting them from one country to another. The biggest risk he ever faced during such missions was encountering attacks from fellow Nen users. But this time was completely different. Had he known this escort mission would involve messy power struggles within the royal family, he would have refused even if Chairman Netero himself had assigned it. He had the worst headache for these convoluted, scheming power games. But since he had already accepted the job, professionalism demanded that he treat it with full dedication, no matter how reluctant he felt. Fortunately, this female employer was reasonable. She lacked the usual arrogance and entitlement of nobility and even had a clear grasp of their current situation, cooperating fully throughout the journey. However, when facing attacks, this woman was as calm as a robot. The dangers coming at her seemed like trivial matters in her eyes. Kanzei could sense a contradiction in her. She seemed to believe that dying on the path forward was an inevitable outcome. So when faced with mortal danger, she displayed an almost indifferent composure, making it impossible for Kanzei to detect even the slightest will to resist. And yet, she firmly believed that if she survived to the end, she would inevitably unleash immense value. Beneath this contradiction, some of her thoughts and convictions felt like those of a pure bystander, detached, watching herself walk a thorny path. After spending some time with her, Kanzei felt this woman possessed some indescribable quality. Whether from a professional or personal standpoint, he wanted her to survive. Knock, knock. The door was rapped. Talia immediately positioned herself in front of the silver-haired woman. Kanzei, meanwhile, walked to the door and opened it just enough to peer through a 3-finger-wide gap. Outside stood a waiter in work attire, pushing a dining cart with a smile. Good evening, your meal is ready. Leave it there. Kanzei's tone was flat. The waiter remained unfazed, still smiling. Understood. If you need anything else, you may contact the front desk via the room phone. Got it. Kanzei stared expressionlessly at the waiter outside. The waiter, seemingly accustomed to all kinds of guest reactions, left with a polite nod. Once he was gone, Kanzei wheeled the dinner cart into the room. The silver-haired woman moved to the table. Talia began arranging the elegant dishes on the table, then glanced at the woman, who gave a slight nod. Talia promptly picked a portion of the food and placed it in her mouth. As she chewed, her entire mouth was enveloped in steam-like aura. Normal. After swallowing, she tested the next dish. Normal, normal. They tested every dish until the last one without any issues. But when Talia picked up a flute-shaped glass, she detected a colorless, odorless lethal poison from its rim. There's a problem. Talia set down the flute glass, her expression unchanged. The silver-haired woman remained unfazed upon seeing this. Kanzei glanced at the silver-haired woman and couldn't help but sigh. Before deciding to board this airship, they had laid down numerous smoke screens, all to conceal their tracks, yet none of it proved useful. This is never-ending. Kanzei raised his hand to ruffle his spiky Hatsu hairstyle. 37. Treasure Hunter x Ruins Hunter. Snap. Inside the VIP cabin, Moro closed the promotional brochure of the Kukinyu Kingdom. At first glance, the brochure seemed to advertise famous tourist attractions, but in reality, it listed numerous precautions for travelers. For Moro, however, both the regional introductions and the warnings for outsiders were incredibly useful. After reading through the brochure, he even developed some interest in the Kyokanyu kingdom, a land he had never set foot in before. This vast nation, still upholding a monarchical system, was located on a continent that had once been divided among numerous warring states during the age of rivaling powers. Even now, the remnants of those historical nations lingered in the form of ruins, tombs, artifacts, treasures, and ancient texts, each bearing traces of their unique legacies. From a historical perspective, the Kyokanyu kingdom and Kaken were strikingly similar. Both nations originated during the age of rivaling powers, surviving endless wars and annexations to stand where they were today, all while maintaining monarchical rule. The only difference was that Kaken had ostensibly begun moving toward democracy, whereas the Kyokanyu kingdom showed no intention of changing in that regard. Moro didn't particularly care about the histories of these two behemoths. Most outsiders would skim through the Kyokanyu kingdom's travel brochure and see only museums and fully excavated sites. But what Moro saw were the era-defining relics displayed in those museums and the countless unearthed artifacts hidden within the ruins. To be more precise, he was interested in the aura that might still cling to these objects. Interestingly enough, under the laws of both the Kyokanyu kingdom and Kaken, the minimum sentence for grave robbery started at 100 years, with the maximum penalty being execution. Despite such severe punishments, every year, no small number of grave robbers still ended up on the execution platform. This alone spoke volumes about the depth of historical ruins and tombs these two nations possessed, enough to make grave robbers willingly throw themselves into danger. In truth, even if these two great nations racked their brains trying to prevent such crimes, they still couldn't stop certain grave robbers who used Nen abilities to commit their offenses. Sometimes, the existence of Nen itself was an unreasonable variable. After learning all this, Moro had to admit, it was impossible not to be tempted. His thoughts and desires weren't driven by his profession or the immense profits involved, but purely by the need for Ring's charge. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, if he ever lost control and targeted a ruin, would some guy named Jing suddenly descend from the heavens to punish him? Moro chuckled and shook his head, placing the brochure on the table beside him. His thoughts about tombs and ruins led him to recall Kanzei's dual profession, treasure hunter and bodyguard hunter. In the world of pro hunters, dual professions weren't uncommon. This was because, under the Hunter Star rating system, advancing from 2 stars to the highest 3 stars required significant achievements in multiple fields. Given this condition, any pro hunter aiming for 3 stars would consciously strive to master 2 professional domains. Moro found the idea of being a treasure hunter somewhat appealing, and a ruins hunter, too. In a way, these two professions legitimized what would otherwise be considered grave robbery and ruin excavation. For a legitimate profession, there are indeed many restrictions in action, but for Moro, who doesn't need to profit from it, it aligns even better with the need to charge the tree rings. Speaking of which, a commission that could get Kanzei to take action. Moro's mind flashed to the figure of that heavily disguised woman. Requesting an escort from the Zodiac 12 most likely meant the client was facing immense danger. But why not take the land route? That should have been the safer choice. Could it be due to some restriction forcing them to choose an airship as transportation? For Moro, the specific reason didn't matter. What mattered was that he was on the same airship with such an unstable factor. If those who wished harm upon that woman were deranged enough to blow up the entire airship, wouldn't that be disastrous? Although airport security measures were quite thorough, there was no guarantee against variables like Nen abilities. Even without Nen, one could directly target the airship's captain. Suddenly considering the potential impact of such instability, Moro instinctively glanced out the window at the night sky. Getting off now was too late. Somewhere on the airship, squeak. The stroke of a pen against the waxed surface emitted a slightly sharp sound. Under the soft lighting, a man in work clothes crouched halfway to the ground, holding a pen as he meticulously and painstakingly inscribed strokes onto the floor. Each stroke seemed to require immense effort, so much so that the friction between the pen and the floor produced faint sounds. Done. The work-clad man put away the pen, breathing slightly heavily as he spoke. Before him on the ground were rows of peculiar symbols, arranged in a certain pattern to form a black design resembling electronic circuitry. Beside him stood a woman with her hair tied back, dressed in a bar uniform. Muse, how many more spots left? The woman glanced at the pattern on the floor. The man called Muse steadied his breathing and replied, 2. Can you handle it? The woman turned to stare directly at Muse, waiting for a definitive answer. Muse's eyelid twitched as he pocketed the pen. The hardest part of divine script is how time-consuming and laborious the writing process is, not to mention the mental strain, especially when applied to Nen's space-related needs, it's even more challenging. But for me, it's nothing. So, can you handle it? The woman frowned slightly, her gaze subtly flickering over Muse's still-heaving chest. She just needed a clear answer. Muse gave her a somewhat exasperated look before affirming, I can. But to be safe, the remaining 2 spots. I'll need to wait until midnight. Then I'm heading back. I've been away too long. The woman pulled out her buzzing phone. It was peak business hours at the airship's bar. The only reason she could leave her post at this time, under her disguise as a bartender, was due to the ambiguous relationship she deliberately cultivated with the manager. Glancing at the manager's name on her phone screen, she casually stuffed it back into her pocket and started walking toward the bar. But after a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at her companion in the engineering uniform. Muse. Muse looked at her. The woman said calmly, "The prince said our lives are more important than completing the mission." Huh. A flicker of confusion passed through Muse's eyes. The woman with tied-up hair continued, "But we can't think that way. We must kill the third princess here. It will be a crucial step. No need for you to remind me." Muse shrugged in response. The woman's gaze suddenly turned sharp. A few pieces of trash thought they could assassinate the third princess with petty tricks like poisoning, but this also means other princes have reached out their hands. Their interference has cost us the advantage of in, so be prepared to stake your lives. As she spoke, the woman instinctively fixed her piercing stare on Muse. This also means, we have to act before the airship reaches the transit supply station. Let's disembark when the airship lands to refuel. Moro gazed out at the night sky through the window. Just to be safe, he'd rather waste a little more time than risk getting dragged into the mess. Though it might just be his imagination. 38 either/or. Choosing to board this airship in the first place was for the sake of its direct route and time efficiency. If I disembarked midway, I'd have to account for the delays caused by switching transports, usually measured in days. In other words, it might set me back several days, potentially affecting my purpose for going to the Kyukanyu Kingdom. After some consideration, Moro still decided to alter his travel plans. After all, this trip to the Kyukanyu Kingdom wasn't really about accomplishing anything concrete, at most it was just to scout the terrain. If he could, as an outsider, seize an opportunity to act, then from the periphery, he could assess whether it was worth stepping in to take advantage of the situation. But the likelihood of that was extremely low. Simply witnessing a battle between experts from afar was already a rare occurrence. Ultimately, without sufficient strength, there were times when progress truly became impossible. Given this premise, all choices and decisions had to be compromised accordingly. Moro stood up and walked over to the table where the phone was placed, picking up the itinerary notice beside it. He flipped it open, skimming past the listed stops along the flight path and focusing directly on the special notice about the Midway supply station. It stated that the airship would arrive at the first supply station around noon tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon. Closing the itinerary notice, Moro turned his gaze back to the night sky outside the window. If he missed Silva and the Phantom Troop's chase and hunt spectacle, he could at least rely on Argo's intelligence network to do something, however minor. The prerequisite, however, was whether he could contact Silva, and whether Silva would even accept intel assistance from an outsider. Moreover, given the Zaldik family's resources, they likely had their own specialized target-tracking intelligence channels. It was even possible Silva had already engaged the Phantom Troop. Staring at the night sky, Moro silently abandoned his usual nightly training and returned to the sofa, closing his eyes to meditate. During idle moments when he wasn't training, Moro would habitually meditate, continuously constructing potential extensions for his deceptive shooting star ability in his mind. This had become second nature to him. He vaguely sensed that, after his death rewind, the emergence of deceptive shooting star had been unnaturally simple, so simple that he took it for granted, as if the ability hadn't occupied any nen capacity at all. This implied that even if he developed additional effects for deceptive shooting star later, he likely wouldn't face difficulties or blockages due to hidden factors like nen capacity consumption. For the sake of that possibility, and to ensure the development of even rarer ability effects, Moro meditated frequently. At the same time, the process of meditation further stabilized his time passed minute by minute. At some point, Moro suddenly opened his eyes and sharply turned his gaze toward the door. Just then, he had sensed an aura fluctuation, completely unconcealed. Lower deck of the airship. Late at night, most passengers were already asleep, with only a few lingering in the bars on the upper and lower decks. For Liu Yuan, the dead of night was the perfect time to infiltrate shadows. Because when targets were asleep, the time required to invade their shadows was drastically reduced. Based on this mechanism, Liu Yuan planned to pull an all-nighter on the first day, seizing control of as many people as possible. Once he gained control over all the passengers in the lower decks, he could infiltrate the upper levels and wait for the right moment to strike. Patience is key, to ensure the mission's success. Like a maggot, Liu Yuan burrowed into the slanting shadow of a passenger, repeating the same process over and over. By now, he had already taken control of nearly 50 passengers. Just as he was about to target the 51st passenger, he suddenly sensed a surge of aura emanating from the upper decks. A nen aura, so blatant. Who could it be? From within the dark, slanting shadow, Liu Yuan's body emerged, his eyes filled with surprise as he stared at the cabin ceiling above. Inside Kanzei's cabin. Saphira, wake up. Talia roused the silver-haired woman. Saphira was not the silver-haired woman's real name. As the third princess of the Kyukanyu Kingdom, under the kingdom's stringent royal laws, Talia should not have addressed her by her true name, doing so would be punishable by death. However, priorities shifted in dire circumstances, and the silver-haired woman was no mindless noble. Using a pseudonym in critical moments was not something she found unacceptable. What's happening? Awakened by Talia, Saphira sat up calmly and inquired. Standing rigid as a spear by the door, Kanzei answered in Talia's stead, someone is making a show of force toward us. A show of force. A flicker of confusion passed through Saphira's azure blue eyes as she replied composedly, isn't that unnecessary? Yeah, normally, it would be, but... Kanzei glanced at the door, then hesitated, unsure how to explain it to Saphira. Once Nen was involved, conventional thinking no longer applied. The unknown opponent releasing their aura clearly carried killing intent, yet they still went out of their way to make a display. From a Nen perspective, it was possible the opponent possessed a counter-type ability. If they acted recklessly, their already precarious situation could worsen. In that case, their forced boarding today might have been exactly what the enemy wanted, to corner them into a position where they had no choice but to react. Frowning at the thought, Kanzei felt the weight of their predicament. On one hand, he had to ensure the safety of his client. On the other, the unfolding situation was stripping away their options, leaving them utterly passive. Now, they didn't even have room to probe the enemy's intentions. Still, they couldn't just do nothing. Right. He still had to explain the situation to Saphira. Ugh, what a headache. In just a few seconds, a storm of thoughts raged in Kanzei's mind. Though Saphira knew of Nen, her understanding was superficial at best. To Kanzei, explaining it properly would take far more than a few words. And he was never good at explaining things in the first place. Saphira didn't take offense when Kanzei fell silent mid-sentence. Beside her, Talia seemed to sense his struggle and stepped in to clarify in her own words, the show of force is just a trigger. They want to force us to choose between countering or observing. I see. Saphira nodded lightly and said calmly, but since the other side came prepared, no matter what choice we make, it would be the result they want to see, right? That's exactly the problem. Talia's gaze turned grave. Both she and Kanzei knew one thing. Although the opponent's targeted actions still maintained a shred of restraint, the interwoven limitations had kept them on the defensive all along. So, is there no third option? For example, not caring whether I live or die. Saphira's expression remained placid, as if she were merely discussing something trivial. Talia. Kanzei. 39. Assault X sound. Nen can only be countered with Nen. This was common knowledge. When facing an enemy who might possess a counter-type ability, employing a manipulation ability was the optimal choice. However, both Kanzei and Talia were enhancers. That said, the high fault tolerance inherent to enhancers could minimize the risks of probing to the lowest possible degree. So what truly troubled Kanzei wasn't the enemy's bluffing or their potential counter-type ability lying in wait, it was the limitation of ensuring the client's safety, combined with the current no-retreat situation, which together left him utterly constrained. Hearing Saphira's declaration now, Kanzei didn't feel the problem was solved at all. He even wanted to roll his eyes, but he held back. Saying not to worry about life or death was easy. If the mission failed, his hard-earned reputation would be ruined. Kanzei remained silent, pretending not to have heard Saphira's words, his gaze fixed intently on the door as if his vision could pierce straight to the epicenter of the aura. I've already submitted a report to the Hunter Association stating that the request has been successfully completed. Saphira's voice suddenly came from behind, causing Kanzei to stiffen slightly. What? He couldn't help but turn to look at her, only to see her lightly waving her phone twice. Her expression remained as calm as still water as she said indifferently, you should receive confirmation of the request's completion soon. Kanzei was momentarily stunned, then felt the faint vibration of his phone. Pulling it out, he saw the confirmation message for the completed request, along with the notification of the massive payment transferred to his account in real time. Aren't you afraid I'll just run? Kanzei looked up at Saphira with a strange expression, as if seeing his former client in a new light. Saphira set her phone down, paying no mind to Talia's anxious expression beside her. A faint smile surfaced on her cool features. The assassin gave you two choices, so I'll do the same. Even if you choose to run, I'll accept that outcome without complaint. She even deliberately avoided using the word flee, because there was no need for any kind of provocation. This was a decision Saphira had made from the heart. TCH. Kanzei pocketed his phone. If the noble princess was willing to stake her life on this gamble, then he had no reason to hold back either. As for running, what a joke. Talia, watch over her. With those words, Kanzei pushed the door open and stepped out. Outside was a narrow corridor, only 3 meters long, leading to a spacious lounge area furnished with sofas. The moment Kanzei left the room, he spotted a man standing in the lounge. The source of the aura was this very man. Oh, you're finally out. The man, Muse, smirked with a hint of frivolity. Kanzei took 2 steps forward, his aura visibly surging around him. You seem pretty relaxed. Scary, scary. Seeing the overwhelming aura Kanzei unleashed, far surpassing his own, Muse maintained his smirk, but internally, his sense of danger was skyrocketing. A spatial counter-type ability, augmented by pre-prepared divine script. Even with all these preparations, Muse still couldn't muster enough confidence. The reason wasn't entirely due to Kanzei's status as one of the Zodiac 12, but rather the overwhelming intensity of the aura output he displayed. Seeing it up close with one's own eyes carried far more conviction than any hearsay. "If I took one of your attacks head-on, I'd die instantly, wouldn't I?" Muse also unleashed his maximum aura output, though part of it was being channeled into the divine script, leaving his total amount at less than 50% of Kanzei's. This glaring disparity was obvious at a glance, yet it couldn't determine the outcome of this battle, because the myriad peculiarities of Nen introduced too many unknowns into combat. Kanzei stared expressionlessly at Muse as he took a step forward. Judging purely by the gap in aura output, he could certainly knock Muse out with a single punch. But assuming his opponent might possess a counter-type Nen ability, he couldn't possibly go all out in their first exchange. When dealing with counter-type or retaliation-type abilities, the worst mistake was betting everything on the initial strike. Even if he could instantly kill his opponent, triggering the ability's conditions might result in severe mutual damage. First, test what type of ability it is. It might not even be counter-type. Just an extra step of probing. Kanzei calculated silently. In battles between Nen users, the first round was mostly about probing, like carefully feeling one's way through fog. For Kanzei in this situation, if he had full intel, a complete map, he wouldn't need to be this overly cautious. The battle was about to erupt. But at that very moment, a sudden deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire airship. The sound came from the room behind Kanzei. Kanzei's pupils contracted slightly. The instant he heard it, he knew someone had violently breached the ceiling to storm directly into the client's room. In the briefest moment when Kanzei was distracted by the explosion, Muse exploited this information gap. In a flash, he appeared at Kanzei's side and thrust a long, sharp fruit knife toward his carotid artery. This was clearly a premeditated plan, to seize this fleeting opportunity brimming with lethal intent. Kanzei reacted. Stimulated by the dense killing intent, he instinctively countered with a defensive strike. But the moment his fist flew out, he inwardly cursed. Bam! His hastily thrown punch, unable to control its full force, landed on Muse's extended elbow with overwhelming momentum. Crack! A sickening sound followed as Muse's body was sent flying backward, his insufficiently guarded arm instantly shattered into a compound fracture. Then Kanzei saw Muse smile. This bastard set up a double-layered trap. Kanzei's gaze sharpened as he noticed the surroundings ripple like water for an instant. The walls, ceiling, and sofas of the lounge area remained intact, only now tinted with a yellowish hue. Simultaneously, excruciating pain shot through his arm as it went limp, hanging uselessly. Kanzei glanced swiftly at his right arm and immediately understood the reason. It was indeed a counter-type ability, one that evenly distributed damage, and a spatial type at that. Troublesome. Boom! Another tremendous noise abruptly erupted. Moro, walking down the corridor, could still feel the faint tremors in the floor. Quite the brazen assault. He glanced back toward the direction of the noise, clearly coming from Kanzei's vicinity. Fortunately, I didn't get too close, or I would have been caught up in it by now. Moro withdrew his gaze and moved to the corridor outside the cockpit before stopping. The aura enveloping Moro's body instantly expanded outward like light patterns, passing through the floor, walls, and ceiling in a spherical shape, allowing it to probe into the cockpit. As N swept through the captain's quarters, Moro keenly detected something unusual. With such loud commotion, including being touched by N. Yet the people inside showed no signs of panic. Are they being controlled? Moro thought to himself. 40. Probing X realization. The feared scenario had occurred. And it was a blatant attack, utterly indifferent to the passengers' reactions or survival. When the surge of aura erupted, Moro's first instinct was to check the airship's cockpit. As he approached the area, he heard the deafening noise that echoed throughout the entire vessel. Moro had no intention of investigating the source of the commotion, nor did he want to be dragged into it. His only concern was whether the airship could land safely. But after probing with N, he realized that the airship's captain and crew were likely already under control. This was probably the worst-case scenario. "Sir, please return to your cabin immediately and await further instructions." Suddenly, an urgent female voice called out from the other end of the corridor. Moro turned toward the sound. A young woman in a flight attendant uniform was hurrying toward him, her face etched with anxiety. Moro's gaze swept over her. Nothing seemed amiss at first glance, but, in an instant, he raised his hand, extending his index finger, and condensed a marble-sized Nen sphere at its tip. Without waiting for the attendant's reaction, he flicked his finger abruptly, sending the white Nen sphere hurtling toward her. The moment the sphere left his fingertip, the flight attendant's movements froze. Her head tilted slightly, her eyes rolling back violently. Moro narrowed his eyes. A split second later, the Nen sphere whizzed past the attendant's ear and struck the wall at the end of the corridor with a soft thud. This was nothing more than an utterly ordinary Nen sphere, used purely for testing. While it could harm an ordinary person, it couldn't breach even basic aura defense. And from the start, Moro had never intended for it to hit. Yet the attendant's reaction surprised him. Thud. Still rolling her eyes, the attendant collapsed limply to the ground. Moro, who had been observing closely, noticed something peculiar. Before she fell, the shadow cast by the overhead lights had vanished into thin air. And with the disappearance of that shadow, the attendant's life force extinguished, leaving behind a corpse. Manipulation, Morrow confirmed his earlier suspicion in an instant. His peripheral vision flicked toward the cockpit door nearby before returning to the body on the floor. The ability controlling the flight attendant seemed linked to shadows. Moreover, the controlled individual's speech, movements, and even the natural dissipation of their aura were indistinguishable from a normal person. Had it not been for the attendant's extreme reaction, uncovering the truth would have required a ruthless mindset, better to kill by mistake than to spare a threat. But it was precisely this reaction that unsettled Morrow. A manipulator's advantage usually lay in exploiting their puppets to act on their behalf. In other words, they had no reason to care about the puppet's survival. Because aside from suggestion-based or contract-based manipulation abilities, most manipulation abilities effectively strip the target of their life upon control. Which was why the earlier sequence felt so jarring. It was almost as if they were wary or afraid of something happening. For instance, would damage inflicted on the puppet reflect back onto the ability user themselves? So it's a manipulation ability similar to soul invasion. This type of ability can directly take over a target's body, achieving perfect disguise while fulfilling real-time requirements for sensory feedback and language functions. Correspondingly, in terms of limitation, it may carry the risk of direct damage transfer. If this possibility holds true, it could somewhat explain what just happened. To further confirm this speculation, Morrow suddenly condensed another Nen sphere at his fingertip and flicked it. Whoosh! The small Nen sphere struck the corpse's head with a dull thud. Moments later, blood seeped from beneath the corpse's head. The ability has indeed been revoked. Morrow then turned his gaze back to the cockpit door, thinking to himself, the attacker is targeting Kanzei's side, yet they controlled the flight attendant to stop me. Are they trying to seize an opportunity to attack me, or simply prevent me from entering the cockpit? As he pondered, Morrow released his N and approached the cockpit door. Fortunately, being an emitter made it easier for him to master application techniques like N, which now played a crucial role. The reason he tested the flight attendant earlier was due to the commotion caused by the attacker, combined with having already used N to probe the cockpit's interior. 2 people, still no response. Morrow broke the cockpit door's lock and pushed it open. At a glance, he saw 2 figures in captain's uniforms standing before the airship's control panel, likely the captain and first officer of this vessel. Morrow silently observed them, noting the faint aura lingering around their bodies. Then his gaze lowered to their backs. Under the cockpit lights, their shadows were conspicuously absent. Tap, tap. Morrow stepped sideways to one side of the cockpit. The clearly manipulated captain and first officer showed no reaction to his presence, moving mechanically like programmed puppets. Pausing, Morrow saw from his new angle that the 2 were operating the airship's controls autonomously, their eyes completely white. This was unmistakably the effect of an ability that drove its victims through commands. 2 manipulation modes. Morrow studied the puppets at the control panel. One method involved taking control of a victim's body via soul invasion, achieving perfect disguise but apparently carrying significant risks. The other turned people into command-following puppets, though their white eyes and shadowless forms blatantly revealed their condition. If they don't show themselves, finding them won't be easy. Morrow frowned. N was an excellent enemy detection technique, but it consumed considerable mental and physical energy. With combat already underway near Kanzei, gradually scanning the entire airship with N to locate the hidden manipulator seemed impractical. Really, if he knew how to land the airship, things wouldn't be so complicated. In a cabin below decks, a bound figure sat unconscious in a chair. Light from above cast a long human shadow across the floor. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the inky shadow. Liu Yuan. I've been discovered. Liu Yuan's expression darkened. If there hadn't been any unexpected incidents, with his ability, he could have gradually taken control of all the ordinary people on the airship, turning the entire vessel into his domain of nowhere to return from shadows. Then, at the opportune moment, he would have activated the control switches one by one, capturing Morrow in a single move. Who would have thought that 2 other groups on the airship would start fighting? This unforeseen event completely disrupted his plan, and moreover, the target was sharp. He might have even sensed the effects of nowhere to return from Shadow's ability. The difficulty of capturing the target alive had undoubtedly increased. 41. Morrow's discovery. The 2 operational abilities of nowhere to return from shadows. Taking away shadows and controlling actions through commands is called the puppet manipulation technique. Invading and controlling the target's body through soul invasion is called the mind decapitation technique. Morrow's line of reasoning was correct. While Liu Yuan was using the mind decapitation technique, any damage inflicted on the controlled body would directly synchronize to Liu Yuan himself, including death. That was why Liu Yuan reacted so strongly to Morrow's probing attack, immediately deactivating his ability and thus losing any subsequent opportunities. Recalling his hasty actions earlier, Liu Yuan couldn't help but feel regret. He carefully reviewed the situation. If he had remained calm, he would have noticed that the trajectory of the Nen sphere was slightly off. Had he kept his composure and maintained the facade, he might have achieved his goal. But now, it was too late for regrets. Though it failed. Liu Yuan lowered his gaze, his right thumb rubbing the hilt of his blade as he thought about Morrow's deliberately misaimed Nen sphere. This could be exploited. Liu Yuan suppressed his regret. Even if the nature of his ability might have been exposed, there was still room for manipulation. With this in mind, Liu Yuan's aura surged as he stepped into the pitch-black shadow before him, sinking into it and vanishing without a trace. His shadow stream technique allowed him to move freely within the shadows of ordinary people within a certain range, but this ability could not coexist with the puppet manipulation technique, because those controlled by the puppet manipulation technique had no shadows. Similarly, when he deactivated the mind decapitation technique, the controlled person would die instantly, losing the shadow necessary for his shadow stream technique. This was precisely why someone had been tied to a chair in the room earlier. Diving into the shadows, Liu Yuan used the shadow stream technique to select his next target for the mind decapitation technique, a security officer on the airship. At that moment, in the airship's surveillance room, a security officer was nervously watching the numerous surveillance feeds, clutching a walkie-talkie as he urgently relayed updates to his colleagues. But suddenly, the officer's expression, along with his mouth and limb movements, froze completely. Liu Yuan had invaded his body using the mind decapitation technique. Click. Liu Yuan turned off the walkie-talkie and switched on the broadcast microphone. Attention, all passengers. Attention, all passengers. The airship is currently under attack by hostile forces, but our security team has the situation under control. Please remain calm. To further ensure your safety, we request all passengers to proceed to the upper deck's cockpit immediately. I repeat, please proceed to the upper deck's cockpit at once. Using the officer's body, Liu Yuan broadcast the announcement to the entire airship before turning off the microphone. He then glanced up at the surveillance screen displaying the cockpit. So far, he had planted control triggers in over 50 people. Unless activated, these individuals remained unaffected by any abilities, serving as potential anchors for his shadow stream technique. With this broadcast, Liu Yuan had solved the problem of how to deliver these people straight to Moro, along with the passengers he hadn't yet gained control over. It was predictable a large group of passengers would soon flood into the cockpit. In this chaos, he could maximize the use of potential puppets. This was an almost unsolvable move against Moro. Unless Moro gave in to his bloodlust and killed all passengers and staff to eliminate potential threats. You rushed to the cockpit first to make the airship land. I won't let you succeed. Now, let's see how you handle this. As he watched the screen, Liu Yuan suddenly saw Moro look directly at the camera. For a fleeting moment, Liu Yuan felt their gazes meet. He noticed. Liu Yuan snapped back to reality, his eyes sharpening, only to see the surveillance feed shake violently before turning to static. Moro had destroyed the cockpit's camera. Liu Yuan frowned. Though he believed his move was nearly flawless, he couldn't shake the feeling things wouldn't be that simple. Inside the cockpit, Moro didn't pay much attention to the earlier broadcast. How strange. What intrigued him more was the obvious targeting. To go to such lengths just to prevent him from interfering with the airship's navigation? With such an ability, wouldn't it be better to use it against Kanzei? Wait, something's off. Moro looked up at the destroyed camera. The initial aura fluctuation and the approximate direction of the loud noise suggested someone had attacked the client under Kanzei's protection. That was Kanzei of the Zodiac 12. To divert power when dealing with a hunter bodyguard of that caliber? And such a significant diversion at that. This suddenly made Moro realize that whoever controlled the captain and issued the broadcast might not be after Kanzei's client at all. So, they were targeting me from the start. Almost got misled. Moro's expression shifted slightly. If the bodyguard hunter hadn't been Kanzei, he wouldn't have been so certain. Realizing this, Moro turned his gaze to the controlled captain and co-pilot. He had already examined them carefully. Their control was a command-based manipulation ability. This kind of control usually only appears on puppets. The captain and co-pilot before him were already dead. Until the manipulator gave them new commands, they would only follow their current instructions without any other actions. This made Moro abandon the idea of safely landing the airship for now, and he no longer intended to stay in the cockpit. Originally, he had planned to use delaying tactics here against the manipulator. What prompted this decision was his belief that the manipulator's ability system had some flaws. While overly diversified abilities could raise the ceiling of application methods, they inevitably came with corresponding multiple limitations. 2 control modes, plus benefits in control quantity. Based on this, Moro concluded that the manipulator employing this ability must bear the cost of exponentially increased NEN output. If Liu Yuan could witness all of Moro's deductions about the current situation from start to finish, he would undoubtedly feel a chill run down his spine. Because he was in the shadows, while Moro stood in the light. The information they received was unequal, yet Moro could still discern the truth amidst what could be called chaotic circumstances. Thud. Having changed his mind, Moro pushed open the door and strode out of the cockpit before the passengers could swarm in. Then, while expanding his N, he headed toward the location where the earlier aura fluctuations had occurred. He needed to confirm Kanzei's situation to decide his next move based on how things developed. And, considering the worst-case scenario, he had to mentally prepare for the possibility of the airship crashing. As Moro moved closer to Kanzei's position, his extended N suddenly registered contact with Nen. Moro sharply turned his gaze toward the observation deck outside. About 10 meters away on the deck's floor, there was a series of obscure symbols emitting an aura sheen. Divine script. Moro didn't understand divine script at all, but he could vaguely recognize it, likely one of the advantages of being a transmigrator. Why, was there divine script here? 42. Time of molting. Divine script is a type of Nen carved inscription resembling talismans or magic arrays. It is typically used to assist Nen abilities, serving purposes such as amplification or sealing. However, due to its obscure and difficult nature, coupled with the tedious and time-consuming preparatory work required, few are willing to invest the effort to learn it. Yet once mastered, the combination of divine script and Nen abilities can achieve feats that would otherwise be impossible. For example, the Greed Island game in the original work utilized vast amounts of divine script to expand the application limits of various abilities, manifesting countless NPCs and objects with special abilities within the script's effective range. Without divine script, relying solely on 11 Nen users, not only would creating a game as massive as Greed Island be impossible, but even its daily maintenance and operation would be an insurmountable task. It could be said that the release of Greed Island best exemplifies the value and effectiveness of divine script. Yet throughout the original story, divine script's presence is remarkably faint, with little to no usage shown. This suggests that Nen users willing to learn divine script are undoubtedly few and far between. Alternatively, due to factors like restricted teachings, very few Nen users even have access to divine script. Moro didn't understand divine script, but as a transmigrator he had a general grasp of its various aspects. In his view, the low usage rate of divine script was partly due to its inherent range limitation. For example, you painstakingly prepare an array, hoping it will deliver excellent combat effects, only for the enemy to never step into it. This not only renders your efforts wasted but also forces you to dismantle the divine script you've set up in advance. Because every stroke of divine script you carve diverts a portion of your aura output. If the prepared script goes unused, you naturally need to reclaim that diverted aura, otherwise, you would be fighting with one arm tied behind your back before the battle even begins. Such limitations mean divine script holds little combat value. Its true worth lies more in strategy. At this very moment, Moro inadvertently detected traces of divine script in a corner of the observation deck, immediately taken aback. Why was divine script here? His first thought was of the unidentified Nen user targeting him and the enemy Kanzei was currently facing. The only ones who could have inscribed divine script here were likely them. As for why Kanzei wasn't considered a possibility. In Moro's eyes, Kanzei was bad at math and language, and since he was on a bodyguard assignment he could be ruled out. The other muscular female bodyguard traveling with Kanzei couldn't be entirely dismissed, but the likelihood was extremely low. Moro stared at the divine script glowing with an aura sheen. Based on his earlier reasoning, he naturally considered destroying it. He wasn't sure what consequences destroying divine script would bring, but he was certain the act would yield a positive outcome for him. The surrounding scenery, even the air, was tinted yellow. Looking around, it was as if the world had become a sepia-toned photograph. Time of molting. This is Muse's countertype conjuration ability. When Muse takes damage from an enemy, the ability activates instantly, pulling the enemy into a mirror Nen space that reflects reality and shares the damage he receives with the enemy. The duration of this Nen space is 60 seconds. If the total damage value sustained before activating the ability is considered A, then Muse must inflict damage exceeding A on the enemy before the Nen space disappears. If this condition is met, all the damage Muse suffered during the entire ability process will be completely healed the moment the Nen space vanishes. Conversely, if the condition is not met, Muse will be forced into a 60-minute Zetsu state after the Nen space disappears. Pity, I only crippled one of your arms. Standing within the yellow-tinted mirror space, Muse showed a hint of regret but then shook his head, looking at Kanzei's furrowed brow before chuckling lightly. No, I shouldn't feel regret. Rather, given that you were on guard, crippling one of your arms is already the best possible outcome. Kanzei glanced at Muse's limp right arm but remained silent. Muse raised his hand and curled his fingers mockingly. What, not going to attack? Your ability's activation condition is too easy. After being dragged into the Nen space, Kanzei confirmed the damage sharing effect, so he didn't act recklessly. Though concerned about his client's safety, he wasn't panicked or rushed. Oh. Hearing Kanzei's words, Muse's playful expression deepened as he nodded in agreement. It is easy. All I need is to create a situation where you have no choice but to retaliate, and you'll inevitably be pulled into my Nen space. If you had held back earlier, I would have just stormed into the room and forced you to act. So the outcome wouldn't have changed, unless At this point, Muse's tone shifted with amusement. How strange. Not only are you not attacking, but you're letting me ramble on. Aren't you worried about that precious princess of yours? Or are you just afraid of the damage sharing? Cut the act. A simple activation condition, a damage sharing effect, and a forced Nen space. Kanzei's gaze turned sharp as he spoke coldly. Given the balance of vows and limitations, I don't know what price you're paying, but as for this Nen space, it can't last more than 30 to 60 seconds. If it hasn't disappeared by then, it means your ability no longer includes damage sharing. Muse's expression shifted slightly. It was a feigned reaction. As expected of the Zodiac 12, your experience is impressive. Muse then dropped his playful smile and, with some effort, used his left hand to clap for Kanzei in front of his immobilized right palm. Once the Nen space was created, the damage sharing effect no longer applied, and 60 seconds was precisely the duration of the time of molting. Once the Nen space vanished, there would be no need to worry about damage sharing, so Kanzei's judgment was fundamentally correct. Under normal circumstances, Kanzei was indeed the one who least needed to rush. Even though the client outside the Nen space was under attack, Kanzei didn't lose his composure. Instead, with his wealth of experience, he immediately saw through Muse's Nen ability at a glance. In this battle determined by abilities, the one who should be most anxious was Muse, who needed to fulfill his conditions within 60 seconds. Normally, that would be the case. However, Muse had used 7 prearranged divine scripts to extend the duration of the Nen space to 300 seconds. And from the very beginning, Muse never intended to fulfill his abilities' conditions. He was staking his life just to keep Kanzei restrained for more than 60 seconds. 43. You're truly a genius. Killing the third princess. The prince whom Muse served had only asked them to complete this task as far as possible while ensuring their survival. If the mission proved impossible, their primary goal was to preserve their lives. Muse didn't bother speculating about the prince's thoughts. From his own perspective, he interpreted the prince's orders as, only by staying alive could he better fulfill his role as a pawn. Muse was willing to be a pawn that could bring greater value to the prince. Yet, just as his companion Ada had said, while the prince didn't want to see the two of them lose their lives for a single mission, they themselves were even more unwilling to disappoint the prince. Killing the third princess was crucial. For this purpose, when inscribing the divine script, Muse had already resolved to offer his heart. If they didn't have to die, neither he nor his companion wanted to. They still wished to follow the prince, watching as he ascended the throne at the top of the steps. But there was no helping it. The obstacle standing in their way was a member of the Hunter Association's Zodiac 12, specializing in combat. Without the resolve to stake their lives, how could they overcome this obstacle and complete their mission? So, after activating Molting Moment, whether it was putting on an act or bluffing, Muse's only goal was to disrupt or mislead Kanzei's judgment, keeping him uncertain in the muddied waters and prolonging the time he was restrained. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Kanzei even managed to guess the exact time limit. Even a few dozen extra seconds would have been better, but he had been pinned down precisely. So once the 60 seconds were up, every extra second of survival counted. The longer he stayed alive, the higher the chances of his companion succeeding. If there was any regret, it was that before activating his ability, he hadn't managed to provoke Kanzei into inflicting more severe injuries on him. This, too, was unavoidable. If he didn't use the most basic aura defense when struck, the conditions for his ability wouldn't be met. But the most critical factor was that Kanzei had been cautious beforehand, suppressing his instincts during his hurried counterattack and avoiding his vital points. If not for the second safeguard, having his companion violently breach the room to compress Kanzei's reaction time, they truly wouldn't have been able to drag Kanzei into the Nen space immediately. Truly worthy of the Zodiac 12. This praise, Muse genuinely meant, while silently apologizing to his companion in his heart. Sorry, Ada. If I could have drawn more damage from this guy, your chances of survival after completing the mission would have been much higher. Even as Muse prepared to sacrifice himself, he firmly believed his companion would succeed. His eyelids lowered briefly before he raised his gaze to meet Kanzei's. Zodiac 12, Tiger. The intel I have suggests you should be an enhancer, but after fighting you, you're nothing like what I expected. What's that supposed to mean? You think enhancers are all reckless brutes who charge in blindly? Muse retorted, aren't they? Every enhancer he had encountered relied on their high offense and defense to act without fear. So when working with his companion, his favorite opponents were enhancers. They were easy to trap. Did enhancers steal your rice or something? Kanzei detected the disdain in Muse's words toward enhancers, his eyes widening slightly as he concluded the 60-second count in his mind. The Nen space hadn't disappeared. At least he didn't have to worry about the counter-type ability effect of damage sharing anymore. With the 60-second conversation phase over, Kanzei decisively acted on his judgment, charging fiercely toward Muse ahead. In that instant of attack, Kanzei's not particularly robust frame erupted with a momentum akin to a raging tiger. Muse, who bore the brunt of it, finally saw the hallmark traits of an enhancer in Kanzei. Even without diverting aura output to the divine script, there's no way to block this. With just one glance, Muse sensed the gap in direct combat, the very aspect that made enhancers so troublesome. But he had never intended to face Kanzei head-on. Gathering aura in his feet, he spun and sprinted, immediately extending the distance Kanzei needed to cover to attack. Unfortunately, the Nen space's mechanics had fixed the range of movement. He couldn't jump off the airship, nor could he play hide-and-seek. I just need to hold out for a minute or two. Muse focused solely on fleeing and avoiding combat. Because of the ability trait of Time of Molting, which required dealing damage to the enemy within 60 seconds, he had invested heavily in mobility. Now, by devoting everything to evasion, he managed to stay out of Kanzei's grasp for the moment. But if caught, he would likely be killed in one strike. Thus, Muse and Kanzei began a chase across the upper deck of the airship. Though Kanzei's victory was all but assured, he still had to consider the safety of his client, Saphira. Is this guy's Nen ability really this potent? As time slipped away during the pursuit, Kanzei realized Muse's ability mechanics were exceeding his expectations. If the Nen space hadn't disappeared after 60 seconds, it was almost certain the damage-sharing mechanism was gone. After that, the Nen space should vanish within another 30 seconds at most. Yet the expected outcome didn't occur. Kanzei's brow furrowed. He didn't know Muse was already stalling with the resolve to die. At the 38-second mark of the chase, Kanzei finally found an opening, lashing out with a fist wreathed in dense aura toward Muse's back. Facing the attack, Muse suddenly turned, raising his left arm and channeling nearly all his aura output into defense. Boom! Crack! The punch landed on Muse's left arm. The devastating force sent his body flying backward, his entire left arm shattering into pieces on impact. Want to know how long this Nen space will last? Using the distance created by Kanzei's strike, Muse landed from mid-air, completely disregarding his ruined left arm as he answered his own question. A full 300 seconds. Understand now? From the moment you stepped in here, you could no longer protect that princess. Kanzei's heart lurched, but he ignored Muse's words, erupting once more with tiger-like speed as he lunged for the kill. Muse's face twisted into another smirk. Though both arms were useless now, he could probably stall for another minute at most. It was enough. Just as Muse was thinking this, the yellowish hue around them suddenly receded like a tide. Huh. X2. The abrupt change left both Muse and Kanzei visibly startled. As the yellowish color completely faded, the two found themselves still in their original positions. The only difference was the appearance of a new figure standing in the corridor leading from the rest area to the entrance. It's him. Kanzei looked at the person and recognized him as the boy who had concealed his identity as a Nen user during boarding. This boy was none other than Moro, who had come to investigate the situation. Watching as Kanzei and Muse's bodies materialized out of thin air, Moro glanced at the divine script on the corridor wall behind him, which had now lost its aura sheen. That spot had originally held a portrait. Seems my judgment was correct. Moro shifted his gaze to Muse, whose aura was gradually withdrawing into his body, and calmly stated, destroying the divine script may not bring benefits, but at the very least, it can create disadvantages for the troublemaker. You. Muse stared in disbelief at Moro, this unforeseen variable that had appeared out of nowhere. Moro lightly raised his hand, casting a glance at Kanzei as he earnestly said, I really can't stand terrorists. Leave him to me! Exclamation point. Kanzei exclaimed loudly, you're a fucking genius. With that, he turned without hesitation and rushed into the room. The spacious rest area was now left with only Moro and Muse. 44. Huge gains. For Kanzei, Moro's sudden appearance was nothing short of a pleasant surprise. Without Moro's intervention, Kanzei would have been forced to waste precious time in the Nen space, even if his own safety wasn't at risk. And right now, time was of the essence. It directly concerned the safety of his client. In that brief moment, Kanzei shifted his focus to Saphira in the room, accepting Moro's suggestion to leave Muse in the arena for Moro to handle. Before making this decision, Kanzei had felt a flicker of concern. After all, he had fought Muse before. Even disregarding the troublesome mechanics of Muse's Nen ability, the level of Muse displayed in close combat alone proved he was no pushover. But then Kanzei remembered that Muse's arms were now useless, and his hesitation vanished. He agreed to let Moro deal with Muse. For Muse, however, Moro's sudden appearance was nothing short of a nightmare within a nightmare. He had schemed meticulously, even staking his own life, all to trap Kanzei in the Nen space for as long as possible. Even an extra minute would be enough. At the very least, another 30 seconds. With this conviction, Muse believed he could face death with peace after fulfilling his purpose. Yet all of it was ruined by Moro's abrupt interference. Rage, resentment, disbelief, a tangled mess of emotions twisted Muse's face. He was supposed to accept death with dignity after serving his purpose. That was how it should have been. You deserve to die. Muse's bloodshot eyes burned with fury, all traces of his earlier arrogance and composure gone. At this point, stopping Kanzei was already a delusion. Even killing Moro seemed impossible, because his aura was rapidly receding. In another second, he would be forced into Zetsu. This was the price of time of Molting's failure. Moro noticed Muse's aura output vanishing within seconds and immediately concluded that Muse was suffering from a limitation backlash. There was no other explanation. When Muse's aura completely disappeared, the phrase, unexpected windfall, flashed through Moro's mind. I came at just the right time. Ignoring Muse's twisted, murderous glare, Moro raised his hand and condensed a Nen bullet the size of a ping-pong ball. In his eyes, any Nen user capable of holding their own against a combat-specialized member of the Zodiac 12 couldn't be weak. This might yield a massive amount of experience. Muse was now in Zetsu, devoid of aura. He couldn't see Moro's aura output, but he could still sense danger. I'll kill you. With nothing left to lose, his final act was a desperate, suicidal charge. His arms hung limp at his sides as he rushed at Moro like a vengeful demon, his face contorted with fury. Moro responded by casually flicking the Nen bullet toward him. What would have been an insignificant attack in Muse's eyes now felt like an unstoppable mountain crashing down. Splat! The Nen bullet struck Muse's head, the overwhelming force instantly obliterating it. With a heavy thud, a headless corpse fell to the ground. Moro maintained his stance, arms still raised from throwing the Nen bullet, then casually glanced at the back of his hand. LV, 7 LV, 18. The sudden surge in level left him momentarily stunned. Did it just jump to level 18? Before he could process it, the aura output swirling around his body abruptly expanded by a noticeable margin. This was the immediate benefit of the rapid level increase. Moro slowly widened his eyes. Not only had his aura output level risen, but his total potential aura had also visibly grown. Before leveling up, his endurance in intense battles lasted only about 5 minutes. Now, at least 10 minutes. Did I just luck into this? Feeling the changes from the upgrade, Moro stared in astonishment at the headless corpse on the ground. For him to leap from LV 7 to LV 18 in one go, just how high must this Nen user's potential level have been? There was no way to know now. One thing was certain, at his current strength, he would never have been able to defeat this Nen user in a fair fight. No wonder it felt like he had stumbled into a windfall. But then Moro reconsidered. Securing this kill was the result of his own decisions and actions, step by step. If he hadn't rushed to the cockpit immediately, if he hadn't picked up on the clues despite the lack of information, if he hadn't decisively moved toward Kanzei's location, then he wouldn't have destroyed the divine script along the way, nor would he be reaping this bountiful harvest now. True, there was an element of luck involved, but he had seized the opportunity. Moro clenched his fist, quietly savoring the exhilaration of such a massive level boost. An 11-level leap, how much training time have I just saved? Just as Moro was reveling in his fortune, the headless corpse suddenly emitted a pitch-black aura. Alert! Moro immediately turned his gaze toward it. The dark aura detached from the mangled neck, floating upward like a will-o'-the-wisp, radiating an ominous presence. Post-mortem will. Moro's pupils contracted as Muse's twisted, furious face, filled with killing intent, flashed through his mind. When Nen users die under extreme emotions or lingering grudges, their aura can persist, driven by their unresolved will. Such post-mortem will usually targets the killer. This was Moro's first time encountering such a phenomenon. Watching the black, wisp-like aura fly toward him, he braced himself as if facing a deadly threat. He had no experience dealing with this. The only thing he could think of was the tree rings tattoo on his hand. If the tattoo could absorb aura attached to Nen-imbued objects, could it also absorb post-mortem will? If there was no way to avoid it, he had no choice but to try. Yet just as Moro prepared to defend himself, the will-o'-the-wisp-like post-mortem will veered past him, streaking straight toward the room where Kanzei had gone. Moro turned his head, watching as the lingering will flew toward the room, an inexplicable emotion rising in his chest. Whether in life or death, he could keenly feel Muse's killing intent directed at him. Logically, the post-mortem will born from such hatred should have dragged him down without hesitation. But instead, it had a clear destination, the room. Moro understood the reason in an instant, casting a somewhat complicated glance at the headless corpse on the ground. Rather than venting his dying rage and killing intent, the original objective had been more important. What kind of obsession could drive someone to this extent? 45. Flipping the table. Muse's post-mortem will surged toward the room. What consequences this would bring, Moro neither knew nor cared to investigate. He had come here and incidentally helped Kanzei solve a problem, all to leverage Kanzei's strength in ensuring the airship could land safely later. Their goals aligned perfectly, provided Kanzei could free himself. Moro glanced at the open door of the room. From his angle, he couldn't see inside clearly, but he could sense the clashing waves of aura. Should I go over? The thought flickered in Moro's mind. The Nen user he had just killed had skyrocketed his level. If he could pick off another one, whether or not he went to the Kyokanyu kingdom afterward wouldn't matter to him. As Moro hesitated, the room was already a storm of unseen currents. Muse had staked his life to trap Kanzei in a Nen space, while his partner Ada breached the room by smashing through the ceiling. But the third princess had an enhancer bodyguard by her side. Ada couldn't kill an enhancer in under a minute, but give her just one more minute and it wouldn't be difficult at all. And so it was. By the time Kanzei rushed back into the room, Talia, assigned to protect Saphira, was already gravely wounded, teetering on the edge. This moment had arrived precisely 2 minutes earlier. Muse. Ada's peripheral vision caught Kanzei charging in, confirming Muse had sacrificed his life. If she could just buy 5 more seconds. But there were no ifs. Yet the mission had to be completed. She and Muse had prepared a failsafe from the start to ensure success. For them, the best outcome would have been completing the mission while surviving. Only then could they continue serving their prince. But now, Ada felt no sorrow or regret, only unwavering resolve. In that split second, she abandoned all hope of survival and poured every ounce of her will into completing the mission. Ignoring Kanzei's lethal strike, she lunged toward Saphira, shielded behind Talia. Though Talia was on the verge of collapse, her determination matched Muse and Ada's. Driven by the desperate need to protect Saphira, Talia met Ada without hesitation, using the last of her strength to buy the crucial seconds until Kanzei's arrival. Just 3 more seconds. No, 2 will do. Fearless in the face of death, Talia's only thought was to hold out until Kanzei could take over. She had to endure, only then could Saphira survive. Despite her injuries, Talia erupted with even greater aura, sensing the tide turning in their favor. But what followed left her stunned and despairing. A blinding flash, the instant burst of an explosion. On the enemy's body. High explosives. Indeed, in her final moments, Ada had calmly detonated the explosives strapped to her. This was the last trump card she and Muse had smuggled aboard the airship using their disguised identities. If survival was impossible, then she would flip the table without hesitation. A blinding flash of scorching light vanished in an instant, followed immediately by a shockwave wreathed in searing flames that swallowed Ada, Talia, and Saphira in the blink of an eye. Kanzei, who had been charging straight toward them, paled drastically. Barely managing to cross his left arm in front of his face, he was sent flying by the explosive shockwave. At the same time, in the lounge area, Moro heard the deafening explosion before seeing the residual blast surge out of the room like a dragon, barreling down the corridor straight toward the lounge. The short distance gave Moro just enough time to react. Almost the moment the explosion occurred, Moro's eyes sharpened. He flipped behind a sofa, crouching low as he shielded his entire body with aura while bracing the sofa in front of him. Boom! The shockwave overturned the entire lounge. When the chaos settled, flammable materials like the surrounding carpets had caught fire. Moro rose from behind the sofa, surveying the devastation with trembling pupils, a sliver of relief flickering in his heart. The unsteady tilt beneath his feet signaled the severity of the situation. The airship might very well crash because of this explosion. A deep sense of foreboding struck Moro before he turned his gaze toward the corridor ahead. There, Kanzei lay sprawled on the ground, his body charred in multiple places, his condition unknown. Inside the room, after the violent explosion, the entire space was shattered, flames and thick smoke filling every corner. In one corner, Talia's body was mangled beyond recognition, her life already extinguished. Yet beneath her, Saphira's faint groans could barely be heard. In the final moments before the explosion struck, Talia had fulfilled her duty to the death, shielding Saphira's life as she had wished. But before collapsing, Talia had only noticed Kanzei rushing back to aid them. She hadn't seen the lingering post-mortem will soaring through the air. Among the enemy ranks, there was someone with an indomitable will. Muse's post-mortem will, taking the form of phosphorescent flames, slipped through the smoke and fire, homing unerringly toward the space beneath Talia's corpse. The next second, Saphira's weak voice abruptly cut off. Outside the room, in the corridor, Kanzei shook his head as he staggered to his feet. Without bothering to check his injuries, he charged back into the smoke-filled room. He quickly found Talia in the corner, and Saphira, crushed beneath her. Both were dead. Kanzei's expression darkened. "Sorry about this," he muttered to the corpses. Glancing at the tilting floor, he clenched his fists before swiftly turning and leaving the room, now nearly engulfed in smoke. Back in the corridor, he immediately spotted Moro standing in the lounge. He ran over and demanded, "What's your name?" "Moro." Having seen Kanzei rush out of the room, Moro could roughly guess the reason. He wondered just who Kanzei had been protecting to attract such powerful nin users, ones who had resorted to such extreme measures. They really left no room for survival. Kanzei stopped in front of Moro, briefly glancing at the headless corpse flung farther away before locking eyes with him. "Moro, right? You know who I am." Moro inwardly marveled at Kanzei's sharpness before nodding and offering a flattering reply, "One of the Hunter Association's Zodiac 12. Hard not to recognize you." "Then I'll skip the introductions. Come with me to find the captain." Ignoring the flattery in Moro's words, Kanzei's first thought upon seeing the aftermath of the explosion was to find the captain and have the airship make an emergency landing as soon as possible. Moro remained standing still and sighed, "That's exactly why I came looking for you." "What do you mean?" Kanzei was puzzled. Moro briefly explained the situation in the cockpit. After hearing it, Kanzei's expression darkened even more. Screech. A piercing noise came from the front as the airship tilted and swayed back and forth. Steadying himself, Moro said, "This explosion might force that manipulator to make an emergency landing." No sooner had he spoken than the floor suddenly tilted again, making it clear that the airship had reached a dangerously steep angle. It seemed like it was about to crash. Moro and Kanzei exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. 46. Even if life is as dust. Above the endless expanse of white clouds, an airship spewed thick smoke and flames, its body severely tilted, on the verge of plunging into the sea of clouds. Inside the airship, screams erupted everywhere. The terror induced by the high-altitude disaster gripped the hearts of passengers and crew like a merciless hand. Under the immense pressure of impending death, some gave up in despair, others screamed in confusion, and some frantically sought any lifeline they could grasp. Yet, in the face of the crashing airship, even the strongest will to survive seemed as insignificant as ants beneath human feet. Listening to the panicked screams of the passengers, Moro and Kanzei reacted differently. Moro, moving against the tilted slope, silently headed toward the observation deck. When the airship showed signs of crashing, the fate of the other passengers was all too clear. Only one word occupied Moro's mind: survival. There was no room left for anyone else. Kanzei glanced toward the source of the screams, hesitation flickering in his eyes before he sighed. There was no point dwelling on things beyond his control. The hesitation vanished from his gaze as he quickly followed Moro. The two arrived at the observation deck one after another. Standing there, a mere glance upward revealed the thick smoke and flames billowing from the upper cabins, now threatening the massive gas chamber above the airship's body. At this sight, both Moro and Kanzei tensed. It was practically a giant bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Suppressing his shock, Moro moved along the wall to the edge of the observation deck and looked down. The clouds were within reach. The next moment, the tilting airship plunged into the clouds, a powerful gust of wind whipping through Moro's hair and clothes. Gripping the railing tightly, Moro leaned forward, peering downward. Through the suddenly thinning gaps in the clouds, the vast earth stretched out below. The rushing wind carried a suffocating sensation. Several thousand meters of visible altitude. Even with Nen, it offered no sense of security. Moro stared down at the impossibly distant ground, expecting his heart to race and fear to overwhelm him. Yet, standing here, gazing at the abyss just a step away, he found himself unexpectedly calm. Kanzei stepped up behind Moro and said gravely, "Whether we live or die depends entirely on our skills." At a time like this, even mentioning luck was a luxury. Even as an enhancer, he couldn't guarantee a safe landing from thousands of meters in the air. Moro glanced back at Kanzei, then up at the gas chamber that could trigger a violent explosion at any moment. With time running out, there was no room for hesitation or second thoughts. Moro had envisioned the airship crashing before, but the reality was far more perilous. "Let's exchange contact info." He pulled out his phone and looked at Kanzei. Kanzei nodded. "Sure. If I make it back to the ground alive, I'll contact you immediately. If you die, I'll do my best to recover your body." "How considerate of you." Moro's eyelid twitched. Kanzei, as if oblivious to the sarcasm, said earnestly, "No need to thank me. We're comrades now." Moro fell silent for a moment before asking, "Your number?" Bracing against the increasingly fierce wind, Kanzei recited his contact details. After listening, Moro dialed the number at the fastest speed and hung up as soon as the first ringtone sounded. "Take care." Putting away his phone, Moro gave Kanzei a slight nod before leaping forward, his body slanting downward like a javelin toward the sky below. The airship could explode at any moment, so he had no time to spare considering whether his survival technique would safely bring him back to the ground. Kanzei watched Moro's figure descending through the air, a flash of admiration crossing his eyes. Then he glanced back at the airship cabin, a mix of regret and guilt welling up in his heart. After standing still for 2 or 3 seconds, Kanzei released his grip on the railing and jumped toward the wispy white clouds below, thin as cooking smoke. He spread his arms and legs, slowing his descent due to air resistance. From his current altitude, he could still see Moro's figure beneath him. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted above them. Almost simultaneously, Kanzei and Moro flipped their bodies to face the sky, looking toward the source of the explosion. Under their gaze, the airship exploded into a blindingly bright fireball, blooming high in the sky. Moro silently stared at the suddenly expanding inferno, faintly making out the scattered fragments of the airship's wreckage. But the distance was too great, and it was hard to tell whether the dark specks strewn about were debris or human remains. Often, human life was as insignificant as dust. Only by wielding power could one earn the right to change their fate. Moro flipped back around, facing downward as he spread his limbs to slow his fall. Deceptive shooting star. A glowing green Nen bullet formed in his right palm, facing downward, before being launched. Whoosh! The shooting star plummeted rapidly, only to come to an abrupt halt about 100 meters below. 1 second later. Like time reversing, the shooting star shot back upward toward Moro, who had already fallen close to it. Facing the returning projectile, Moro channeled his aura, meeting it with the back of his right hand, the one bearing the tree rings tattoo. Boom! The shooting star detonated against his hand. The resulting impact sent Moro's body tumbling violently upward. Not enough. Struggling to stabilize himself midair, Moro fired another shooting star downward, this time pouring more aura into his entire palm. Boom! Another explosion. Once again, the rebounding shooting star blasted Moro upward, though not as violently as the first time. Still not enough. Sensing the feedback from the aura collision, Moro launched yet another shooting star, further increasing the aura gathered in his palm. Boom! Another collision of aura, but this time, there was a faint sense of harmony. As the energy of the aura dispersed, instead of being flung upward, Moro felt as if he were gently lifted by an invisible hand, his body briefly suspended in midair. This was because the returning shooting star and the measured aura enveloping his hand had created a peculiar neutralizing effect upon impact. When their combined values were nearly equal, it drastically reduced Moro's downward momentum. This will work. Having confirmed the results, Moro felt slightly reassured. Above him, Kanzei witnessed Moro's flashy maneuver, his jaw dropping involuntarily as strong winds rushed into his mouth. Damn! A stone chamber illuminated by a luminous pearl. Square in layout, with a central platform built from 4-tiered steps. On the platform stood a harp with a jade-like body and ink-black strings. Suddenly, The strings moved on their own, producing a sound as clear and refreshing as a spring, only to turn wild and tempestuous the next moment. As the strings plucked violently, waves of darkened aura emanated, sketching the outline of a human figure before the harp. Gradually, the silhouette solidified from illusion to reality, revealing the form of Saphira. Saphira slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the self-playing harp, an expression of both familiarity and surprise crossed her face, soon replaced by deep confusion. 47. Sonata of Darkness. Within the stone chamber, the turbulent melody of the harp gradually ceased. This was followed by the successive snapping of harp strings. The inky black strings broke one after another before Saphira's eyes. As the last string snapped and flew apart, the stone chamber fell into complete silence. At the same time, the darkened aura surrounding the harp slowly receded until it vanished without a trace. Saphira, or rather, she should be called by her true name, Eve. Her eyes were filled with deep confusion, as though she couldn't quite grasp the reason for her presence here, yet she faintly remembered the death that had once claimed her. In the silence, she turned her gaze to the harp with its broken strings. On its pillar was embedded a sheet of music, its surface filthy and stained, forming a stark contrast against the harp's pristine, jade-white body. Sonata of Darkness, the harp's solo score. The term inexplicably surfaced in her mind, as though piercing through a dense fog. Eve stared blankly at the score on the harp's pillar. Fragments of hazy memories, like sunlight breaking through the mist, suddenly emerged. "I'm still alive." Her murmur echoed through the stone chamber. The confusion in Eve's eyes faded, gradually replaced by calm. She reached out and gently stroked the harp's body. Between her fingers, a starlight glimmer flashed, a manifestation of Nen. Having returned to the world through the harp's melody, this third princess of the Kyokanyu kingdom, a land steeped in ancient traditions, had naturally awakened to the power of Nen. The memories of the harp and the score, which should have been sealed away, also resurfaced in her mind. But before her return to this world, Eve had never truly understood the harp and the score's abilities, nor had she ever imagined such a scenario. She held no reverence for death, so its arrival had never concerned her. In her view, humans who walked the path of defiance should naturally face the risks of death. It was normal. It was inevitable. Ironically, among the non-Nen users who had also faced death, those who resisted it the most had perished like dust. Yet Eve, who feared death the least and met it with the utmost calm, could still breathe the air. So this is the power of Nen. Eve's fingers trailed along the harp's pillar before reaching beneath the tuning pins. The starlight glimmer seeping from her fingertips drew a harp string in the empty air. And so, she restrung the harp with a single string. Perhaps due to the manifestation of her Nen ability, a rare flicker of excitement appeared in her otherwise tranquil, water-like eyes. A dense, flourishing forest. This place lay on the border of the Minbo Republic, separated from the continent where the Kyokanyu kingdom stood by a vast sea. Moro plummeted from the sky. When he saw the thick expanse of forest below, the tension in his chest finally eased. A free fall from thousands of meters. Though the versatility of Nen could ensure his survival, there were still countless uncontrollable risks before a safe landing. Fortunately, at this moment, the airship was still within the Minbo Republic's airspace, not over the open sea. Moro looked down at the ground, where an endless stretch of forest lay bathed in the pale glow of moonlight. As the ground drew nearer, he used a deceptive shooting star to counteract the force of his descent. Even so, he still fell the final 100 meters straight to the ground. In an instant, Moro crashed into the forest like a cannonball, creating a tremendous noise in the quiet night. Rustle. Flocks of birds startled by the sudden sound took flight in all directions, while nocturnal creatures on the ground scattered in panic. Thud. A centuries-old tree became the unfortunate landing spot for Moro. Under the immense impact, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Moments later, Moro emerged from the dense canopy, scanning his surroundings. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their gaps allowing the bright moonlight to filter through, casting a faint glow on the mist below. Beneath the swirling mist were thickets of shrubs and moss-covered remnants of stones and old wood. Further away, a winding stream meandered through a pile of scattered rocks. Moro's gaze followed the stream until it disappeared into darkness. After a quick survey of the area, he withdrew his gaze, remembering he should check on Kanzei's situation. He pulled out his phone, only to find it cracked in several places and already powered off. Kanzei should be fine, he thought. Putting away the damaged phone, Moro figured if he had landed safely, Kanzei must have too, unless he had the terrible luck of falling into a swamp or sinkhole. This place should still be within the Minbo Republic's borders. Moro walked toward the nearby stream. The Minbo Republic was one of the 5 great nations, separated from Heaven's Arena by 2 countries. Judging by the airship's route, Moro guessed he might have landed somewhere within the vast territory of the Minbo Republic, though the exact location was unclear. In this situation, navigating out of this unfamiliar forest wouldn't be easy. If only his phone hadn't been damaged, things would be different. With a sigh, Moro followed the stream. After a long while, he emerged from the trees into a clearing, where a lake shrouded in thin mist lay ahead. Faint reflections of starlight shimmered on its surface. Along the lakeshore, various wild animals gathered. Moro's eyes swept across them, but the most striking were several white deer with enormous antlers. Their antlers resembled intricate coral branches, pure white and gleaming under the moonlight. Morrow had no intention of disturbing the animals drinking by the lake. He scanned the nearby area for a suitable resting spot. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was searching, gunshots suddenly rang out from the other side of the lake. Startled by the noise, the animals scattered in panic. Morrow turned toward the sound and saw the white deer collapse to the ground. Moments later, several men carrying rifles emerged from the forest. Watching this, Morrow retreated behind a large tree, catching snippets of their excited laughter and discussions about the loud noise earlier. He realized they were talking about the commotion he had caused upon landing. Then he heard them mention something about a huge payoff, likely referring to the valuable white deer, which had them barely containing their excitement. After a moment's thought, Morrow stepped out, deciding to approach them for information. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on the other side of the forest, a spherical mass formed by over a dozen humans entangled together crashed heavily onto a lake, instantly sending towering waves into the sky. As the waves subsided, human bodies began surfacing one after another on the lake's surface. Splash! Another spray of water erupted across the lake. Liu Yuan emerged from the water, breathing slightly heavily as he gazed toward the dense forest on the shore. 48. Chance Encounter. Humans controlled by the puppet manipulation technique, though devoid of shadows, could have their strength enhanced using aura. Before the airship exploded, Liu Yuan hid inside an ordinary person's shadow. He then used over a dozen puppet humans to encase the person, ultimately plummeting from high altitude into a lake. Despite the reinforcement of aura, several puppet humans were damaged by the impact of the fall. As for the ordinary person encased within, they died instantly. Liu Yuan emerged from the shadow dimension and swam toward the shore. The puppet humans under his command also returned to the shore. Once ashore, Liu Yuan collapsed onto the ground, exhaustion written all over his face. The ability type of nowhere to return from shadows could be considered complex. While it offered versatile applications, the trade-off was an excessively high aura consumption. After all the chaos, Liu Yuan's physical strength and aura were nearly depleted. Damn it, only 7 survived. He looked up at the 7 puppet humans that were barely intact, gritting his teeth in frustration. Given the circumstances at the time, he had too little time to act. A delay of even a few more seconds could have meant death in the explosion. Managing to preserve 7 puppet humans in such a critical moment was already a decent outcome. He was simply furious that these setbacks had interfered with his mission. Right now, there was no way to confirm Morrow's whereabouts, let alone continue the pursuit. Liu Yuan struggled to calm his emotions, exhaling deeply before closing his eyes to rest. Losing an excellent opportunity to strike didn't mean the mission had failed. Once he recovered, he could always seek another chance. Under the moonlight, Liu Yuan leaned against a tree, surrounded by 7 motionless, zombie-like puppets that shielded him in the center. Compared to Liu Yuan's deep exhaustion, Morrow, on the other hand, was in relatively good condition in terms of physical strength and potential aura. This was thanks to the upgrade benefits brought by the severed head on the airship. Morrow, his body radiating aura, walked straight along the shore toward the trio who had just finished hunting a giant horned white deer. He hoped to gather some information from them and borrow a phone while he was at it. "Excuse me, everyone." To prevent an excessive reaction, Morrow raised his hand and greeted them from a distance. At that moment, the 3 were eagerly cutting the giant antlers when they suddenly heard Morrow's greeting. Their expressions instantly changed, and without hesitation, they grabbed their hunting rifles, immediately aiming at the direction of the voice. When they saw that the speaker was a grubby-looking teenager, they couldn't help but exchange glances. "It's just a kid. So what? We've been seen. Kill him. Obviously, what do you think we're doing here?" Among the 3, the oldest, a bearded man, made the decision swiftly. Poaching giant horned white deer was a serious crime, with penalties calculated by weight. The coral antlers of an adult white deer alone could land them a minimum of 20 years in prison. A murderous glint flashed in the bearded man's eyes. Their actions were already illicit, so they couldn't be bothered to ask Morrow's intentions. He took aim and pulled the trigger. Bang! Even with a suppressor, the gunshot echoed across the lake. The bullet tore through the air, heading straight for Morrow. But Morrow had sensed the bearded man's killing intent the moment it arose and immediately dodged out of the bullet's trajectory. The bullet flew past him, vanishing into the night. The bearded man was momentarily stunned when Morrow dodged the gunshot. He hastily pulled the bolt to eject the still warm shell casing. "What are you waiting for? Shoot!" As he urged his companions, the bearded man raised his gun again to aim at Morrow. But this time, Morrow didn't give him another chance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bullets crossed the distance between life and death, exploding the heads of the 3 gunmen. Amid the spray of blood, the 3 collapsed to the ground with their hunting rifles, landing with dull thuds. Morrow approached the corpses and glanced at the nearby fallen stag. Poachers. He withdrew his gaze, his expression cold. He didn't recognize the giant antlered white stag, but given how decisively these 3 had opened fire, they were likely criminals engaged in poaching. Perhaps they didn't care at all why a teenager had appeared in the dense forest, they only cared about covering up their crimes. Morrow crouched down and searched one of the bodies, pulling out a phone. He turned it on and dialed Kanzei's number. Beep, beep. After a minute of unanswered ringing, the call automatically disconnected. Morrow tried several more times, but there was still no response. Could his phone have been crushed too? Unlikely. A combat-oriented member of the Zodiac 12 like him must be highly skilled in advanced techniques like shoe. Moro set the phone aside and glanced at the faint mist curling like smoke around him. Surely Kanzei hadn't been unlucky enough to fall into a swamp. The humidity in this area was high, so swamps were likely present. Statistically, it was possible. The image of Kanzei plunging into a swamp like a javelin flashed through Moro's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. That would be too tragic. Shaking his head, Moro sent a text to Argo instead. Without waiting for a reply, he pocketed the phone and continued searching the bodies. Pistols, cigarettes, lighters, a compass. After setting aside the useful items, Moro checked the backpacks on the corpses, pulling out some dry rations, clean water, and poached goods. Claws from an unknown creature, a multicolored sharp beak, even a pair of emerald green beast eyes preserved in a bottle. Finding these body parts confirmed the men's identities. No wonder they were so ruthless. Moro glanced at the corpses nearby. He had only intended to ask for directions, but these men had brought this upon themselves. Moro pulled over a backpack, took out a can of meat, pried it open, and began eating. After a quick meal, he emptied one of the backpacks and loaded it with useful supplies and food. As for the claws, beak, and the severed antlers on the ground, those were definitely not coming with him. Using the regional map he'd found in the backpack, he confirmed his location, a forest within the Minbo Republic. Legally speaking, this technically counted as a legal entry. Carrying these likely valuable poached goods would just be stacking debuffs. As Moro finished packing, he suddenly tensed, raising the pistol toward the low-visibility woods ahead while gathering aura in his other hand. From the moment he dealt with the poachers, he hadn't let his guard down. Now, hearing faint rustling, he immediately went on alert. Rustle. A man pushed aside the lush bushes and swaggered into Moro's presence as if he owned the place. Acting as though he hadn't noticed the gun in Moro's hand, the man's gaze swept over the corpses on the ground and the half-sawed deer antlers. His expression shifted slightly before he glanced at the pile of poached game carelessly scattered nearby. Then, his eyes returned to Moro, and he said calmly, "Let's get acquainted. My name is Benjamin, gourmet hunter by profession. 49, style." Walking straight out of the woods and calmly facing Moro's gun muzzle without hesitation, this was the attitude Benjamin displayed, devoid of any hostility. Moro didn't lower his pistol, the aura in his left hand still poised for action, but he didn't ignore Benjamin's gesture of goodwill either. Moro, treasure hunter. Given the completeness of the other party's self-introduction, Moro temporarily assigned himself the title of treasure hunter. Benjamin nodded slightly, then raised a hand to point at the 3 corpses on the ground and said, "I'm not here to assign blame." It might even sound like a rhetorical question, but I still need to confirm this. Moro, did you kill these men? Moro paused briefly, subtly glancing at Benjamin's shadow before answering bluntly, "Yes, I killed them." Given the scene before them, denying it would be pointless. Hearing this, Benjamin nodded again and remarked coolly, "A few poachers. Good riddance." With that simple judgment on the identities of the corpses, he then turned his gaze to the white deer nearby. Flowerhorn giant deer, a Class B protected creature. They've been circulating frequently in the black market lately, which is why I'm here. Oh. Moro caught the implication in Benjamin's words and asked nonchalantly, "Shouldn't that be the job of anti-poaching hunters?" "That's true." A faint smile appeared on Benjamin's face as he explained, "But for gourmet hunters like us, who often deal with ingredients, there's always a responsibility to protect the environment. If we encounter poachers in the wild, we naturally won't turn a blind eye." "So you were specifically after them?" Moro's eyes flickered toward the corpses on the ground. For gourmet hunters, all ingredients were sourced from nature, which meant they had a duty to preserve it. So it made some sense that a team of poachers would catch the attention of a gourmet hunter who frequented remote forests. Benjamin, however, shook his head. "Not entirely." Moro looked at him. Unfazed by Moro's still-raised pistol, Benjamin walked straight toward the white antlers the poachers had cut off. "Look, this is the real treasure." Holding the coral-like antlers in his hands, Benjamin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Moro raised an eyebrow at the sight. Benjamin weighed the antlers briefly before turning back to Moro. "If it weren't for you, I would have killed these poachers when I caught up to them anyway. Of course, as for these already harvested spoils on the ground, I'd report them truthfully to the local forestry bureau. But these flowerhorn giant deers." Here, Benjamin paused, his expression turning deadly serious. "Must not go to waste." Moro's eyes flashed with surprise, wondering if Benjamin had been observing from the shadows all along. After all, gourmet hunters often ventured into deep forests to hunt rare ingredients. If nothing else, their mastery of zetsu had to be exceptional. And Benjamin's motive for doing so was likely to give himself an excuse to taste the flowerhorn giant deer. Noticing Moro's reaction, Benjamin drew a boning knife carved from blood-colored ore from his waist sheath. As he began trimming the antlers, he asked, "Moro, you're not thinking that I deliberately hid and waited until the poachers finished hunting the flowerhorn giant deer just for these antlers, are you?" "I never said that." Moro immediately denied it, but his gaze lingered on the blood-stained boning knife in Benjamin's hand. Under the silvery moonlight, he could clearly see the smoky aura clinging to the knife. That aura didn't originate from Benjamin, it was attached to the boning knife itself. Without a doubt, this strangely designed boning knife was a Nen-imbued object, and the aura attached to it was remarkably refined. Hearing Morrow's words, Benjamin only worked faster at cleaning the antlers, openly admitting, "But I was indeed waiting on purpose." Morrow looked up, surprised, at Benjamin. All that talk about environmental responsibility. Just as he'd suspected, it was all about tasting a Class B protected creature. Thinking this, Morrow silently stepped back, putting distance between himself and Benjamin. Noticing Morrow's movement, Benjamin paused his work and said leisurely, "No need to be so shocked. I am a pro hunter, after all. Whether it means being ruthless or justifying my actions, I won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to get what I want." As he spoke, he raised the antlers toward Morrow. One of them had been stripped of its hard outer layer, revealing a jelly-like substance inside. Even if this appeared on the black market, it wouldn't be easy to obtain. Trust me, this is a top-tier ingredient that would drive any gourmet hunter wild. If you miss out, I guarantee you'll regret it for life. So, care to share? No. Morrow refused without hesitation, ignoring Benjamin's reaction as he finally holstered his pistol and picked up his backpack of supplies and tools. He wasn't sure if Benjamin was truly a licensed gourmet hunter, but he'd already labeled the man as abnormal. All he wanted now was to put as much distance as possible between himself and such a freak. There was no way he'd stay to share the flower-horned giant deer's antlers. Really not going to try it. Benjamin's tone was indifferent as he pressed the question. Morrow shook his head, then gestured at the scattered poaching spoils on the ground. "You can take credit for all this, including these 3 poachers. Their corpses can cover for your consumption of a Class B protected creature. Whatever you plan to do, it's none of my business." "Then I won't hold back." Benjamin smiled and resumed cleaning the antlers. Morrow nodded, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and began backing slowly toward the forest, keeping his eyes on Benjamin the whole time. Benjamin noted Morrow's unwavering vigilance but simply watched calmly as he retreated. Soon after, Morrow reached a small clearing bordered by several large trees. He gave Benjamin one last deep look. A pro hunter who would stop at nothing. Slowly withdrawing his gaze, Morrow turned and disappeared into the woods. Benjamin stared at the gap in the trees where Morrow had vanished. His original intention had been to make Morrow an accomplice in consuming the forbidden Class B ingredient. Unfortunately, persuasion had failed. For just a moment, Benjamin had seriously considered keeping Morrow there permanently. But the thought came and went just as quickly. He could tell Morrow was the type who severely lacked trust in outsiders, likely due to frequent dealings with two-faced people. That's why, without sufficient understanding, he could still maintain just the right boundaries. What poor taste. Benjamin narrowed his eyes, feeling an inexplicable premonition. Perhaps they would meet again. 50. Twisted Fate x Moonlit Assassination. Benjamin's aura output is roughly around LV 40. After retreating into the forest, Morrow immediately turned around and quickened his pace, putting distance between himself and the lake. The encounters with various Nen users after his death rewind, along with the noticeable increases in his aura output after each level up, had given Morrow a relatively clear understanding of levels. Using his own aura output as a reference, he roughly estimated Benjamin's level to be around 40. Experienced Nen masters had their own methods for assessing an opponent's strength. Some used mission ratings to preliminarily gauge an enemy's level, while others relied on straightforward numerical values or even game-like monster classifications. Everyone had their own approach, but the common thread among all these methods was that the assessor needed ample experience. And experience was precisely what Morrow lacked the most. The only reason he could arrive at an assessment was because the tree ring's tattoo had quantified his own aura output. With his own level data as a reference, he naturally had a general direction for evaluation. Morrow's assessment of Benjamin was LV.40, though he wasn't entirely confident in its accuracy. He was certain Benjamin's aura output was a tier above his own. While aura output alone couldn't fully represent a Nen user's actual combat prowess, it was the most basic, observable information available before direct engagement. In Morrow's eyes, Benjamin had appeared calm and composed since his arrival, yet his aura showed no signs of laxity. Instead, it remained consistently intense. This very observation led Morrow to mentally label Benjamin as hypocritical. Unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble, Morrow had no intention of lingering there. Still, the knife Benjamin had used to shave the horn left Morrow somewhat envious. It wasn't just the aura swirling around the red crystalline blade, the boning knife itself was exceptionally sharp. Morrow was certain that Benjamin hadn't used Shu to enhance the knife's strength when shaving the horn. That alone spoke volumes about the knife's quality. Morrow mused that if the opportunity ever arose, he'd carry a similarly high-quality blade on him. Crunch. Stepping on damp, rotting leaves and branches, Morrow moved through the woods, occasionally glancing back toward the lake. Benjamin's sudden appearance had forced him to retreat into the forest without carefully choosing his path. Now that he was deep in the trees, he decided to simply continue along this route. After walking briskly for several kilometers, the density of the trees increased, and visibility in the forest plummeted. Even the faintest moonlight was now hard to spot. Morrow pulled a flashlight from his backpack and pressed onward. He had to admit, the appearance of those poachers had solved his most pressing issues, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about survival supplies or practical tools for a while. One shouldn't underestimate the wilderness of this world, especially unexplored regions like forests, mountains, grasslands, and deserts, all of which were rife with danger. Forget the surreal magical beasts and animals, even an inconspicuous venomous insect could silently claim your life. In such an environment, professional knowledge was often more crucial than men abilities. Morrow had almost no experience with wilderness survival. After crossing over, he'd spent most of his time running his antique shop. After dealing with clients who could lie without batting an eye, he had once believed that these creatures with faces were the most adept at devouring a person whole. But in the untamed depths of the jungle, he truly had to worry about being devoured, literally. The beam of his flashlight pierced the nearby darkness, only to be swallowed by the shadows further away. The information his eyes and ears could pick up was uniformly gloomy, damp, and deathly silent. Unsettling. Morrow felt he needed to get out of this forest as soon as possible and, without realizing it, kept increasing his pace. As he moved, while maintaining constant vigilance, he intermittently released his N to more thoroughly survey his surroundings. The radius of his N was only 20 meters. Moreover, N was a technique that consumed a great deal of stamina and focus, making it impossible to sustain continuously at high intensity. By using it intermittently, Morrow could keep his energy and mental state stable. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally began to see moonlight filtering through gaps in the canopy, a sign that the density of the trees was thinning. Bathed in streaks of silver light, Morrow sped up again and soon spotted more brightness ahead, along with the faint glimmer of a lake surface through the sparse trees. Then, involuntarily, Morrow slowed his steps and turned off his flashlight. Did I go in a circle? Seeing the lake again, he wondered if he had gotten lost and circled back to the same lake. To confirm, he closed his aura nodes, entering a state of Zetsu, then lightened his footsteps as much as possible, slowly approaching the edge of the woods. In the distance, silver light spilled over the lake's surface, rippling faintly as the night breeze passed. Morrow stood behind a tree, observing the shoreline. He saw no sign of Benjamin or the poachers' bodies, and the terrain and vegetation were different. This was another lake. He relaxed slightly, then tensed again. On the lakeshore stood a weeping willow wrapped in vines, about 200 meters from his position. Morrow fixed his gaze on the tree with its dangling vines and could clearly make out 7 motionless figures standing upright, along with one person leaning against the trunk. Those are. His pupils contracted slightly as he slowly closed the distance along the forest's edge. As he got closer, he could see the aura surrounding those 7 individuals more clearly. Very weak aura. And the 7 of them looked strange, like lifeless puppets. That was Morrow's first impression. Just as his gaze shifted downward to observe the person against the tree, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Under the moonlight, those 7 motionless figures cast no shadows. At this sight, Morrow's expression changed. In an instant, he confirmed the identity of the person by the tree. The phenomenon of shadowless manipulation could only mean one thing. This was the manipulation ability user who had controlled the passengers on the airship. Morrow narrowed his eyes at the aura flowing like water around the manipulation ability user, recalling their targeted actions. A flicker of killing intent passed through his mind. To think that the route he was forced to take to avoid Benjamin would lead him to encounter that manipulation ability user who had also crash-landed in the forest. What an ironic twist of fate. Morrow suppressed the urge to move closer. It might expose him. Although the current distance exceeded 100 meters, he could utilize the return mechanism of his shooting star. Deceptive shooting star. Once Morrow found the right angle, he could no longer restrain his impulse to strike. He immediately channeled his aura and fired 2 shooting stars backward. Moments later, the returning shooting stars passed over Morrow, who had just dodged, slicing through the moonlight toward the figure standing before the weeping willow. Liu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, locking onto the direction of the incoming shooting stars. A glint reflected in his turbulent gaze. Almost simultaneously, the 7 puppet humans, programmed with a protective command, rushed in front of Liu Yuan, forming a solid wall to block the path of the shooting stars. The next instant, 2 massive shooting stars collided with the human barricade and exploded violently. With a deafening blast, the tightly packed wall of bodies was torn apart in the most literal sense. For a brief moment, dismembered limbs mixed with copious amounts of blood rained onto the grass, the thick plasma flattening entire patches of foliage. Liu Yuan stared at the scattered remains, his pupils trembling. The puppet humans he had worked so hard to preserve had been shattered so effortlessly. As fury surged within him, Liu Yuan rose and drew his katana, his gaze snapping toward the forest, only to quickly regain his composure. With his emotions under control, the aura emanating from his body gradually stabilized, no longer erratic and scattered. Then, Liu Yuan saw Morrow step out from the trees. His initial surprise quickly gave way to a cold, murderous expression. I hadn't even gone looking for you, yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. A ninja. Bathed in moonlight, Morrow took in Liu Yuan's attire and was momentarily taken aback. A black hood and mask, along with a black, form-fitting bodysuit. It was an outfit reminiscent of a ninja. Yet this ability user, who seemed to hail from a ninja background, wielded a katana. Under Moro's scrutinizing gaze, Liu Yuan offered no further words. Instead, he leveled his blade and assumed an offensive stance. The prerequisite for activating Nowhere to return from shadows was the presence of ordinary humans to serve as material for the ability. But in a place like this, there were no ordinary people, meaning Liu Yuan couldn't use his ability. More often than not, the inherent limitations of Nen abilities brought trouble to their users, though one could consciously avoid or even exploit these limitations. There were always moments of bad luck, or instances where enemies who knew their weaknesses set deliberate traps. Unable to use his ability, Liu Yuan had no choice but to revert to basic combat methods. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind: why had the opponent's aura suddenly grown so much stronger? He suppressed the thought almost immediately, focusing entirely on the mission assigned by his leader. The next second, Liu Yuan lunged forward, his body cutting through the air like a blade aimed straight at Moro by the forest's edge. The fate of his puppet barricade had given him a clear understanding of the destructive power of Moro's Nen bullets and confirmed Moro's Nen type. Under these circumstances, closing the distance to engage in close combat became Liu Yuan's only viable option. Just as Liu Yuan had halved the distance between them, he suddenly noticed a basketball-sized fluorescent green Nen bullet flying out from the woods behind Moro. How could this be? Liu Yuan was slightly startled when he saw the Nen bullet pass by Moro's body and shoot straight toward him. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yuan swung his blade at the Nen bullet. Relying on the solidified aura wrapped around his blade, he cleanly split the bullet in two. Boom, boom. The divided Nen bullets landed on the lake's surface, sending two towering columns of water into the air. Meanwhile, Moro took advantage of Liu Yuan's deflection of the shooting star to stand still, arms raised, heedless of his aura consumption as he continuously fired off more shooting stars. Now at level 18, his Nen bullet release speed had visibly improved. As long as he controlled the size of the shooting stars, he could maintain rapid fire without issue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just 1 second, over a dozen shooting stars shot toward Liu Yuan dozens of meters away. The power and size have decreased. Seeing the barrage of egg-sized shooting stars coming his way, Liu Yuan's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the onslaught head-on. SSSSH. Liu Yuan cleaved through the first two shooting stars with his blade, then swiftly adjusted his position mid-sprint to evade the rest. But even as he advanced, Moro didn't stop his ability. Shooting stars continued to fire from his outstretched palms. However, the density and power of these projectiles couldn't pin Liu Yuan down, they only slowed his charge. 30 meters, 20 meters. The distance between them steadily shrank. Yet Moro, as an emitter, showed no concern over Liu Yuan's approach. Conventional wisdom suggested that emitters should avoid close combat at all costs. But this wasn't an absolute rule. Take Franklin of the Phantom Troop, for example, a Nen user capable of wielding both emitter and enhancer abilities at 100% efficiency. Even without the advantage of distance, he could hold his own in close combat against Nobunaga, another enhancer. Unlike Franklin, Moro's Nen affinity leaned more toward emission and manipulation. But when it came to forced close-quarters combat, while he couldn't match Franklin's 100% enhancer offense-defense conversion rate, he had his own countermeasure. The return of the shooting stars. 10, 20, 30, 40. Some of the countless shooting stars were shattered by Liu Yuan's blade, but most were dodged. And those that missed him hung suspended in the air behind Liu Yuan like scattered stars. Moro could freely adjust the return time of each shooting star between 1 and 5 seconds. This meant that by setting progressively shorter return times for each projectile, he could orchestrate a simultaneous return of all shooting stars after 5 seconds. As for the issue of power dilution due to excessive numbers, this unavoidable mechanic within the Nen system could be compensated for through vows and limitations. Under the limitation of self-inflicted wound, the returning shooting stars gained double their original power, effectively overriding the power dilution mechanism. This was the unique advantage of the shooting stars, and it was one of the tangible improvements Moro experienced upon reaching level 18. When the preset moment arrived, Liu Yuan finally stepped within the 10-meter range. At that very instant, the numerous shooting stars suspended behind Liu Yuan reversed course at an even greater speed, hurtling toward him, now aligned in a straight line with Moro. In that fleeting moment, it was like a meteor shower. By the time Liu Yuan realized something was wrong, it was already too late to turn back. Because Liu Yuan didn't understand the ability mechanism of the deceptive shooting star harming Moro, and Moro never stopped releasing the shooting stars. This was a pincer attack from both sides. More crucially, a manipulator unable to use Nen was no different from a beast stripped of its fangs and claws. Liu Yuan abruptly halted his steps. When he turned his head, his pupils reflected a sky full of stars. Thud 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 thud. Nen bullets like meteors struck Liu Yuan's body in rapid succession. The relentless impact sent his body trembling back and forth, and in the span of a single breath, his entire form was left battered and broken. I actually lost. After the meteor shower passed, Liu Yuan collapsed to the ground, his face twisted with unwillingness. Moro glanced at the fallen Liu Yuan and instinctively prepared to fire a few more shooting stars to finish him off. But when he saw the change in the tattoo level on the back of his hand, he suppressed the urge to deliver the final blow. LV.18 LV.22. A full 4-level jump in one go.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.